are present. I am so glad that you all could be here for the Distinguished Finance Committee Award to our finance department. I assume that's why you're all here, right? To give our finance director, Mary Lou, stand up, right? To give her the applause for just all the amazing stuff she did. And then as soon as this is over, y'all can leave and we'll be good. So, but Mary Lou, before we get started, I'm going to lead them in the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you'll all rise with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, so I really was not kidding on that, but we do have the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award for Outstanding Achievement in Popular Annual Financial Reporting and Certificate of Achievement of Excellence in Financial Reporting. We have our Finance Director, Mary Lou Brown, with us. And, I love that this is a packed house, and you want to know about the conservative financial position of the town of Parker. But Mary Lou is going to walk through the multiple awards, and these are not awards that we get just by showing up. We get these awards by being diligent. We get these awards by proving what we do every day, and we get these awards through being competitive with other towns and municipalities. So, Madam Director, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. Thank you for taking time for this today. We tend to be a group that doesn't like to be out in the forefront, so being in front of this large of an audience is unusual for us. We do have 3 awards that we're going to recognize my team for tonight. I have 4 team members here. We have Christine Brookshire, who is our finance manager, who has been with the town for 2 months. We have Becky Kober, who is the town's accountant. She is responsible for the integrity of the town's financial statements and journals. And we have Kim Singdalson, who is responsible for keeping all of our spreadsheets running as we go through the long-range plan and budget process. And back in the back, had to make sure she didn't run away, is Rhonda Willey. She is the controller for the town. So with that, I'm going to recognize them. We did receive 3 different awards from GFOA this year. The first one is the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting. This award actually is a testament to the culture of the team that exists no matter who the members of the team are. The town has received this award for 35 years. So this is a testament to the quality of our financial statements, the fact that we're maintaining the integrity and honesty of our financial transactions and reporting them appropriately. So with that, I'm going to recognize Becky and Rhonda because they're the 2 that are responsible for that. All right, the next award that we have received, and I should say GFOA is the Government Finance Officers Association, so it is the organization that we have to meet requirements with. The second award is the Award for Outstanding Achievement in Popular Annual Financial Reporting. So in order to attain this award, we have to attain this one first, and then we actually create a set of financials that are easy to read and understand. So this award we have received for the 2nd year. We haven't prepared that set of financials historically, so we are starting a new trend here with this one. And the third award that we have received is the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award. And this one has been received by the town for 19 years. So not quite as long as the first one, but still indicative of the quality of work that we put into our budgets. In order to receive this award, we had to satisfy nationally recognized guidelines for effective budget presentations. And the guidelines are designed to assess how well our budget serves as a policy document, a financial plan, an operations guide, and a communications device. So we're always keeping those 4 aspects in mind as we're pulling together our budget. We have to be rated proficient in all 4 of those categories. And I'm going to tell you, we have a secret weapon on board now because Christine is a scorer or greater. So she has seen lots of municipalities and other governmental agency budgets, and we're anticipating that we're going to continue the trend that we have. So with that, Christine, even though you're new, and Kim, and we do have beautiful wood plaques upstairs, but we decided it was too cumbersome to carry those down. So, thank you, team. Thank
so
you.
we're not going to let you guys get away that easy. You know, we do it for the Cub Scouts, we do it for organizations, so you got to come down here and get a picture with us. So, it's, Council, I'll switch places with you there. This is probably the biggest torture I can do on introverts, right? So,
Make it speak, I guess.
Everybody, can I have you move over this way in front a little bit? Couple steps towards the mayor. Couple more. There we go. I think that's it. Yeah, okay. All right. There we go. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Get one more. 1, 2, 3. All right, thank you very much.
let's hear it for our finance department. And because I know that's why you're all here, you can feel free to go at this point. And sorry, Council, I tried. I really tried. So, all right. We will get started then with public comment. Public comment is, let's see. Public comment is an opportunity for town residents and other interested individuals to speak on items not on the agenda. This comment period is limited to 30 minutes of total time, and then if we have additional, we will pick it up at the end of the meeting. You must sign up ahead of time, although we allow for grace if you didn't get there. So I do have 2 names on here for public comment for items not on the agenda. If they are for items on the agenda, we'll ask you to save it for that time. So first I have Arlen Cook. Come on down.
Multiple things, and one of them is on the agenda, so what do you want me to do?
So come on down and talk about Motzenbacher.
How did you know?
I'm good. I'm good like that. But then for the Stroh Ranch zoning, the rezoning, come down and talk about that. It's when we're done. Yep. Come on down. And Ms. Cook, if you will state your name and address for the record, and I will give you 3 minutes there.
Yes, sir. Okay, Arlen Cook, 12507 Venable Creek Street, Stroh Ranch. I'm going to apologize in advance for my bluntness, but it's truthful. So, over the past several years, I have appeared before this council many times to represent the residents of Stroh Ranch and Anthology that have been negatively impacted by all the unwanted growth along Motzenbacher and Crowfoot. We have accomplished some of the goals, but it seems like every baby step we take forward, there are 2 giant steps backwards. First, the progress on Chambers Road has been minuscule, considering we were promised it would be completed by 2023 year end. Also, the construction traffic on Motzenbacher was supposedly going to be limited between Hess Road and French Creek only for the Anthology North development, and this has gone awry. The 18-wheelers are screaming up and down the entire length of Motzenbacher Crowfoot all day using Jake brakes at will. Not to mention the speeds and the added traffic loaded from the south developments. And now, this is where it gets iffy. And now you want to add the Avalon project at the corner of Stroh Road and Motzenbacher to the mix. Giant step backwards. Secondly, do you want me to continue?
Go ahead.
Okay. Apparently, no one learned a thing from pushing through the South Range Crossing project by Dominion. The crime rate has increased in this area along with vandalism and general hardships and difficulties experienced by the surrounding residents. Of course, this poor decision by this council did not affect you directly, only the surrounding residents. Now you are asking us for 2 additional developments. The Mill Creek development on Stroh and King Supers, and another at the corner of Stroh Ranch or Stroh Road and Motzenbacher, which is a multiple family and a commercial. That's a mess. This town does not have the proper infrastructure nor the policeman power to safely maintain what we already have. This town council has single-handedly destroyed the reason most of us have chosen to live here in Parker. The decisions that have been made in the past several years have not directly been in the best interest of its citizenry. You have forgotten that the people that voted you in to represent them, us, not the developers nor large influential corporations, just the citizens. That's it.
So, Ms. Cook, when we do get to Stroh Ranch, I will give you a credit of 1.5 minutes if you have something else you decide to say. So, thank you for that comment. And then I do have Mr. Christopher Adams. And Mr. Adams, I'm not on the agenda, correct?
Correct.
No, okay, perfect. And Mr. Adams, if you will state your name and address for the record, we'll get you your 3 minutes.
All right, Christopher Adams, 12581 Prince Creek Drive.
Great.
First item I'd like to bring up to your attention is the intersection at Hess and Chambers. If you're going west, particularly between Hess and Solarico Drive, it's sidewalk, turning lane, bike lane, 2 very fast lanes. And with the advent of the McDonald's, the 7-Eleven, and the other commercial going in, there's going to be an issue with traffic. People line up in the morning wanting to turn on Chambers, but people wanting to turn in or out of that previous drive, Solarico Drive, might cause an issue, and I think that needs to be looked at again by some committee to see if we need to rechange lines or throw some medians up or something. Just, I see a potential safety hazard there on that particular intersection. And then second issue is last week at our HOA board meeting, our HOA president said that the LexisNexis crime reporting system with the police department is down and has been for a couple of months. And that's supposed to be a lifetime reporting system. And I'm very concerned because everyone says there's been an increase of crime, but that system doesn't say there's been an increase of crime. So word of mouth and what's being reported through the police department is very different. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, sir. And Mr. Adams, if you could exit that way. Mr. Williams is right there in the maroon shirt. He can answer your first question. And the chief, the good-looking guy in the black uniform, is right there, and he can answer that next question for you, too. So we'll get your answer before you leave. All right. Next up is reports, items, and comments from mayor and council. I am going to start to my exact right with Mr. Councilmember Hendricks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I attended a Parker Senior Center board meeting last week and no other reports.
Great. Councilmember Barrington.
Nothing to report. I'm going to hold off so everybody else gets a chance.
Great. Councilmember Rivero.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This coming up third week is always the busiest. Last week we had a pop-up event that you and I, Councilmember Dyak, Councilwoman Wilkes attended at Discovery Park. Great event, well attended. We got to hand out some koozies and some coolers, and I think they were appreciated. Just incredibly well attended, and just amazed to see continually what Parker does for this community. Thank you.
Excellent. Councilmember Dyak.
Thank you very much. On the 13th, I had an E470 board meeting, a couple of contracts we approved, administrative in nature, and a capital projects update. Most of the capital projects are to the north of I-70. They're expanding the tollway to 3 lanes each way. We also had a E470 Safety Foundation presentation. The E4 Safety Foundation is a standalone nonprofit whose mission is to raise funds for transportation safety-related nonprofits so they can grant right out. They raised $90,000 and granted out $60,000 this year. So good news for a few nonprofits who are focused on transportation and safety.
Excellent. Councilmember Wilks?
Yeah, so on July 12th, I attended the ribbon cutting for All Things Turf, which was fantastic. It's actually not in Parker, but it's owned and operated by Parker residents, so I really enjoy being able to support our local business owners. And then at the pop-up event, I just want to add that I ran through the splash pad to make sure those little kids got their stickers and tattoos, so I'm excited to see the photos of me getting soaked in the face with the water on that.
Excellent. Councilmember Hefta?
Well, aside from being a really busy mom and enjoying our Parker Rec Centers this past week with some relatives that were visiting town, I did attend the Douglas County Homeless Committee meeting. And several weeks ago, we had a vote on whether we should put the Douglas Has Heart signs in Parker. And so some of those signs, you'll see they're red signs. And now they'll be going up in the rec center and different places in Parker. The Douglas Has Heart signs about how to address homelessness in the Douglas County area. And I'm happy to report that this committee is doing a fantastic job of addressing this situation, getting homeless people the help they need, and if there's homeless veterans, connecting them with the VA and connecting them with various housing options and treatment options in Parker. Our homeless numbers are down, and so that is something that this committee is very proud of. And then I also did interview some lovely young applicants for the Parker Youth Commission with our mayor. And I'm so impressed with the quality of young people that we have in this town, our high school students applying for the Parker Youth Commission. They are just an outstanding group of people who are trying to educate other youth in this town about the issues that teens face today, and make recommendations also to us as Parker Town Council members on what we can do to help teens in Parker. Thank you.
Excellent. And just to echo what Councilmember Hefta said, we interviewed 3 candidates for 4 spots on the Parker Youth Commission, and I have to tell you all, council and the audience, I'm very fearful of my reelection opportunities here, because these are just amazing young people, and we happen to have 3 females, but just amazing, well-spoken, educated, and very formative individuals. But the only thing I want to point out that's coming up this week for me is we have another Parker Police Department swearing in. I believe, Chief, we're swearing in 3 new officers this week, so they keep coming, and you're always welcome to attend council, and they always look like they're 15, 16 years old, so it's always a great youthful moment for me. So, but we're looking forward to that. All right, next up, we have a special presentation. We have a presentation of financial statements by Plant Moran, PLLC. So tonight is Finance Department night in Parker.
I know that everyone's really here just to hear this presentation.
They are.
Not even
They
the
come out in
awards.
droves in Parker to hear this.
And Moran.
Did I say Moran?
You said moron.
I did not. Sorry,
I'm
Moran.
No, I'm just kidding. Thank you so much.
But Josh is laughing because it wouldn't surprise him that I said that, so.
All right, well, thank you so much for having me here today. I'm really excited to be with you tonight. My name's Jamie Essenmacher, and I'm a colleague partner on this engagement, and I'm based out of our Denver office. So I'm here tonight to talk about the results of the audit. First, starting with the 2 deliverables that we provided to the chamber here. We're starting with the end of the audit letter. So this is our required communication to you folks, talking about the process of the audit under Auditing Standard 260. We talk about our responsibilities as well as your responsibilities, and then go through a series of required communication. We are happy to to report that there was no findings and no items identified throughout the audit process. So I'm here tonight, obviously, the overall arching statement is a very clean bill of health, which if it wasn't reiterated by all the awards that were at the beginning, is now being reiterated by the independent auditor. So a couple of other things I wanted to point out within that letter is that it does talk about the adoption of GASB 87. So this has to do with the leases that are involved in the town and the assessing of them in accordance with accounting standards. So ultimately, the town and the team put a lot of effort to work through this, but it was determined that it was not material, so there were no implementation impacts to the statements provided, but it will say that the district did adopt it. There were also no legislative items there are also a set of legislative items to read through at the back of the letter at your reading leisure. And with that, there's also some items in there talking about the fact that we do not put an opinion on the introductory section or the statistical section within the ACFR. So as noted before, the town continues to issue the report as an ACFR, which is far more than is required and continues to achieve the award that was provided tonight each year, and doing so in a prescribed manner. This is a very large effort, a significant effort, both on your team's part and just going through the audit process. So again, huge kudos to the team, and we appreciate all the efforts of Mary Lou, Rhonda, and their teams. We are issuing an unmodified clean opinion, which is the highest level of an opinion that we can provide. And then I'm not planning to cover any financial highlights in detail, but there were a few high-level items on page 21 of the financial statements, noting that there continues to be a healthy fund balance, and the unassigned general fund balance was 49% of the 2022 expenditures. The general fund also has about $2.2 million in unspent ARPA funds, and recorded as a liability until they are spent, so not part of that year-end fund balance that we just discussed. As they continue to work through the spending of those monies, keeping the grant compliance considerations in mind. And then on page 41 and 42, it just talks about the significant new capital investments that have gone through over the past year, about 29 million citywide new investments. And so with that, I'll pause for any questions. But again, once again, thanking the town manager, and all of the folks who helped make this process painless and possible.
Great, thank you. I'll start with questions to my left. Councilmember Dyak.
No questions, just thank you for your efforts, and kudos to our staff. Always a job well done.
Councilmember Wilkes.
No questions, thank you.
Councilmember Hefta.
No questions. Thank you for your presentation, and thank you for recognizing how hardworking our finance department is.
Councilmember Hendricks.
No questions, thank you.
Councilmember Barrington.
No questions, thank
And
you.
Councilmember Rivera.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you being here. I know we switched over from another firm to you guys a few years ago, and I appreciate the work you've done. If you could comment just on where Parker would rank, just a little self-serving with this big of a room in here, and all the communities that maybe Plant Moran covers, or in your guesstimation, how do you think Parker ranks as far as municipal governments in their financing?
As far as the report and the cleanness
Yes.
of it, I'd rank it pretty high. No, I mean, we do a number throughout the country and the Midwest, and even a number here in Colorado, and we continue to be impressed by just the diligence. And again, those awards, as an auditor and as a finance person, those awards are not easy to achieve. A significant amount of effort. For anyone that has ever read through the financial statements, you can see that they're 153 pages. That's quite a, that's a hefty lift. So, I mean, I feel that just no findings, clean report, significant amount of federal grant compliance and different items. So, no, I'd rank it pretty up there.
Thank you for sharing that opinion, truly,
Yeah.
and thank you for all your work.
Of course, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Always appreciate when you come to brag about our council and our finance department. All right, next up is the consent agenda. Consent agenda items are considered to be routine and will be enacted with one motion and one vote. There will be no separate discussion of consent agenda items unless the council votes to remove an item on the individual discussion. Ordinance on the consent agenda are considered introductory and will not be removed for discussion. So, council, you have items 6A through 6G for your consideration.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve consent agenda items 6A through 6G, please.
Second.
Motion is made by Rivera, second by Hefta. Yes?
Yep.
All right, Rivera?
Aye.
Barrington?
Yes.
Hendricks?
Yes.
Dyak?
Yes.
Wilkes?
Aye.
Hefta?
Yes.
And that passes 6-0. First up is our public hearings for tonight. The first is the Pope annexation property. Council, there is a request to move this to a date certain of October 16th, 2023. So I will entertain a motion to move ordinance 2.282 to that date.
Mr. Mayor, I move to continue the public hearing to consider ordinance number 2.282 to a date certain of October the 16th, 2023, please.
Second.
Motion is made by Rivera, seconded by Hendricks. Rivera?
Aye.
Barrington?
Yes.
Hendricks?
Yes.
Dyak?
Yes.
Wilkes?
Aye.
Hefta?
Yes.
And that passes 6-0. Next up is resolution number 23-058, a resolution to adopt the bike and pedestrian master plan as part of the Town of Parker Transportation Master Plan. And we will open up this public hearing at 7:26, and we will go to staff for their presentation.
All right. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members. Jeremiah Fettig, Associate Planner in the Community Development Department, and I'll be giving this evening's presentation. Here we go. All right, so quick overview. So we're going to go over what is the plan, planning process and approach, project vision and goals, community engagement activities and outreach events, the plan components, and then finally we'll end with staff recommendation. No, there we go. Okay. All right, so what is the plan? So the plan focuses on bicycling and pedestrian network improvements. It is a recommendation and element of the Transportation Master Plan. It also takes over and replaces the bike lane plan, which was adopted in 2005. So the image there on your right is the cover page from that document. So quite outdated, so it's good to have something revised and updated to today's standards. It will include recommendations to create a cohesive townwide bicycle and pedestrian network. The plan is a new consolidated policy document to improve safety, comfortability, and access to active transportation opportunities. It incorporates recommendations from other town policy documents into a single document for easier implementation. So I want to back up. I use the term active transportation. That's kind of a new buzzword. You might hear it around. So just wanted to give a quick definition of what active transportation is. So active transportation is any means of getting around, usually involving walking and bicycling, but it can also include other non-motorized forms of transportation, such as the use of wheelchairs, rollerblades, roller skates, skateboards, e-bikes, scooters, those little one-wheeled type electric mobility movement devices. All of those are kind of incorporated, encapsulated in that active transportation definition that we're incorporating into this plan. Sorry, the colors threw me off. On mine, I have color. All right. So what is the plan? It is a vision for bike and pedestrian mobility. It's a vision plan, so it's not set in stone. It provides the framework for future planning. It's used to inform capital improvement program here at the town. It also guides the town's investment in bike and pedestrian infrastructure. It's a long-range outlook on active transportation with a goal to improve the quality of life for residents and visitors of Parker. So quickly go over what the plan is not. The plan is not a regulatory document. It's not a zoning ordinance. It's not the land development code. It's not any specific capital project, nor is it rigid. So the plan is dynamic, and as with any of our master plans, can go through phases of updating and revisions. Yeah. Next, please. So a little bit about how we got here. So throughout the planning process, there was collaboration with staff from additional town departments. So Parks, Recreation, Open Space, Engineering and Public Works, Communications, and then helpful folks in Geographic Information System, which are under our IT. So the planning approach included data collection and analysis, community engagement, development of the plan's vision, goals, and strategies, and the formulation of recommendations. So the project was launched in 2021. Early 2022, we completed the analysis of the existing conditions, and our first public outreach events took place. After this, the plan began to take shape. So eventually we got to where we had a public draft. This was sent out first to our internal departments for their review and comment, and then that was sent out in March for the outside to comment on to the public. So we received some good feedback on all of that. And then we also held study sessions between Planning Commission and you all in April before moving forward with this public hearing. And then finally, we're now here before you for the adoption of the plan. So some of the plan outcomes are to align town policy and regulations with the community's vision and goals for an active transportation network, advance interconnectivity of the bike and pedestrian transportation network, improve mobility choices and opportunities for walking and biking, and overall enhance the quality of life for Parker residents. So public engagement events and outreach helped shape the plan's vision. The town of Parker's vision for the plan is to be a community where bicycling, walking, and rolling are comfortable, safe, and convenient, and provide multimodal transportation options in a network for people of all ages and abilities. So through the adoption and implementation of this plan, that's one step towards achieving that vision. So in the plan, there are 6 overarching goals. Each of them has a theme. The themes are accessibility, connectivity, health and safety, increased usage, and implementation. So we'll see in a little bit how these goals tie to the specific recommendations that are included in the plan. So getting into community engagement, this was critical to the development of the plan, so we want to hear from the public and incorporate all of their ideas and suggestions and comments. One of our best tools was the project webpage, so Let's Talk Parker. When I pulled the last statistics, there were over 1,400 visits to the project webpage. Within that webpage, we could post, documents, important dates, project ideas and updates. All of that were on there. And one of the main tools or components that Let's Talk Parker also has is an interactive mapping tool. So we received 45 comments and 58 map pins that were added to that interactive map. So people could say, there's a missing connection here. So we used that information actually to update the Open Space Trails Greenways Master Plan and update the list of missing trail connections and sidewalk connections. So that was really important for us. We also conducted 2 surveys. The surveys were developed to discern and analyze the major trends and issues related to biking and walking in Parker. So we had nearly 40 respondents who took those surveys. We also used the Talk of the Town newsletter on the next slide, please. So you see on the right there, that was an entire cover dedicated to this plan that we got to publish. So a great tool. We also used, social media platforms to push out information, and then held kind of your standard typical public open houses. So we held 2 in-person public open houses, March 8th and December 6th of 2022. And then we also held a virtual option on March 9th of 2022. So staff presented boards and had maps, and people could doodle and provide information while they were at those open houses. And then we held 2 study sessions before this council, along with provided updates along the way to keep you all informed and involved. So the plan components, the plan consists of 4 chapters. The first is introduction of the plan. The second is biking and walking in Parker today and in the future. Third is community engagement. And then the fourth is the bike and pedestrian improvement toolbox. So just a little bit about each of those chapters. Chapter 1 includes the background of Parker, the introduction to the plan's vision, goals, strategies, and a summary of the plan's relationship to existing town plans and studies. Chapter 2 contains an analysis of the existing multimodal transportation network, results from the study tool design, who the town contracted to conduct a bike network analysis, and a level of stress analysis. So all that was included in Chapter 2. Chapter 3 summarized the community feedback and identified themes that were then incorporated into the plan. And then finally, Chapter 4 provides an overview of the variety of tools, including recommendations for expanding and improving Parker's bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure network. So I'll go back one slide real quick, please. Yeah, so just wanted to include examples from Chapter 1. So we tried to make it colorful, include graphics, pictures, so it's not just a text-heavy type of document. All right, next. So as I mentioned earlier, recommendations are tied to goals or fall within those goals. So there are 55 total recommendations that were included into the plan. Just to read off a couple examples, Goal 3, connectivity, complete missing trail connections list from the Open Space Trails Greenways Master Plan. So we just want to tie to these existing plans and policies that we have at the town to help budget and make sure that those projects are accomplished. An example of Goal 6, implementation, is to expand and prioritize the sidewalk gap program in the capital improvement program. So set aside money to, connect those missing sidewalks. So in conclusion, the master plan promotes and furthers a healthy and active lifestyle in Parker. It will inform the development of the capital improvement program and aids in the budgeting process. It furthers Parker's multimodal active transportation network and connects people to places in the community. So at the June 22nd, 2023 regular meeting, the Planning Commission unanimously recommended Town Council adopt the plan. And staff also recommends Town Council approve the resolution adopting the bike and pedestrian master plan as part of the transportation plan this evening. So I will stand for any questions. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Jeremiah. We'll go to council questions on this. We'll start to my far right, Councilman Rivero. Any questions?
No questions. Great presentation. I followed this closely. I appreciate everything that's gone into this. As you said, we've seen it twice at study session, and then I participated in the open houses and checked out the Let's Talk Parker, and just incredibly well done. So no questions.
Great. Councilmember Barrington?
So other than all the community outreach, was there a department within the town that wasn't involved in this?
Finance, funny enough. No.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was open. I mean, we had it published, but we had our internal internal departments of GIS, Parks and Open Space, and then Engineering Public Works. So cultural, for example, wasn't in there. Police wasn't in there, but it was all available for them, and they were kind of apprised of it as we went along.
I probably shouldn't have asked a rhetorical question. Thank you. Great job.
Well, finance was off winning awards, so, they have a buy on this. Councilmember Hendricks?
No questions, thank you.
Councilmember Dyack?
No questions, thank you.
Councilmember Wilkes?
Just one, just to make it clear, e-bikes are considered motorized vehicles, even though it's part pedaling and part motor, correct?
So there's different classes, and we allow certain classes on our trails, so they're considered, they're non-motorized in that
Okay,
regard.
so they're included in part of the
Yeah, so they
plan.
are allowed, and they are part of that active transportation kind of allowed vehicles.
Perfect, thank you.
Councilmember Hefta?
No questions, but just a shout out to Jeremiah and Mary for a great presentation. And also, thank you so much for engaging our community and having those open houses. Health and safety is a huge issue for everyone in Parker, and by connecting these bike trails and getting everyone excited about biking, I know I bike myself, but I'm not very good at it. I try. I'm not as good as Councilman Rivero.
It was years ago.
But I put the tights on and I get out on our trails, and I also do the indoor biking too. So thank you so much. This is near and dear to my heart as well.
Excellent. Thank you. So with that, we are going to open this up for public comment at 7:39. Anyone from the public wishing to make a comment on the bike and pedestrian master plan, please come forward and state your name. So you're not here for finance, you're not here for bikes. I think it's the next one, right? So, all right, we're going to close that at 7:39. Council, any further questions of staff?
Just a comment. I think it's rather apropos tonight. This is a plan is a perfect example of, if you go back to the conclusions page, please, of immediate citizen input. I think it's the The open houses that I went to were well-attended, and we had the boards up with the dots, and people told the staff maybe things that we had missed, or, where social trails were that needed to be paved or concrete. It really is a example of how the citizens can directly guide this council for future discussions, or the finance department for future budget questions, inform CIP and AIDS budgeting process. That comes directly from the citizens. The plans are written by the citizens. It's written by their guidance to the staff. The council approves the plans, but the citizens are heavily, heavily involved directly with how these plans work. And I think even tonight during public comment, we had a question about a bike lane, and I know that question was answered probably with this very bike and pedestrian plan guidance that's going to come down and decide on how that bike lane gets impacted by right turns into that unit. So really, really important in the future. This town uses their plans very strategically and very important to our structure. So please, if you can and have the opportunity, even if you don't think it's maybe bike and pedestrian is not in your purview, please come to these open houses. Please guide our community on what you see and don't see, and learn more, because anytime there's an open house about planning, it's a great chance for the citizens to get involved. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Barrington, any final comments?
So we just want to give people more options for how they travel and make sure that it's safe and efficient. And I think this plan's really going to help us move forward. Thank you for all your hard work, everyone.
Councilmember Hendricks?
No comments.
Councilmember Dyak?
Yeah, I mean, the bike and pedestrian master plan is, everything starts with a plan in the civic world. Once you have a plan, it can bring up capital projects, which you could put in your capital improvement plan here locally, or more importantly, we can take those project ideas and potentially go out and seek financing to leverage our money with state and federal dollars. There has been a movement from a state policy and federal preference to allocate monies towards non-motorized or trails and bikes and those to potentially mitigate greenhouse gas. And whether you agree with it or not, the end of the line is how much money can we bring back to improve our community. And this plan provides the framework or a start to that conversation, so we can tease out projects to hopefully propose to other organizations to get money to bring back to Parker and improve our community. So, thank you.
Councilmember Wilkes?
No comments, thank you.
Councilmember Hepta?
No comment. Thank you.
All right, with that, I'll close the public hearing at 7:43. Council, any final comments before we call for a motion? All right, Council, I'll entertain a motion on resolution number 23-058.
I move to approve resolution number 23-058.
Second.
Motion is made by Hendricks, seconded by Wilkes. Rivera?
Aye.
Barrington?
Yes.
Hendricks?
Yes.
Dyak?
Yes.
Wilkes?
Aye.
Hefta?
Yes.
And that passes 6-0. Next up in our public hearings is ordinance number 3.365 on second reading, a bill for an ordinance to amend the Stroh Ranch Plan Development Master Plan Second Amendment, PD Development Guide pursuant to the Parker Land Development Ordinance. And I will open this public hearing at 7:43. So before we have our staff do our presentation, for the audience perspective, let me just tell you what's going to go on here. So our staff is going to do a presentation for us. Then the council is going to ask questions. The applicant is going to do a presentation. Staff is going to ask questions of them. And then we'll open it up for public comment. We'll do 3 minutes, and we will be here all night as long as you need us to be here to accept your comments, pro, con, whatever. So after that, we're going to give the applicant a chance to address any of those public comments that they heard that they may have challenged with or may support as a part of their application process. We're also going to ask the council any further questions of what they heard during the public comment process. Then we're going to close the public hearing on this. And then we're going to remand it back to the council for any debate, any issues, and then we're going to call for a motion. Once I close the public hearing, it's all done for everyone else except for these 6 men and women up here. So I do want to take a point of a perspective on this. The Planning Commission is responsible for advising the council on areas in the zoning. That's what we have charged them through. The town council has 3 employees. We have a town manager, we have a town attorney, and we have a town municipal judge. Through our town manager and the planning director, community development director, John Fusa, we have directed them to work with any and all applicants that come to Parker wishing to do a proposal with us, to do a project with us. We ask them to work with them on the merits of the proposal, and we ask them to bump that up against the zoning. We also ask our planning department to give them an opportunity of what's the path through to success. In this case, the path to success is an amendment. But that is not the responsibility of the planning department. That is not the responsibility of the planning commission. The responsibility of that amendment, which you're going to hear tonight, is solely with this 6 men and women that are up here. So when you are directing your comments tonight, I would encourage you to direct those to the merits of the application. I would encourage you to address those to the merits of the amendment itself, not to what you perceive the planning department did, not to what you perceive that the planning commission did, because you are now in front of the town council. And that is the, as we have on our outside, right? That is the ultimate authority in this decision-making process. So to go after the planning commission, the planning department, it's not really relevant. You've got the decision makers here in the room. So I would appreciate that. Second in this, only because it's passionate, and I've been in Parker a long time and I know how these things often go, I'm going to encourage you that we don't do comments from the audience, from the seats. And I'm going to tell you why. There could be something that someone says from the seats that turns the decision of one of these council members, and that's not on the public record. And that makes it hard to defend that public record. If someone shouts out crime, traffic, whatever, and one of these council members takes that, that is not defensible in terms of the decision, pro, con, whatever that they make. So I'm going to encourage you to make all your comments during your 3 minutes at the podium. However, because I do know Parker, applauding is allowed at the end of comments. It's a First Amendment town, and it's, you know, I'm not going to patrol that. But with that in mind, I am going to, again, open the public comment at public hearing at 7:47 now, and turn it over to our staff for their presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Thank you for having me this evening. Julia Duncan with the Community Development Department. Before you is the Stroh Ranch Plan Development Third Amendment. Town staff has received a number of public comments via email and letters. These comments have been uploaded to the publicly accessible website Track It, are included in the agenda packet, and have been provided to the Council. The materials within Track It are part of the record for this hearing. Located west of Parker Road, south of Hess Road, north of Stroh Road, and east of Matzenbacher Road, the Stroh Ranch Plan Development was annexed into the town in 1984 and amended by ordinance in both 2004 and 2013. The applicant is proposing a PD amendment to add 275 additional units to the Stroh Ranch PD and allocate them to the mixed-use planning areas for filings 14 and 15, as well as amend the commercial uses allowed within these same planning areas. Specifically, auto service-related uses, including gas stations, tire shops, auto repair, etc., will no longer be permitted in the PD if this is approved. The current PD allows a maximum of 2,817 dwelling units. It also allows for the transference of dwelling units that are not used in a particular planning area to the mixed-use planning area during the site plan process. These units could have been transferred up to a maximum density of 22 dwelling units per an acre. The transfer would have occurred through an administrative process. If that process is not done at the time of site plan, the units are lost. This is seen in Section C, density variations of the plan development, and has remained unchanged since the plan's initial adoption. Because units were not previously transferred during the site plan entitlements through the available administrative process and were lost, the mixed-use planning area, filings 14 and 15, while allowing for multifamily uses, is currently only viable for purely commercial development. The request for the Plan Development Third Amendment is seeking to modify the residential dwelling unit maximum within the mixed-use planning area on approximately 23 acres of vacant land. These undeveloped parcels were previously platted under Stroh Ranch filings 14 and 15 and are designated as mixed use, MU, within the PD. These areas are highlighted in yellow. The current mixed-use planning area allows a number of uses by right, including multifamily residential and commercial uses, which include more intensive automotive service uses. However, as mentioned previously, because units were not transferred at the time of site plan, those units were lost. The purpose of the request is to allocate new units to the mixed-use area and also eliminate the higher intensity automotive uses. No changes are proposed to any of the development standards within the PD. Height, setbacks, massing are all remaining the same. The project proposes a mix of residential uses, commercial uses, as well as parks and open space. If the amendment is approved, a future site plan submittal will be required. The proposed project includes 275 residential dwelling units and a minimum of 39,500 square feet of commercial area. The amendment proposes an increase in the total number of dwelling units from the 2,817 currently allowed to 3,092, an increase of a little less than 10%. Of the 2,817 currently allowed units, only 2,596 were ever actually built, or 221 dwelling units less than the maximum currently allowed. The proposed amendment would increase the total built units from 2,817 to 2,871, a 1.88% increase compared to the current PD. Because the 221 units were not transferred during the site plan process and were lost, the applicant is seeking to request the total 275 dwelling units. The existing PD allows a density of up to 22 dwelling units per acre in the mixed-use area. The proposed amendment would result in less than 12 dwelling units per acre. The proposal would also create new mixed-use commercial areas designated on the plan, which would limit the development to only commercial uses. These areas are located along Stroh Road and a parcel on the northeast portion of the site. The amendment eliminates several high-intensity commercial land uses, which include the automotive service uses previously mentioned. These uses are currently allowed under the PD by right. In addition, 39,500 square feet of commercial retail space is required, with specific conditions. A minimum of 9,500 square feet of commercial retail space shall be constructed as a ground floor component of a vertical mixed-use building, and an additional 30,000 square feet of commercial retail in 3 designated locations, including 2 parcels along Stroh Road and a separate parcel near the northeast corner of the site. The subject property is located within a community center, which are generally situated at major intersections. Their physical characteristics include the concentration of commercial development near the intersections of major arterials or collector streets. Important commercial retail corners should be accessible to transit, are walkable, have good automobile access, are visible from the roadway, and have the potential to connect a neighborhood. Higher density residential use is integrated into the community center. Higher density residential is appropriate in these centers as a transition between less intense residential areas and non-residential areas when developed as part of a mixed-use development and when the design encourages residents to walk or bicycle to obtain goods and services. Mixed-use planning areas within neighborhood centers and community centers are required to have no less than 33% of their total land area developed for commercial uses. The proposed development accommodates 39,500 square feet of commercial uses. The northwest corner of Stroh Road and Parker Road is developed with commercial uses totaling 22.5 acres. The existing and proposed commercial areas amount to 25.1 acres of the 47.7 acres of total land area at the corner, or 52.6%, which exceeds the 33% stated within the Parker 2035 master plan. The proposed amendment to the PD is consistent with the master plan. There are 9 criteria used to reevaluate rezoning. These criteria ensure that a need exists, the proposal is consistent with the master plan, and there are adequate services to serve the proposed site. These criteria are listed 1 through 9 on the screen before you, and I'm going to go through each of them respectively. So for instance, number one, a need exists for the proposal. The project location is the remaining infill lots in the Stroh Ranch PD. The vacant lots occupy the space between residential developments containing both single-family and multifamily and the commercial developments at the corner of Stroh and Parker Roads. The proposed changes are consistent with the intent of the original PD. The residential development makes commercial development more feasible, and the commercial will provide additional needed services to the adjacent and proposed residential communities. The proposed elimination of the intense auto uses is more compatible with the existing and proposed residential areas. Allowing for the change in units as opposed to purely commercial will allow residential development that creates a transition and buffer between the commercial development and single-family to the east and multifamily to the north. Number two, the parcel of ground is indeed the correct site for the proposed development. The current zoning allows for mixed use, including both residential and commercial uses. The proposed changes within the mixed-use area of the PD allow for the addition of density, 275 dwelling units, or 54 net new units in the Stroh Ranch PD, and 39,500 square feet of commercial development in an area intended for both residential and commercial uses. Number three, there's been an error in the original zoning. That's not applicable. There was no error in the original zoning. Number four, there have been significant changes in the area to warrant a zone change. Several previously vacant parcels within the PD have been developed with multifamily residential buildings and commercial development. However, a large portion of the mixed-use area remains undeveloped, and the market is not responding to develop these infill sites with exclusively commercial uses. As Parker's population has continued to grow, the need for a range of housing types has increased. The intersection of Parker Road and Stroh Road has seen multiple commercial sites developed in the past few years, allowing for better access and visibility. Multifamily residential units provide supply to the housing market. The zone change addresses the significant population growth that has occurred, increases housing supply, sets aside lots for commercial development, and is consistent with the original intent of the PD and master plan. Number five, adequate circulation exists and traffic movement would not be impeded by development. A traffic impact study prepared by Kimberly Horn and Associates was submitted with the PD zoning application. The report has been evaluated by engineering staff and will also be subsequently evaluated through the site plan process. Traffic mitigation measures will be based on impacts determined through the analysis. Because the proposed zone change would allow for residential in lieu of an entirely commercial development, the traffic impacts would be reduced. Commercial developments have a higher trip count than residential uses. Therefore, the zone change would reduce daily trips than what would be expected with a purely commercial development. And the analysis shows approximately a 30% reduction when compared to purely commercial to residential. And the 39,500 square feet of commercial. Number six, additional municipal service costs will not be incurred which the town is not prepared to meet. The town does not anticipate significant municipal service costs with the proposed zoning that it is not prepared to meet. The proposed additional use will be consistent with the existing adjacent uses and within planning areas originally intended for both residential and commercial uses. Number seven, there are minimal environmental impacts, or impacts can be mitigated. The town does not anticipate significant environmental impacts. Number eight, the proposal is consistent with the town master plan, maps, goals, and policies. The proposal is consistent with the town master plan, maps, goals, and policies. As part of the community center character area, the allowance of additional units is consistent with the intent of the original mixed-use designation. As detailed in Section 4 of the staff report, the proposed rezoning to allow for the additional use is consistent with the Parker 2035 master plan. Number nine, there's adequate waste and sewage disposal, water, schools, parks and recreation, and other services to the proportional degree necessary due to the impacts created by the proposed land uses. The property is located within Parker Water and Sanitation District, and infrastructure exists serving adjoining properties. After evaluating the zoning information, staff has determined that the proposal meets the 9 approval criteria set forth in the Land Development Ordinance and is set forth in the staff report. Staff has reviewed the proposal and has determined that the project is consistent with the master plan. Utility providers have confirmed capacity and availability, and all notice requirements have been satisfied. Therefore, staff recommends that the Planning Commission recommend Town Council approve the Stroh Ranch Plan Development Third Amendment. This concludes staff's presentation. I'm available to answer any questions you may have. The applicant is also here this evening with a presentation as well.
Great. Thank you, Julie. I appreciate that. And so we are going to go in a seniority order this time. So be ready. Know where you're at on that process. So Councilmember Dyak, we're going to start with you on questions for staff.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. My questions, so this is the Stroh Ranch Plan Development, and I know one of the criteria is proposals consistent with town master plan. Could you kind of, a plan development kind of seems very intensive, almost like a mini master plan. Could you kind of outline the characteristics of what a plan development is?
Sure. A plan development is zoning specific to a geographic area within the town. So as opposed to a Euclidean zoning or straight zoning, like a commercial zone, single-family zone, multifamily zone, a PD is developed to be specifically tailored to an area. And it dictates uses. It dictates massing, bulk, building envelopes, height, and it can dictate specifics as aesthetics, design standards.
And the I guess the plan development, I believe you said this is the last, or one of these 3 sites are the last remaining sites in this plan development. Is that correct?
Filings 14 and 15 are the last undeveloped sites within the PD.
And then, I mean, could you just at a very high level identify what we've already, or I'm sorry, what a developer or someone else has already built?
There's a number of single-family residential in the vicinity, as well as multifamily, which include both apartments and condominiums. And then there is a swath of commercial along Stroh Road, all the way down to Hess. There's commercial.
So a pretty diverse mix of uses, and those developments have been built from. Is it 1984 to the present?
Correct. So it was originally adopted in 1984 and amended in 2004 and I believe 2014.
Okay. Let's see. Are there other sites within the Stroh development that are permitted? The development of multifamily. I think there have been a few. Is that a fair statement?
There have been a few. There are no vacant or remaining.
Okay. What other types of uses? Because again, you mentioned it was multi-use, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes, it's a mixed-use area.
And with the lack of units allocated, it just becomes commercial?
Correct. So if there were no amendment, the only allowed uses would be the list of retail and commercial uses.
Okay. So within the commercial, are there sort of high-level things that can be like commercial? Could it be retail? Could it be what could be underneath that umbrella of commercial?
There's a number, convenience, grocery, retail, shopping facilities, drugstores, liquor stores, florists, so a number of retail establishments.
Okay. And so just from a town perspective, the town is able to provide services by, this is more of a finance question, but I'll make it as high level as I can, and you can ask for help because there are people here. If we have services such as those you've outlined, those would be sales tax collection items or uses, if you will?
Yes, any commercial development would entail sales tax uses.
So if we chose to consider this, there might be some type of ability to hinder potentially the build out of commercial if we allow multifamily. Would that be true?
If the amendment is approved, you are reducing the area available for commercial development by allocating it to the 275 dwelling units being requested. There is still the preservation of some commercial parcels on the site.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, I think I need to digest. I will yield the floor.
We'll get back to you today. Councilmember Rivera, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Julie. So real quick, tagging off of what Councilmember Dyak said, how much of the site would remain commercial if the application was approved?
I believe on the southern portion of the site, it's approximately 2 acres with 30,000 square feet of commercial dedicated within those 2 parcels along Stroh. There's 9,500 square feet in the northeast corner. That would be part of a vertical mixed-use building, so you would have residential above that 9,500 square foot component. And then there's a third parcel along Parker, and I don't know the specific square footage of that particular parcel, but perhaps the applicant can answer that question later.
And how big is the total site?
It's 23 acres of vacant land currently.
And is this the last site to be developed in the Stroh plan development?
It is.
This is the last site ever?
That's my understanding for the mixed-use areas. There's some vacant land to the northeast that hasn't been developed, but it's not part of the mixed-use area.
That would be the Pepe Blue Dot or Blair project?
I believe so, yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hendricks.
I'm the most senior next? Wow. All right. So you would say, I believe there's an abundance of housing units in the Stroh Ranch PD, correct? I believe 2,596?
Correct.
And I believe that Councilmember Dyak already brought this up, but there's also a wide variety of housing types, single family, attached, and multifamily?
Yes.
Okay. And then finally, per the Stroh Ranch PD, has a residential units maximum limit been met? Other words, it's 0?
Right. The 221 that were not transferred were lost. So they're at their maximum for the respective planning areas.
Okay. And as mentioned earlier, only used now today is commercial. Okay.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. I'm good. Thank you.
Great. Councilmember Hefta?
Thank you, Julia, for your presentation. So within the PD and the master plan from 1984 to 2004, can you just briefly describe the changes that are consistent with the PD and the master plan?
Sure. Well, the Stroh Ranch PD was annexed into the town in 1984. The PD was subsequently amended, the Second Amendment in 2013, which modified permitted uses within the C2 neighborhood commercial and C1 convenience commercial land uses within Stroh Ranch. The only property at that time that was affected by that amendment was the Pepe Blue Dot property, which is located at the southwest corner of Parker Road and Hess Road, and the amendment removed assembly uses. So private clubs, schools, churches, theaters, bowling alleys were all removed from the PD as an allowed use for that particular area. But it left both the C1 and C2 land uses as pure commercial and office in terms of the allowed uses for that area. That's the only change that's happened between adoption and now.
So that would be one change, or?
There was a change. The First Amendment was just clarification, I believe, of some definitions.
Mm-hmm. That's it?
Yeah.
So there's only one change.
So there was an amendment in 2004, which was the clarification of definitions, and then an amendment in 2013, which clarified those commercial uses for the Pepe Blue Dot property.
Okay. And then within this PD and master plan, is it accurate to say that right now it is single-family homes, townhomes, condos, and apartments?
Yes, it's a mix of allowed residential uses, like you said, townhomes, condominiums, apartments, single family, and then also the commercial areas.
Okay. And also, is it also fair to say that right now there is only, if you know the answer to this question, one apartment complex that offers affordable housing?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, so within this PDA, there's one apartment complex that offers affordable housing, and the others are all what you call attainable housing, and that attainable housing is defined at market cost. Is that correct?
I believe there's only one deed restricted on the affordability, and the rest are all market rate units.
Market rate. And isn't it fair to say that attainable housing is also market rate?
I would say yes.
Thank you. I'm not done yet. So has the town of Parker had any other rezoning approvals within this PD in the last 30 years?
So the amendments in 2004 and 2014.
2004.
Or 2013, I'm sorry.
2013. And 2013 was a little bit more significant than 2004?
It was. It removed the assembly uses for that property. So it took out previously allowed commercial use, like an assembly for clubs, schools, churches, those sort of things.
Okay. And then just to clarify on the commercial, what does commercial mean right now? Because it's currently zoned for commercial. And I heard you answer Councilmember Dyack that included retail establishments. But does that also include larger big box stores, such as if Amazon wanted to move a huge store there, or some financial company wanted to place their headquarters on that land, or another grocery store, boutique grocery store wanted to go in? Would that include those uses as well?
It does. Within the PD, general retail merchandise and apparel shops, including but not limited to junior department stores, variety stores, discount department stores, clothing, accessory, and specialty stores, shoe stores. So there's a number of it doesn't prohibit big box type of retailers. They fall under that umbrella.
Fall under that. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Barrington.
So with regards to the 9 criteria that we have to consider here, with regards to number 4, there have been significant changes in the area to warrant a zone change. Have there been any changes that would make the commercial use inappropriate or multifamily use more appropriate?
I would hesitate to say which is more or less, but there have been changes in the area, including the development and build out of the commercial parcels to the south. There's also been a population influx. There's approximately a 2.6% population growth within the town on an annual basis, and about 8% since the 2020 census.
Okay. Could you, I'm not sure if this would be a question for you or possibly Mr. Fusa, but could you just describe the process that the applicant has to go through when they come to the town?
Absolutely. So there is an allowance within the code for a developer, an applicant, an owner of a property, if they're seeking to do something that's not currently allowed under the plan development or the particular zoning for that property, they can request a zoning amendment, a plan development amendment. So a request to change what the zoning is currently to what they're desiring it to be. That process requires them to do a pre-application with the planning department, where we answer basic questions on the process, on fire life safety requirements, on building requirements, and our code requirements. At that point, the applicant is then required to submit a formal application to the department, which we are required to accept and process through our code. It goes out for several rounds of referral. There's 3 rounds of referral where we send it to all of the different respective departments, referral agencies, governmental entities that may have comments or be impacted by the proposed change. They provide their comments, and at that point, we then direct them to the Planning Commission for public hearing, and then if it's required by code to, in this case it is, Town Council for a subsequent public hearing.
Wow. All right, thank you.
Councilmember Wilkes.
So on our criteria, if you're looking at number 8 for the master plan, our master plan currently calls for a balance of 80-20 with single-family residence and multifamily. And with what we actually just approved with the Coyle property and the increase in the multifamily, if this were to be approved, what would that do to our 80-20, which we call for?
Sure. So currently we're about at 78.4 to 20 single family to 21.6, and there are slight variations. There's slight variations like on an annual basis where that may fluctuate, but we generally hover around the 80-20%.
Okay, so if this gets approved, it's not going to put us over our 80-20, which goes against our master plan.
No, and there might be a percentage variation, like I said, on an annual basis, but with the number of single-family homes that are currently being built, especially in the Looking Glass development, it would still stay in that 80-20 margin.
Okay, and then on the low-income housing, because I know it was brought up, I just want to correct me if I'm wrong, but we legally aren't able to regulate low-income housing. So even if the best intention is for it to be market apartments, we can't legally say that they wouldn't be able to change that to low-income or subsidized housing, correct?
Correct. We do not regulate requirements for market rate or affordability levels within the town.
Okay, thank you.
Great. So, Julia, I just have a couple questions for you. So, if we go back in the way back machine to 1984, so I'm 14, you're not around. But so Stroh Ranch comes into play, right? So then in 2004, there's an amendment that comes in, and that amendment shifts a bit of the housing, shifts the numbers around as to what can be there, right? And sure, Anthology Hess was a factor in that and basically split up the numbers. Then in 2013, we come again, right? So the time frame between 1984 and 2013, the 52 or 80 units, whichever the discrepancy, that all disappears, right?
And through the development of all of the residential, and I don't know if it landed solely between 1984 and 2013, we did have the recent apartments built,
Okay.
But through that time, those units were lost when they were site planned.
So during that time, have we been in touch with the developer? Do we know who the contact is, who the contact around Stroh Ranch is, to determine whether that was an oversight or whether they said, we're trading those units from this to this and moving on?
I have not, and I don't believe we have. I think if a different property owner owned a different parcel, there might not have been the incentive to transfer unused density.
Okay. So have we been in touch with this property owner, though?
This property owner is the applicant.
Okay, so prior to now, though, if we go back to 2013, 2004, the property owner has changed since
I don't
then?
know the transference of the deed information or the title, how the title's transferred.
Okay. Or so maybe I'll ask the applicant then on that.
They may have a better idea of the history of who's
Okay.
owned the title.
But I think to my question is, what makes us, the town of Parker, think that the loss of 50 units was in error and not, we said we're done and this is left to commercial?
So I don't think the staff report or my presentation indicated that it was an error.
Okay.
I think we don't know why. There was not a request made by the applicants at the time for those other planning areas to transfer the density, and there was not an initiative on the part of the department to initiate that either.
Okay.
So it didn't happen.
Okay, and I think you answered Councilmember Hefta's question in terms of the other amendments that have been made to the Stroh Ranch PD. I think that is the one that's been done, and that was 2013, right? But there's been no other amendments done.
Correct.
Okay, all right. Councilmember Dyack?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Hefta kind of said something that triggered some thoughts. I have a couple of questions. Regarding to the criteria 4, there have been significant changes in the area to warrant a zoning change. How has the area significantly changed with the development of the sites contained within the PD in the manner contemplated by the development plan?
So I don't believe the areas within the PD have changed. It's more the surrounding vicinity. If you look to the southern portion of the town, there's been a large amount of residential development in that area, in the Hess Ranch PD in particular, and then some of the commercial development that has popped up along Parker to the south as well.
So kind of going beyond this, these parcels, in this area or quadrant, however you want to call it, the development that has been reviewed and approved, has there really been any material changes or changes of significance? I don't know how to define material or changes of significance, but I'm just looking to try to define, has there been any significant changes which would cause us to potentially consider this request?
So within the PD, the developments have been consistent with the PD. The only change was that 2014 amendment that prohibited the assembly uses, that you may determine that to be a significant change or not. Within the PD, there haven't been. I do think there have been external factors like population growth, housing supply demands that have changed since the adoption in 1984.
Okay. So just from a rezoning standpoint, within this PD, I believe, and I'm seeking confirmation, I seem to recall being part of a previous council that considered a rezone, which is now Villages on the Green. Is that a fair statement? Was I a part of something like that?
I wasn't here at that time, so I'd have to.
Mr. Fusa?
Councilmember Dyack, the Village on the Green neighborhood arose out of a rezoning application. Now, the Village on the Green is not part of the Stroh Ranch plan development, but it's adjacent to.
Gotcha.
And frankly surrounded on the north side, east and west. And that happened prior to the 2013 rezoning that's been discussed in the 2011 and 12 timeframe, and was subsequently built in that timeframe. Don't quote me on the exact dates.
Yeah. No, I think I've been here since 2013. Josh, are we? Yeah. So it probably happened after 2013.
Right,
but,
and that was a proposal that went to residential, single-family residential. Determination was made that was an appropriate use through the rezoning process that was able to meet the 9 criteria on its own with that rezoning application. It was also compatible with the majority of the Stroh Ranch plan development, which is predominantly a detached single-family residential community.
And it was zoned to single-family residential from,
if I recall correctly, from commercial or mixed use.
Okay. And again, just to create context, within this general area, we considered the Coyle property last week and approved that, and that had some multifamily components to it. To me, just we're focusing in on this application. I need to kind of broaden the horizon and see what has changed or what is changing based on the area. Mr. Mayor, I think I'm good. Thank you.
Great. So we're going to go with Councilmember Wilkes and then Councilmember Hefta.
So, and this might be a question for the applicant, but we'll see. When it comes to our criteria number 9, when we talk about the adequate, specifically the schools, so adding an additional 275 units, and let's just throw some stats out there, say 50% of them have children that will be in the school age, and I think it's 2.5 kids is the average per household. When we're looking at that many kids being entered into our school systems, especially here in Parker, where I already know we've got a lot of trailers and a lot of student-teacher ratio that's pretty high, what can you answer for me about what impact this would actually have on our schools?
Sure. So Douglas County School District is actually one of our referral agencies. They had submitted their requirements based on their calculations for how many anticipated students would be expected out of this development. They anticipate a total of 102 students are expected, which would require, the school district requires a land dedication specifically to build new schools. The way they calculate that is based off of the number of students believed to be produced by that development. So 102 students would require a 2.426 acre land dedication. That's under their minimum for land acceptance, so they would require a cash in lieu fee from the developer.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Hefta?
Yes, Julia, I kind of am struggling with criteria number 1. If you will, let me ask this long-winded question. Is that okay? So, criteria number 1 is a need exists for the proposal. And this proposal is about mixed-use property, apartments in particular, for this area. And I note in this area that we have a number of single-family housing communities, such as Pine Bluff, Anthology, Looking Glass, Robinson Ranch, Riata Ridge, Meadowlark, and I think maybe outside the PD, Village on the Green. We also have South Range Crossing, Hunter's Chase, Ironstone Condos, Creekside Townhomes, and in the future, we will have Avalon Bay. All of those, or some of those, are single-family homes, townhomes, condos, and apartments. So help me understand the analysis from your office and the Planning Commission about the need for more apartments specifically in this area.
Sure. So in the staff report, we speak to a number of items, and I'm sure the applicant will have additional comments to add to why they feel as the applicant there is a need. We felt the department's recommendation is that this fulfilled the intent of the planned development, which had intended for this particular parcels to be a mix of uses, including both commercial and residential. The residential is what the applicant has stated makes the commercial feasible. Purely commercial development on this site wouldn't be, they've stated would not be feasible without the residential component. And then on a larger scale, and I've spoken to this a few times in the hearing this evening, increasing the housing supply, which is both a state level issue and affecting numerous jurisdictions. So allowing for that additional density to provide residential that's needed.
Right. However, I'm just going to ask you a few more questions. On the state level, throughout the state, I've been paying attention to that quite closely. And the need at the state level, which trickles down into every single town in Colorado, our small towns in Colorado in particular, especially our ski towns, but here as well. We have many firefighters, new police officers, new teachers, new young entry-level professionals, in addition to folks that have more traditional working-class jobs, say, and they enjoy that and they make a high wage, or maybe sometimes they don't, they're starting off. Is the need in this area for more workforce housing, which might be subsidized in some type of way under some of our federal programs, or is the need for just pure market rate apartments?
The town doesn't regulate affordability levels or have a affordability requirement within the town. So we looked at it purely as fulfilling the intent of the PD for a mix of uses and then also providing additional housing supply.
Okay. So you don't look at that need on there. So is it fair to say with all this new development going on, and especially with Looking Glass coming in, that we need even more. Do we need even more apartments in this area? Is that correct? I mean, is that what the Planning Commission is saying? Mr. Fusa?
So let me take that. So I think the Planning Commission made its recommendation for approval. But the issue, first of all, the failed state effort, at least failed for the past legislative session state effort on affordable housing, is not germane to this application or this discussion, in my judgment, if I can be so frank about it. First of all, that didn't become law. So it's not something that the town currently has to respond to or address, and is not part of our analysis in the main with regard to that. In terms of housing, I think it's kind of sleeves out of our vest to say in a factual statement that because Parker is an attractive place to live, to work, it's attracting residents. And so that residential growth does generate just inherently a demand for additional housing. That demand for additional housing, though, is being met in the community and in the Parker area outside the town limits. The town has substantial housing development currently in production, under construction. Think Trails at Crowfoot, or even the Hunter's Chase condominiums, which is part of Stroh Ranch plan development at the far southwest corner of that PD. And then, of course, Looking Glass and Tantera plan developments will generate thousands of lots and homes. So that kind of demand for housing is being met inherently through the town's planning efforts and market forces. That demand for housing is across the board for market rate, non-market rate, affordable, and all housing types. And the town has experienced quite a bit of housing growth and production over the past decade. And that production has spanned the gamut of housing types. Lots of detached single-family homes, as we know, quite a bit, and even more coming, attached single-family homes, so think townhomes and paired homes. And of course, we're also familiar, as is the audience, with quite a bit of multifamily housing has been produced and developed and occupied in the town, again, with more to come in areas where it's currently zoned. So there's just inherently in the Denver metro region, Douglas County, and town of Parker, housing demand driven by population growth. But there's substantial production now and in the future that's going to meet that demand. Stroh Ranch is at the Stroh Ranch plan development is a mixed-use plan development. It's one of the oldest in the town, dating to 1984, as I think we know and we've discussed. It's near the end of its build-out and development, with the three planning areas we've discussed tonight being the largest area, and then the Blair Pepe Blue Dot property at Hess Road and Parker Road, which is solely commercial. And there's quite a bit of housing already built and occupied in Stroh Ranch of all types. So you might say that Stroh Ranch has done its share to meet the demand for housing in the community and in this area of town.
Thank you for that input, John.
Councilman. Councilmember Rivera.
Thank you. Along that same line
Director
of questioning.
Foose, I'm sure it's the first time you've got a round of applause, so congratulations. But Councilman Rivera.
Along that same line of questioning, for my own edification, how does this town acquire the revenues that we use to provide services?
I'm no finance director, and I don't even pretend to play one. But it's a fact that the town derives its revenues from multiple sources, but the biggest source of revenue on an annual basis is through the town sales tax, which is related to commercial use and development, particularly retail, restaurant, which have transactions that are subject to the town's sales tax ordinance and produce that revenue. And so the town, from a planning perspective, that translates into the town having a balanced land use plan, both town-wide, and we try and accomplish that in plan developments, including larger ones like Stroh Ranch, where we accommodate housing and build neighborhoods. That comes with park and open space and amenities. And then we also try to plan commercial planning areas, both as a convenience and an amenity to the residential development and our residents, both now and in the future, but also to generate some of that revenue stream which goes to the town. And that sales tax revenue is the biggest revenue stream that supports the delivery of services to the community across the board.
And then on that, the difference between a community center versus a neighborhood center. Can you talk to me about the differences of those two planning
Scale
areas?
and intensity. So I would say that the two distinguishing characteristics, there are more if you looked into the master plan. We're not going to do that. It's really scale and intensity. So a community center, which is what this area is located in, at least in the master plan, is larger in its geographic extent in terms of the radius and diameter of that center. And so because it's larger, it anticipates more development within the center of residential and commercial uses. And that larger or greater scale of development results generally in increased intensity from a planning perspective in a community center versus a neighborhood center, which is smaller in scale, its geographic extent, as well as the intensity of uses, but also some intensity is encouraged in the master plan.
And if a community center is located on the edge of a town, do we not capture revenues from outside of our community, i.e. Lincoln and Jordan, Costco, for example? So not only is a community center in this location serving our citizens, but also serving citizens outside of our service area?
So it's fair to say the community centers are a planning concept, and in their kind of geographic location extent, they're a planning construct. The reality on the ground is that when you get commercial use and development in a community or a neighborhood center, the patronage or customers that go to those commercial uses and businesses in the center, they don't just come from within the circle on the master plan map or even the town limits. They do come from those places, but they come from outside the town limits because they operate in the real world with what we call a trade area. And Parker's both overall trade area extends beyond the limits of the town, skews east and south. And I think it's safe to say that in most of our larger either community or neighborhood centers, they also skew or extend beyond the limits on the land use plan map of the center. And where they're near a town boundary with the county, which is what we're talking about for the most part, they do serve those areas of the county that are in relatively easy proximity to the businesses and commercial uses and centers. And I would say that's the case here too.
Thank you. And finally, with that said, how will the town offset the reduction of commercial space if this application is approved?
That's a good question for the upcoming master plan update, hint as an advertisement. But it would cause the town to have to evaluate some policy choices. Would we have to compensate, or would we want to compensate from a policy perspective for the potential loss of ground that can only be used for commercial development currently, and recreate that elsewhere on the southern end of town, whether it's in Stroh Ranch or not? So that would first and foremost be a policy question for discussion and determination by the council. And depending on a decision, it could result in some zoning changes or amendments to recapture lost commercial land, which the town has historically prioritized and tried to preserve.
Thank you. And Julie, thank you for letting Mr. Fusta speak.
Thank you, Julia.
Very good. All right, we're going to move on to the applicant. Julie, do you want to introduce your applicant?
Yes, we have several representatives here from Norris Design as well as Mill Creek Partners.
Great. Y'all come down. And as a part of your introduction, if you will introduce yourself, give your address for the record. And I think they have 3 hours to present, something like that. Just kidding. Just making sure. Good evening.
Thank you, Mayor, Town Council members, town staff, members of the public. My name is Carolyn White. I'm with Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck, and I'm Land Use Counsel for the applicant. We're pleased for the opportunity to present this application to you this evening. As you suggested, I'm going to start by introducing the members of our team. Can I have the next slide? Do I have a clicker? Yes, thank you. Thank you. Okay. With us tonight, we have representatives of the developer, Mill Creek, my law firm, Brownstein. We have Norris Design, the planners and designers of this project. We have Wall Kane Consulting, who orchestrated the community outreach. We have Kimley Horn for civil and traffic engineering, and KTGY, the architects. We have several members of the team with us. Not all of them are part of the official presentation, but we have them all here available to answer your questions.
Thank you.
I want to just take 1 second and tell you what we're all going to present to you tonight, so you have the overview, the agenda. I'm going to introduce Mill Creek, the developer, to speak a little bit about who they are and what they've done here in the community and in the Front Range. Then we're going to explain the community engagement process that they undertook in order to determine the characteristics of what this proposal would look like. We're going to outline the proposed conceptual site plan of what would be developed here if this rezoning application is approved. And then I'm going to come back and link it all to the criteria that you've been spending some time talking about already as a matter of conclusion. So with that, let me turn it over to Nick Halstead with Mill Creek to explain to you a little bit about their background.
Thank you, Carolyn. Thank you, Mayor and Town of Parker, Town Council, for the opportunity to appear before you tonight. I also want to thank the Town of Parker planning staff for assisting us in the various steps in the entitlement process since early 2022, as well as the Planning Commission who recommended us for approval last month. As mentioned, my name is Nick Halstead. I'm also here with Scott McKee. We are the locally based representatives of the Mill Creek residential team. Mill Creek is a national development firm with a platform that includes 23 regional offices around the country, including the Denver market. We've been active locally in Denver over the last 12 years with a substantial number of residential and mixed-use communities completed, under construction, or in the entitlement pipeline. For completed projects, we've delivered more than 1,500 apartment homes across 7 communities since 2017, 550 apartments currently under construction in 2 communities, with a further 1,000 homes in our pipeline, inclusive of this proposal here in Parker. Furthermore, Mill Creek is a direct owner of all of our developed communities and is a full-service firm with its own development, construction general contractor, and operations teams. We develop, we build, we own, and we manage all of our communities. So the plan that we'll be presenting to you tonight was developed in an iterative and collaborative fashion with both planning staff as well as feedback from the local community. First, we'll describe our 18-month engagement efforts with the Town of Parker and then describe that parallel community engagement process. So initially, we completed 2 pre-application meetings with the Town of Parker planning staff in early 2022, and that led to our initial PD amendment submission. After that submission, we completed an additional 4 work sessions for a total of 5 work sessions with Parker planning staff that resulted in additional modifications that were reflected in our second and third PD amendment submission packages. Ultimately, a plan emerged from this highly comprehensive process that more thoughtfully reflected key criteria in the town's master plan. As we'll describe in more detail on a later slide, these changes include proposed density reductions, lowering of building heights and stories, enhanced setback buffers, and more high-quality commercial square footage, excluding those auto-intensive uses throughout the mixed-use area. Once the early concept site plans were established, we wanted to share them with the community and engage with the community. That community outreach and engagement process is an incredibly important part of the Mill Creek development process for every proposed community, and has been the case here as well. Since the outset of our community process in December 2021, we've been communicating openly with the surrounding HOAs, including Stroh Ranch, Ironstone condominiums, as well as Village on the Green, on a regular basis, culminating in the following. We had 2 open house meetings in May of 2022 where we gathered that initial community feedback. We additionally held 6 meetings with HOA representatives where we engaged in thoughtful dialogue. In addition to those community outreach meetings, we engaged in an extensive door-knocking campaign where we visited almost 1,000 homes in the immediate area, resulting in 180 direct conversations with residents. From those conversations, we achieved 41 letters of support, where we have copies provided for the Town Council. And it should be noted that in addition to the 41 letters of support, over 80% of those that we directly spoke to were either supportive of the project or neutral to its development. Neutral means that, they didn't take a strong position one way or the other, or they expressed support, but, just not enough to, appear with a formal letter of support. The additional letter of support we received was also from Regency Centers, the owner of the adjacent shopping center, which largely echoes the planning staff report comments that additional residential and commercial development is complementary to the continued success of the shopping center as well as the surrounding area. We look forward as Mill Creek for the opportunity to enhance the mixed-use offerings in Parker with this overall development. So where are we now? This slide shows the overall development approval process for the project. Tonight, we are requesting your approval of our proposed third amendment to the existing Stroh Ranch PD. Platting and site plan review will come later, pursuant to the town's official land development ordinance. I'm going to turn it back over to Carolyn to walk us through the proposed PD zoning amendment.
Thank you. This slide summarizes the components of the PD amendment, which, if approved, would become the new Stroh Ranch PD for these two filings, 14 and 15. I know you already had some dialogue a few moments ago about the details of how the Stroh Ranch PD came to be, originally approved in 1984, first amended in 2004, then amended in 2013. Also, each of those amendments, well, at least the 2013 one, applied only to certain areas. This amendment, if approved, applies to the mixed-use parcels known as filings 14 and 15, i.e. just these two parcels that we're talking about for this application. So I wanted to be really clear about that. Staff already did a really good job of summarizing what's in the PD application itself. We are proposing to add 275 units of density, of residential density, and as was already described, this area has been zoned since the beginning for mixed use, i.e. it was always envisioned to be a combination of residential and commercial uses. But this particular PD had a sort of unique component to it in that the density that was defined in it with a cap when it was originally approved and amended in 2004 was sort of use it or lose it density. And so we're, whatever reason, unbeknownst to us and unbeknownst to our predecessor owner and seller, it's lost in the midst of time, but for some reason no one used that density, no one transferred it, and so it disappeared. And so what we're proposing here is really 275 units of new density, because it is true that there is no density existing to be allocated today, but it is not a new concept that this property should be mixed use, a mix of residential and commercial uses. It was always envisioned to be that. And once upon a time, there was density that could have been allocated to this property, but it wasn't. We also, as was summarized by staff, are proposing to remove certain auto-oriented uses, and actually there are a couple other uses that we're proposing to delete, but these are the ones that are probably of the most interest, although if we look at the actual PD document, we can go through the uses by right if you want to ask about any of the other ones that are being removed. And then there was also some dialogue about what's going to happen to the commercial here. One thing that is unique about this PD is it is proposing that there is going to be this requirement that there be this 39,500 square feet of commercial uses on this site. And the areas that would be allocated to were correctly summarized by staff, namely on the southern portion along Stroh Road, those 2 acres, and then on the northwesternmost corner, where it would be allocated in a combination of standalone pads and integrated into mixed-use buildings. Related to that, the question was asked, well, how would we make up the loss of commercial elsewhere? You know, technically today this is mixed use, although there's no residential density available to it if the PD amendment is not approved. But as a practical matter, there is no commercial development for this property in the marketplace today. It's remained vacant and it has not developed throughout this entire time since 1984. And there's clearly a reason for that. When I come back at the end and talk a little bit about the criteria, I'll address specifically how it relates to the need and why this is the right location, 2 of the criteria that you all are already very focused on. But for now, what I'd like to do is turn the podium over to Bill Maher with Norris Design to walk you through the conceptual site plan of what would be developed here if the PD amendment is approved.
Thank you, Carolyn, and good evening, Mayor and Town Council. It's a pleasure to be here this evening. My name is Bill Maher with Norris Design. But first, before I begin, I'd like to thank the staff for their work throughout this process. We've appreciated the professionalism and coordination they provided over the past 18 months. And now I will describe our rezoning requests in a little bit more detail, particularly the community benefits and how our plan supports the Town of Parker goals. First, the proposed rezoning supports the Town of Parker Master Plan as stated in the staff report. The uses, the required commercial components, and the density are consistent with the intent of the town guiding documents. The land, as noted previously by Carolyn, has remained vacant since 1984 annexation. It is currently subject to possible piecemeal commercial development that may not be complementary to the overall neighborhood. And we have spent approximately, as we noted, 18 months with a planned project that thoughtfully considers the neighborhood context, looking at buffers, how does it fit in appropriately, and providing the appropriate mix of land uses of residential and that 39,000 square feet of commercial. That aligns with the needs that we are hearing tonight that are in front of the town of Parker today. And as Julia noted, Parker's population has continued to grow. The need for a range of housing types has increased. This is a reality in Parker and a reality we see in other metro area communities. This zoning change will address housing options that will provide market rate multifamily homes in a very thoughtful planned community, which are often sought by young professionals in the older population. The conceptual site plan you see on the right side of the slide is developed based on the merits of the existing PD zoning. Although we're not here, just to be clear, for approval of the site plan, as that will come if the zoning is approved at a later date, but we wanted to be very transparent and show you our intention, our thoughtful vision that has culminated over the past 18 months and how we will achieve that compatibility very sincerely, as we believe, with our surrounding area. So this new neighborhood will include a mix of uses. We are including a couple key areas with ground floor retail spaces with homes above, which is something town staff have indicated they would like to see. And the importance of pedestrian connections and enhanced walkability. I work a lot in the town of Parker, and I really applaud the town for their value with open space, parks, and connections. And we definitely see that as an important asset as we lay out the site plan in the future. And providing spaces for all ages and abilities is a cornerstone of our design approach. And nearly 40,000 square feet of high-quality commercial retail is planned, as was previously noted. And we're trying to be as thoughtful as possible about that. Place that near the established arterial roads so the commercial traffic is focused in the appropriate location along those roadways. And we worked with staff to make sure this is an important part of the plan. And respecting residential adjacencies, and I'll show you a follow-up slide that gets into that a bit more. The plan incorporates extensive buffers and landscaping, as well as lower heights next to existing residential. And another good merit of the plan that we believe is this concept plan amounts to approximately 50% of the site as open space and park area, which exceeds your minimum requirements. And as mentioned before, we are eliminating certain intensive or incompatible commercial uses. And we feel this is an important concession that we're happy to work with the town on. This is, an important consideration for the adjacent neighbors. If that commercial remains there, and if this is approved, those land uses, commercial land uses that we feel are not as complementary to the adjacent existing homes will be removed from that PD, the auto uses, those self-service storage, car washes. So we're willing to do that as well. And another note, too, that our traffic engineer will speak to, this proposal is less traffic significantly than 100% commercial development as it is today. And then we'll move on here to take a look at the conceptual site plan, first starting on the south portion of the site. As I noted previously, we're utilizing the existing access point on Stroh Road. And on the south, we have approximately 2 acres of commercial retail land. It is reserved exclusively for those commercial uses. And it's, we believe, in a very logical place at the entrance to development adjacent to the arterial road. And you see them on the screen in front of you with a number 4 representing them. And there is a large buffer on the west side that will be landscaped to provide an attractive transition to the existing homes. And through discussions with town staff and neighborhood residents, we've incorporated a building height transition with buildings as shown in brown and labeled with a number 5 that are closest to the existing 2-story homes on the west, being limited to 2 stories. And we are also proposing in the multifamily homes in blue, those will be 3 stories, but they are closer to the existing commercial. And from there, moving on to the north side. In this area, we're doing what we're doing on the south side as far as access. We're utilizing the existing access points at J. Morgan and Parker Road. A great amenity of this project that we're very proud of is the nearly 4-acre park that you see on the slide, indicated with the number 1, and will be made available to the residents of this community and also residents of the entire town of Parker. And as we move forward in the formal site plan stage, we'll make sure the park amenities provide features for all ages and abilities and really be a focal point for this community. There is also another commercial out parcel identified by the number 4, I want to point out, that is adjacent to Parker Road. That'll be a standalone commercial building. And we also have some mixed-use buildings that are intended up on the north portion with a number 3 that will have ground floor commercial and residents above. And then moving on to a few conceptual renderings. So this conceptual rendering shows Stroh Road and Stroh Ranch Drive in the south portion. And as you can see, we have the 2 commercial parcels, and this is kind of the look and feel that we are trying to convey in this area, really kind of harken in on your hometown feel. Buildings, commercial buildings at front, and are a gateway to the neighborhood. And then moving on, we also have perspectives of 2- and 3-story multifamily homes. Here's one of those. And we took very deliberate intention with our design to make sure those homes are fronted on the street, so they create that sense of community and streetscape and walkability. And right here, we have a perspective that provides an overview of our proposed community. So this demonstrates how the neighborhood will fit in with the surroundings. And furthermore, you can see in the kind of lower central part of the image, our proposed almost 4-acre park. And within that, we have a series of walking trails that connect within the park and also to the greater neighborhood. And there's also ample open space along the edges of the development and significant buffer areas as well. With that, I thank you for the opportunity to share the vision of our concept plan. And now I will turn it over to Tyler with Kimley Horn.
Hello, council members. My name is Tyler Smith, and I'm the traffic engineer for the Modera Parker mixed-use development. The traffic study for this development was completed in November 2022 and analyzed the intersections surrounding the proposed project site. From our traffic study, it was found that the surrounding roadways and intersections have sufficient capacity for traffic volumes associated with this project. This has been confirmed in a previously issued staff report by the town of Parker. An alternative trip generation calculation was completed for this area with a commercial-only development. It was found that the proposed mixed-use development would generate approximately 1,542 fewer daily external trips than a commercial-only development, which is a 32.6% decrease in trips. Of note, there are no discernible differences in traffic flow patterns between this mixed-use development and a commercial-only development. We expect minimal impacts along the residential roads, including Nate Drive, which is a collector street that extends north-south, intersecting with Hess Road to the north. It is expected that a majority of the project traffic will travel along Parker Road, State Highway 83, and Stroh Road. Roadways internal to the project will be privately owned and maintained, reducing municipal obligations for the town. Additionally, the developer is open to providing additional traffic calming improvements. On September 13, 2022, our team met with the town engineering staff to discuss potential traffic calming improvements. As previously stated, the developer is willing to commit to improvements to enhance safety of motorists and pedestrians. Some examples of these traffic calming measures that have been successfully implemented in other municipalities are pedestrian crosswalk enhancements, pavement striping, signage, lights, and curb bulb outs. The developer understands that specific traffic calming measures are subject to further coordination with the town and must be warranted by a future traffic study. And now I'd like to turn it back over to Nick at Mill Creek.
Thank you, Tyler. Just to summarize, so again, a couple of recurring themes came up during the community engagement process. It was density and traffic. We'd like to identify that, our original plan for the project was a total of 322 homes. The current proposal in front of you reduced that by 17% to just 275 homes. And again, it should be noted, this results in a net density of 11.9 dwelling units per acre versus what would otherwise be allowed in a mixed-use area within Stroh Ranch of 22 dwelling units per acre. So we really took pains to try to reduce the density to the extent possible, still support the commercial development goals as outlined by the town as well. Traffic, as Tyler just mentioned, we want to commit to traffic calming measures. We want to make sure that they're appropriate for the neighborhood, verified by town staff. We also want to minimize traffic flows through to adjacent neighborhoods, whether that's Nate Drive to the north. We've closed off additional connections to Village on the Green to minimize that traffic to adjacent neighborhoods. A couple of other key things to mention, and I'll briefly go through these because we've done this. We've discussed this before. The areas outlined in purple are our commitment to that commercial and retail use to provide that sales tax base that currently does not exist for this area of Stroh Ranch. The park space, 3.8 acres of publicly accessible space in the center of the development, open to all residents, including the community. And then building height limitation, buffers, and sensitivity to adjacent uses. So we took pains to also put two-story development adjacent to the single-family homes and enhanced landscape density buffers to the closest areas of Village on the Green. And again, just to touch one more thing on the traffic, our residents of Modera Park are going to be neighbors of Stroh Ranch as well. Having a safe pedestrian environment is something we want to do for the larger community, for our own residents, and it's of paramount importance to us. Just, doing a quick density comparison, first before the actual numbers, we talked about the commercial developments that are anchored at the corners of Stroh and Parker Road. Then we transition into a mixed-use area where there's, commercial on the corners, residential as you move further in, and then complementing, the denser developments that already exist of South Range Crossing and Ironstone. We're significantly less dense that we're proposing than either of those developments. And just as another kind of point to look at, in all commercial development is the image shown on the left. This is a 3-story commercial that's allowed per existing PD. What we're proposing is substantially less dense, an increased density of landscape buffer, and then a 2-story residential development that provides that more seamless context to the adjacent residential neighborhoods. I'll turn this back over to Carolyn for the conclusion and talk about our PD zoning amendment criteria being met.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to just conclude with a few comments to try to link everything that's been described to you about the plan back to the criteria. And I'll just note that we did submit a letter into the record, which you should have, that goes through all of the criteria in excruciating detail, which I will not read to you right now. I'm just going to zoom in on probably the 2 criteria that I think you all have spent the most time focusing on. And of course, we're happy to answer questions about any of the other ones during the appropriate time. But you all asked about the need existing for the proposal, and we also talked about the significant changes in the area to warrant a zone change. And so let me just talk to those a moment, because I think that there's a lot of dialogue about this and what is the right mix and what is the right balance of uses to have in this location and throughout the town, really. Obviously, your town master plan attempts to regulate that by setting forth the vision and goals of what you think is the right balance. There's a financial component to it, as was pointed out. There's also a transportation and infrastructure component to having the right balance of uses so you don't outgrow your infrastructure. And in 1984, when this Stroh Ranch PD was first approved and amended, the original applicants then, and the town staff in working with them, and the town council in approving it, attempted to put their best guess of what the right mix of uses was going to be for the entire build-out of all of Stroh Ranch throughout its entire lifetime. So here we are some 30-plus years later, and it turns out that for these particular parcels, at least, for these 24 acres, we didn't guess quite right. Because if they had, back in the day, with the exact balance, then this property would have been developed, either as all commercial, once the residential density was lost through disuse, or it would have developed prior to that as mixed use through a density transfer. But for whatever reason, the guess about the exact right balance of uses for this location wasn't precisely right in 1984, and it wasn't changed in 2004, and it wasn't changed in 2013. And as was pointed out just a moment ago when you adopted your new bicycle and pedestrian plan to supersede and replace the outdated 2005 bike lane plan, we're now proposing to supersede and replace the mix of uses for these two parcels, filings 14 and 15, with what we think is the right balance for today's market, today's needs, and still aligned with the original intent of the PD and the original intent of the master plan as it relates to this particular area of the community. And what that looks like from our perspective is a mix, a balanced mix of 275 residential units and approximately 40,000 square feet of commercial. You need to have that balance if you want to have mixed use, if you want to have an integrated, walkable community, as has been described as one of the desirable goals, both in the town comprehensive plan and in the intent of the PD, and to have purely commercial or purely residential, neither of those would achieve that goal. And so as the area has developed around it, you can see that in order for it to be truly integrated, you've got higher intensity commercial to the east along Parker Road, you've got lower intensity residential to the west, and in order to bring those together to transition properly from those two otherwise dissimilar uses, you need a mix of uses, you need a balance, and that's exactly what would be possible if this PD amendment were approved. With that, I'll just say that it does meet all of the other criteria. That finding was made in the staff report, and as we summarized in our letter in great detail, we're happy to address any of these other criteria you want to talk about. But in the interest of time, I'll conclude now, and we'll look forward to your questions. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present tonight. I want to just note also that we listened, we responded. This plan has changed several times as a result of the input from the community, and I'm sure when we get to the site plan stage of the process, it will continue to evolve as a result of that input. Thank you.
Thanks, Caroline. So if you will play referee on your side, I'll play referee on my side, and we'll ask questions, and you can call the right people up.
I will do that.
For it. All right. Councilmember Dyak, we'll kick off with you, sir.
Well, thank you very, very much. Ms. White, you indicated, well, you did a ton of outreach, or an above average amount of outreach. Could you maybe identify some of the concessions and maybe some of the sticking points or impasses where you're going to agree to disagree on those
Indeed.
items?
Thank you, Mayor, Council Member, or Mayor Pro Tem, excuse me. To answer that question, I'm going to ask Nick Halstead from Mill Creek to come to the podium and speak specifically to some of the outreach and some of the concessions.
Sure. Yeah, and one of the slides that I presented, we had a community engagement and response kind of results. We described the process in the earlier slide and then the results in the secondary one. The results were, a reduction in overall number of units. I mean, that was the kind of the big major change. But one of the ways we accomplished that was by tapering density adjacent to the single-family home. So we accomplished that reduction in numbers by being sensitive to, two-story single-family homes on our periphery. That's where we cited our two-story residential components of the plan. The community outreach, there was also kind of comments like, there were comments about sales tax base and commercial development. So we did cite that commercial development in conjunction with town in the areas of the site that are most appropriate for it. Additional enhanced landscape buffers. We're committing to a higher density of landscape buffer adjacent to the sensitive single-family areas as a concession. I mean, those are really the primary, the mix of uses, the overall density, the distance from the adjacent homes.
And just from a I guess, sort of a high-level point of view, those people who were not in support, was there sort of two or three things that just were no-goes?
Yeah, I mean, it was really density and traffic, kind of the common culprits of these types of proposals.
Okay. Carolyn, you You talked about, this is sort of a reset to something that was approved in 84. We have criteria. You've addressed it from your perspective. There have been significant changes in the area to warrant a zoning. And again, this is a point in time to look and say, after 30 years, it may not be the right use, and now's the time to reset. What makes now the time to reset this PD with something that you're proposing?
Mayor Pro Tem, I could speak to that from my perspective. I don't know if the Mill Creek folks would like to add to it, but I would say a couple things. One, you have a party at the table who is prepared to make a significant investment in your community to deliver on the vision that was articulated in the master plan. So that is one fact that is not true with every vacant parcel in every community, and that is one good reason to take a look at it now, because you have an applicant who's proposing to invest in the community to realize the plan. But I also think it's true that these parcels have been vacant for a very long time, and were a change not made, it is highly likely that they would continue to remain vacant for a longer period of time. And so if the question is how are we going to replace the sales tax that they're generating, well, they're not really generating any sales tax today. And given how the market has evolved and the types of commercial businesses that want to locate in these locations, it is less and less unlikely as the market changes even further with how retail operates, how people shop, how businesses operate, that some of these locations that are set off from the main street are likely to develop in a purely retail and commercial way, the way that it originally may have been envisioned.
Great. Thank you.
Councilmember Rivera?
Thank you. My first question will go to criteria number 5. Adequate circulation exists and traffic movement will not be impeded by the development. In that statement, when the traffic study was done, did Kimberly Horn take into account that maybe the existing commercial was already having some traffic that existed and they're just going to make a day trip to multiple? Or was it freshly new traffic to the commercial unit in that study?
I'm going to ask our traffic engineer to come to the podium to answer that question, if I may.
When we take into account trips for trip generation for commercial uses, what you're referring to is internal capture, which is trips between one retail parcel to another retail parcel. When we do these commercial trip generations, this is taken into account in those equations.
So the trip could be including people that are already at Regency Center and then come over to the new development that would possibly be there.
Correct.
So in the 22 acres of commercial, you have a total trip generation, but that takes into account people that are possibly going to King Soopers and then running over to get their tires changed or whatever it may be.
Yes, that would be the internal capture, which is just trips between two retail uses. Or it could be between any type of use.
Thank you very much. So once upon a time, we had a total number at 2817. And once upon a time, those numbers weren't transferred. Why do we need to go up to 275 and not just the 221 that wasn't captured?
Mayor, council member, I would say that also thinking about responding to the market and the right density and mix of uses for this location, you might recall that, as Nick Halstead just mentioned, the original proposal was for 322 units to be located here. That was reduced following some of the neighborhood outreach to this 275. At some point, the density gets below a sort of critical mass that's appropriate to support the amount of commercial that we also want to co-locate here, the 39,500. Some portion of that will be very, very hyper-local type of uses like a coffee shop or other very local uses that really require a certain critical mass of density to support it. Is 275 a magic number? Well, we thought 322 was the magic number, but 221 is definitely not sufficient to support this overall project.
So with that statement, if these were transferred, if these 221 were transferred and the forethought was there, 221 would not be sufficient and you would still be in front of us with an amendment ask.
We'd probably be here asking you for 54 units.
Okay. That's it for now, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Hendricks.
What kind of commercial tenants are you envisioning on this property?
To answer that question, I'd like to ask Mill Creek to come back to the podium to talk about the types of tenants they typically work with in these kinds of developments. Remember also there's two kinds of retail space here, or two kinds of commercial space, right? Vertically integrated and also standalone.
Yeah, so I'll touch on the 30,000 square feet of pad retail that we're talking about. And to address a comment from Julia, there's another, she was correct that we're allocating approximately 2 acres along Stroh Road and approximately another full acre along Parker. And then within those pad sites, there's a requirement of 30,000 square feet of total commercial. Now, we've worked with local brokers that could be additional services for the community, additional food and beverages, these sales tax receipt generating businesses that were referred to earlier. Then there's the 9,500 square foot retail component that's kind of the integrated vertical mixed use a little bit further inset to the site plan. And that we kind of envision as being, because it's kind of ground floor of our mixed use buildings, that could be the local services we're talking about, coffee shops, hair salons, accounting offices, lawyers, and local businesses that maybe couldn't afford the prime retail rents of the major roads, but we're still providing a space for them at our development.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hefta?
So you touched upon a point about your company, Mill Creek, not being able to envision only commercial, and you would have to have residential with commercial. Can you explain that a little bit?
I think Nick is going to have to come back to the podium for that, but I'll just mention that it was also because this area is zoned mixed use, right? So like all commercial would not be mixed use.
Yeah, and I'll just touch on, Mill Creek's expertise is in multifamily and mixed-use development, and when we analyzed the mixed-use nature of these vacant infill sites, it was really a perfect match. We really like the transition of uses from the intense commercial to the east, the residential base to the west, and where we fit in the middle is this mixed-use development project, which again I think we've expressed we feel is a perfect fit for this area, and that's our specialty as a company.
And can you elaborate why you think this particular piece of ground is the correct site?
Sure.
Hold on. For the area, hold on. Why is it the correct site for the area, given that there is a huge amount of development already in the area with the apartments and the townhomes and the single-family homes? There's a huge amount already, and now your plan, and I take note that you're a very sophisticated company and have really reached out to the community. So I'm trying to assess why we need more. Is it only because you can't do you have to do both together, the residential and the commercial together to make a profit? I'm just trying to understand.
No, I think the Carolyn mentioned that there's a critical mass of residential to make the overall development work. I think we also talked about the 3.8 acres of public space. There's a cost to adding that as a community benefit. Working with the town, we wanted to also preserve the tax base. So really, it's the mix of uses and that density that really is required to pull all the pieces together to get those sales tax generating businesses, to get that open space, and then to create the substantial base of potential customers that are the residents.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Well, I just would add, and if you look in the comprehensive plan as it describes this area and the Stroh Ranch plan, it talks about transitions. It talks about transitioning from higher intensity to lower intensity. And there's also several individual plan goals that talk about a mix of uses, and it talks about not only bringing in new commercial, but also supporting the existing commercial. And when you take all of those in context, what I read those on behalf of my clients as sending a message to the world that what we want here here is mixed use. We want commercial and residential, and we want it to be lower intensity than the commercial that's along Parker, but we want it to also be not so high intensity that it doesn't fit with the residential to the west. And when you take all those things into account, what it really dictates is almost exactly what's being proposed here, which is this blended, integrated mix of residential and commercial uses, smaller scale commercial uses, but integrated into the neighborhood.
Councilmember Barrington.
So Councilmember Hefta and Hendricks asked some questions that I was in particular going to ask. If this were to get the rezoning approved, would there ever be any opportunity for sale units, or is this just not in your wheelhouse, your portfolio? This is not what you specialize in.
I'm once again going to ask Mill Creek to come to the podium, but what I might say ahead of that is just that at this stage of the game, I know we talked to you a little bit about the concept site plan because I've never been in a zoning application where the decision makers and the public didn't want to see what we're planning to build, but the exact precise program is not final until we actually come in with the site plan.
Yeah, and I'll just confirm for the council, Mill Creek we are a multifamily and mixed-use rental developer, and we're proposing 100% market rate development, which Councilmember Hefta, you kind of indicated that is an attainable product. So we are contributing to the housing diversity of Parker. We are 100% market rate rental that can meet some of those attainable housing goals.
All right. Councilmember Wilkes.
Yeah, so I have 3 questions. So on the first one, where the PD says that it's designated mixed use right now, I understand that, but currently there are 0 units left to build because those 221 units were actually lost. So when you're saying that you're asking for an increase of 54, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's not 54 because right now if we do nothing, it's going to stay mixed use, but it can only have commercial developed because there's no more units left per the PD. Is that correct?
Mayor, council member, that's exactly right. We're asking for 275. I said 54 in response to the answer to the question. Hey, if somebody had transferred those 221 many years ago and they weren't lost, do you think that would be enough, or would you still be here asking for something? And I said we'd still be asking for another 54. But you're absolutely right. There are no residential units available in the PD today. And what we're asking you to do is approve 275 residential units to be allocated to this parcel.
Okay, so with that, the number of units per acre, I know that you had put down, and if you want to go back to that slide, you can, because I didn't see the second one. But right now, the Ironstone condos are at 17.7 units per acre. And what was the other one that's at 18.4 units per acre? Okay, so the South Range Crossing's at 18.4, so you're proposing 11.9 units per acre. Is that because you're capping it with the 2 stories that are going to be backed up to the single-family residents that are existing, and then the 3 stories in the center with the commercial?
The density is just an output of the equation, right? If we're only asking for 275 units and we have X acres to distribute it over, whether it all went in one giant tall building or went into multiple 2- and 3-story buildings, that the density would be the same. So yes, it is a function of all of those things that you mentioned.
Okay, and then thank you for that. The third question, because you're talking about how criteria number 4, that there's significant changes that warrant this zone change, on that same note, by adding more residential into an area that's already seen a significant increase in residential, that warrants for more commercial, not less, based on the criteria of what we need. So are you saying that you're going to have the amount of commercial in there to support not only the change in the area, but the change by adding 274 units?
We think that the amount of commercial that's being proposed here, which is the 39,500, is the right amount, given not only the existing demand in the neighborhood, but the demand that would be created with the 275 units. And also that the 275 unit residents would support the existing commercial, not just immediately along Parker and Stroh, but in the vicinity.
Okay, and I lied, I have one more question. On the lines of traffic, I understand that the commercial is going to have, according to the traffic study, less than if there was residential, or I'm sorry, more than if there was residential and commercial. But I want to address the traffic that we haven't addressed yet, which is actually the parking traffic. So when you're adding 274 units, and even if there's no kids in that house, and you figure a house on average is going to have 2 adults, that's 2 cars, plus the commercial parking, plus everybody has guests that come over. It doesn't seem, based on what I'm seeing in the preliminary, and I understand it's not a site plan and that's not what we're here for, but at the same time, we're talking about traffic. And I know that our single-family residents don't want a bunch of people parking in front of their houses either. Can you address the parking, or can Norris Designs?
I cannot, but I know we have someone who can.
Thank you.
Yeah, so, you're correct that this will be further refined in the site plan, but the plans that we've developed adhere to the parking requirements that are in the PD. They're unit mix dependent, so there's 1 space required for a 1-bedroom, 1.5 for a 2 spaces for a 3, and then there's a requirement for 25% guest spaces on top of all residential units. We will meet or exceed all of these requirements for parking on the site.
Okay, does that also take into account the people that are going to be parking for the commercial as well?
Yes, there will be, based on the specific use, there are parking ratios required for the retail that will be accommodated on site as well.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Rivera?
Thank you. During the presentation, you introduced, granted, this is not a site plan, but you did have to introduce some conceptuals, and that is the case, and I do appreciate that. In doing so, you introduced 4 acres of Parker beneficial park. Does that include your detention responsibilities?
No,
Does not. That's
does
a
not.
separate. The 4 acres is strictly park space.
Based on the number of units.
Let me repeat it for the microphone. It's based on the number of units, and so that is in addition to the detention.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right. So, Carolyn, I've got a couple questions, and Nick, you're going to have to come up one more time. But it's a couple questions down the road. So, Carolyn, you used the word in your testimony. This is use it or lose it density, right? So, from a legal basis for you, do you believe that density exists on the property today?
It does not.
Does not. Okay.
And use it or lose it is my characterization of it. It is not a word that appears anywhere in your code or in the zoning.
It's just your testimony.
Yes.
So I'm sure that's what you're telling your client. But were it not use it or lose it, what number would be on that property if you could go back in the way back machine?
The 221.
Okay. Second, I'm curious, and this may be a question for Nick or for you, but what is your basis for your economic forecast of that property? Parker has a number of properties that, since incorporation in 1981 have been vacant. This year they're activating with either a Slim Chickens, an In-N-Out Burger, childcare, number of large growing commercial spots. So I'm just curious what your basis is for your economic forecast that says the higher and best use of this is to be multifamily residential as opposed to commercial.
I think that's a Nick question.
Okay.
So, Mill Creek does operate an extensive commercial portfolio across the country. We are primarily multifamily developers. We've worked with local brokers, retail brokers specifically, to better bolster our local market expertise. So the 39,500 specifically in those locations identified, we feel are feasible for commercial development. As you move further inland to the site, we feel that that's a better mixed-use transition. 275 homes that we proposed, again, a reduction from 322, is really what fits appropriately, only at a density of 11.9 dwelling units per acre, while still accommodating the commercial and the park space.
Okay, but based on what, Nick? So can we go back to where you have the numbers on the parcels, the 4s and the?
Oh, sure.
Oh, the Bill Mars.
Yeah.
Graphic.
Sorry.
So this is
that's just the top.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, so where the town of Parker has today, this is all commercial.
Mm-hmm.
Now we have a very, very small footprint of commercial throughout. And so where I'm getting at is, what is your cited basis? What is your study? What is your, we went to the ABC group, we went to this group that said, this will never generate that much commercial, and it's better to have apartments on it than commercial. So who is the source of that?
I mean, formal economic analysis of commercial throughout the entire
But
site.
who is the source? So if I was going to go read a report that said Gartner, right, public knowledge, any of those groups, who is the group?
It's primarily based on brokerage outreach, Jones, Lang, LaSalle, Sullivan, Hayes. These are retail brokers in the market telling us what's viable for these locations.
Okay, fair enough. And then, Nick, while you're here, one last question. So you've kind of interchanged what I'm used to in verbiage, right? So you've said these are going to be 100% market rate, and then you said they're going to be attainable. So those two are at odds for me. So can you tell us what the target price is for a 1, 2, 3 bedroom?
We have not, yeah, sure. We have not, I can address that. We have not set exact pricing. It's dictated, but if you look at competitive properties in the market that we have to price to.
Right. But you're penciling out, so what is that number?
I mean, the range is, somewhere between $1,800 to $1,900 for a 1-bedroom, and then upwards of, $3,000 for a 3-bedroom home. And the larger homes compare favorably against perhaps a mortgage cost. The lower homes are attainable to people at certain 90 to 100% AMI rates that we've projected.
Okay, for a one bedroom, but
really across the spectrum, those rates.
So in your calculations, though, in that, do you ever consider the FPL, the federal poverty level? In that, do you go, you look at 160, so when you look at, Medicaid, Medicaid expansion, that's 167% of federal poverty level, which is typically what's used in other residential formulas. Do you look at that in terms of an attainability formula?
We have not specifically focused on federal poverty level. It's a little bit beyond my expertise, but we have focused on rents that are affordable to certain AMI bands that I just referenced.
Okay, thank you. Council, any follow-ups? Okay, thank you all. But we're going to call you back in a little bit, so maybe a long bit, but.
We'll be ready.
All right, thank you all. All right, now is the time for public comment. Public comment is for any.
Jeff, I'm sorry about that.
I'll stall them for you. All right. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes on the topic. I see we're already lining up. So I will start the timer for you. If you will be so good as to state your name and address for the record, I'll start your time and we'll get it going.
Can you wait, Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor Torberg and council members.
Just a moment, sir.
Yeah, could you wait until we have a full council back?
Yep.
Thanks.
Sir, give me just a second. We'll get Councilmember Rivero back in here and I'll set the timer. Which is not as easy as you think. We may have to pull out our phones. All right. And while we're waiting, if you wish to make public comment, if you want to start lining up, or we'll get over to this section and you can get up at that point.
So that's space for this.
Not like the whole room's waiting for you, but.
It was.
All right, sir, go ahead. If you'll state your name and address for the record, and I'll cue your 3 minutes.
I'm Irvin Hawley. I live at 19063 East Oak Creek Way, Parker, Colorado, which is in Stroh Ranch.
Great. Go ahead, sir.
We've lived there for 28 years. Have a son and a daughter-in-law that also live in Stroh Ranch, but they've only been there for 20 years. We like it. Stroh Ranch has been good to us. Very nice place to live. Permit me a little thumbnail of myself so you understand where I'm coming from. I've served on a city council when we lived in Cortez. In more recent years, I've served on 5 metropolitan districts in the Denver area, president of 4 of them and secretary of the other one, and one of those 5 includes the one here in Stroh Ranch. I'm a licensed employing broker, real estate broker in the state of Colorado, and I'm also a licensed real estate residential appraiser. So I have a few things in background regarding properties and how they go, what people are interested in, how they're bought and sold, and so on. I understand as a council from serving on various boards that you have legal obligations and legal limitations, but you also have some moral and ethical obligations. You, and I mean the council, not you individually, approved a master plan a number of years ago. You have that moral and ethical obligation to support that. I see that there are really two reasons why a council would intervene at any point. One is the community itself decided that something needed to be changed to be better for them, and the other is that the community fell apart. You lost the values of property, there's no governance, no local thing. Neither of those two things are present at the current time. It's outside influence that's coming. Is there a need? Well, there's a lot of vacant land, and Parker has already been mentioned, so there's not a reason to jam something into a small area of a existing subdivision. Working on metro districts and so on, I was always convinced you had to have something that was supportive and complementary. This must not be supportive and complementary because they're asking for a change in master plan. That means there's something new has been brought in. The absolute need, lots of vacant land around, so I don't see why it is. We have good property values. We have well-maintained houses. We have a good culture with neighborliness, people working together, supporting. We have a good community center. We've had activities at that community center for our own family. We always get compliments of what a nice community you have, what nice facilities you have. And we don't want to see that upset.
Mr. Hawley, I'm going to have to cut you off right there.
I'm sorry?
That was your 3 minutes. I'm going to have to cut you off right there.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. All right, sir, if you'll state your name and address for the record.
Yes, sir. My name is David Lopez. I live at 12920 Ironstone Way in Stroh Ranch. So thank you, Mayor, and thank you, council members, for letting me be here. The first thing I just want to say is that I like Parker as well. And when I got the notice of this, I'll give you just a little bit of background of myself. So I'm a retired firefighter, and during my career, I did serve as an assistant fire marshal, so I've been part of planning meetings, not a town meeting, of course, but with other zoning meetings. So when I first heard of the proposal to add more units to where we are, I must admit, to me, it looked simply as building, not planning, because the intensity that we have already, when the attained housing development just recently opened less than a year ago, I know we have heard said that it won't impact traffic, but it already has impacted the traffic. And I know, Councilman Barrington, you said one of your things that you like is safety. So when they planned that community, I'm not so sure they planned for the safety of those residents, because I'm sure one of the selling points was that shopping is very close, and it is close. But for some of those residents, not all of them, but for some of them, they can walk to the store, but their first 50 yards is going to have to be in the street of the parking area that we have. So with the housing that we have now in Stroh Ranch, there are, for all those residents, there is no play area for the kids. They have to play on the between residences or on the sidewalk. So I heard it mentioned here but by Willow Creek that they were going to have a couple of acres for a play or like a park. So that would be a very good idea, so the local residents already have some place to go to for their kids to play to. But 221 units, that sounds like a very lot. We've already got, I mean, how many people already live there? So, and I know, Councilman Wilkes, you said that you like the fact that you can hardly wait for the get splashed in the face to be shown because you're with kids. So we have to take into effect. I know we've heard this term, we've heard this term on paper and in reality. So on a paper, we can hear these terms being spout out to us, but in reality, like I said, the traffic has already been impacted, and it's only going to get worse. So I'm not against progress, but I think the numbers are just skewed. 221 units versus, I think you said a 4-acre park. Well, why not reduce the number of, make an amendment to this amendment and make less units and make a bigger area? I mean, I'm just talking about the people, citizens, taxpayers here who want a good quality of life. So, and I know, Councilwoman Hefta, you said that's one of your fortes is bike riding and safety. So I'm just hoping you take that into effect, the fact, not just paper, but in reality. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Appreciate it.
Hello, my name is Kathy Chase. I live at 12726 Buckhorn Creek, also in Stroh Ranch. I'm a longtime resident of Colorado. I moved here in 1980 when my father retired from the military to move to the mountains, moving the family to the mountains, which is why I'm here, right? Love the nature, love the open space, very, don't want to see that lost. But I want to make a few comments to you today. One is, one of the first reason on that list is, is there a need for this change? Well, I contend that simply meeting the original number of units that we had in 1984 is not a need for a change. That was an old plan. That's come and gone. I guess I look at that and I don't see that as a need for a change, just my opinion. One other thing that was interesting to me is the study on traffic. So I can buy that there'll be less traffic with commercial, but what I would say is if you look at rush hour traffic, the rush hour traffic, like between 7 and 9 a.m., will go up significantly on Parker Road. And over the years, I've seen my commute on Parker Road. I work up at Raytheon in Aurora, Colorado, and that commute has gone up and up and up, just over the years. So that may be true overall, but if you look at the rush hour timeframes, I definitely believe that would be a significant effect. Two other quick points I want to make is if we did not have those units there and it was all commercial, we would have more income from the town of Parker. So forgetting and I know this was made several times, right? But forget the residential entirely. Go ahead and build out the commercial, and that is more income for Parker if that is something we choose to do. And if this applicant doesn't build, then I have no doubt we will have more applicants in the future. I don't think this is land that is going to go to waste. That I don't share that concern at all. Obviously, the applicant here is concerned about profit. That is their motivation, but they don't live here. So for the folks that live here and that have come here for the land and losing what we've lost, I just would really rather not see the new units. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members and mayor. Thank you for your perceptive questions. Oh, Joy Overbeck, Stroh Ranch, HOA. You really teased out a lot of what's going on in this application that is very confused, I think, due to the staff report. All this staff repeatedly claims, and also at the commissioner meeting, because I was there and spoke then also, that this proposal for 275 new apartments, it's not just staff, but actually the applicant at that meeting, actually adds only 54 apartments to what is permitted on this property. But now it's come out and did finally at the commissioner meeting that the 221 units originally permitted are no longer allowed, apparently because someone or other did something or other or didn't do it. In other words, the plain truth is that actually none of the 275 apartments the developer wants to build are lawfully allowed on this property. None of them, not one. Certainly the developer must have known that when they first started this project. I don't know how the town council in good conscience can allow this flaunting of the town's requirements and expect future developers to follow the rules. There are other serious problems with this proposal, problems with public safety and traffic congestion. New crime stats from Parker Police show a dramatic increase over the last 3 years at the 3 apartment complexes closest to Stroh. We Stroh residents have suffered more break-ins and other crimes since South Range Crossing apartments opened in October, packing about 600 new people and 400 more cars into only 11 acres. Our once peaceful neighborhood, children are being harassed, called obscene names at our playgrounds, and people are smoking weed in our parking lots. Stroh homeowners can no longer let their kids play basketball at the rec center because of the drug use and the bullying. There are lots of domestic disturbances, and now we see 2 or 3 police cars answering each call because of the potential for violence. We've had more, 400 cars at South Range crossings have meant more vehicle crashes in the last 12 months than the previous 12 years in Stroh. These 275 additional apartments would bring another 600 or so people and their cars. Already we have a big problem with speeders and kids nearly hit on the bike lanes on Nate and J. Morgan. We have now, South Parker has apartment saturation. We're becoming an urban hive. And tonight, the town council has approved 343 more apartments at Stroh and Crowfoot. Please respect the residents of Stroh Ranch and your own zoning and development requirements that allow 0 new apartments on this property, and vote no on this misguided and misplaced development. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Hayden Pastilli. I live at 18657 Stroh Road, and I am here this evening to speak with you about my full support for Mill Creek's zoning application and mixed-use process. Mill Creek has done a tremendous job at reaching out to our community and, most importantly, incorporating our feedback into their most recent plan. They've reduced the number of units, limited building heights on the edges of the development, and included a 4-acre park that will be accessible to all residents in the area. Nearly 50% of this project is open space, and they've also committed to adding community-serving commercial. It is important to note that the proposed space has eliminated the auto-centric nightmare that we have in Parker. Their project has significantly less traffic than what's allowed by right today, and they've thoughtfully put together a site plan that limits future traffic internally to the site. While some residents may not want anything to happen to the site, it will be developed one day. I believe their proposed use creates a symbolic buffer between the dense Irestone condos and the single-family homes to the west and the existing commercial to the east. Their project serves as a thoughtful transition between the existing uses. It's no secret that we're in the midst of a housing crisis. Mill Creek is proposing much-needed housing, and they are a quality developer that we would want to bring into our community. They build, manage, and own their properties, which makes them unique from all other developers. Lastly, I have had the personal opportunity to work with Mill Creek on some of their projects. It has been a pleasure to work with them and their team, and I have found that the team has been an essential part of each community that they have built, with strong emphasis on not only developing, but being a direct advocate for the community as a whole. I would be grateful to have Mill Creek as a part of our Parker community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Pastilli.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nick Zimmerman. I live in Stroh Ranch at 12837 South Silver Plume, and I also have a property in Village on the Green at 12998 Coffee Tree Street. The rezoning to be approved requires there to be adequate waste, sewage disposal, water, schools, parks, and recreation and other services. I know that the Lehman Academy has a crazy wait list and does not have enough room for more students, so where are these additional children going to go to school? Well, what about the requirements for there to be adequate circulation to exist for traffic movement and it not to be impeded by development? This doesn't state that there will be minimal impact, but there will not be an impact. Surely adding 275 more apartments to this incredibly dense area will cause further congestion in the roadways, which is required to not happen. Additional requirements are that the municipal service costs that will be incurred must be prepared to be met. The town of Parker Police partnered with Stroh Ranch recently had to install a safety system at all entrances and exits to Stroh Ranch called Flock Safety due to the increased crime in the neighborhood. There have been previous developments in Stroh Ranch, such as Village on the Green. However, the security measures were only necessary after the new apartments went up at South Range Crossing. There have been many studies, including one at Indiana University, that correlate higher population density with higher crime rates. Higher crime rates mean additional municipal service costs. Additionally, as a council member brought up, we'll have less commercial with this proposed zoning change. Less commercial means less sales tax, less revenue, and essentially increased costs. This is not the correct site for the proposed development. There's so much vacant land all over Parker and in Douglas County where the density of population is nowhere near what currently exists at the intersection of Parker and Stroh Road. Further, every piece of available vacant land did not just have another apartment complex open its hundreds of doors in the past few months like we did in Stroh Ranch. I think the only reason this applicant thinks this is the correct piece of land is they were able to purchase this land for below market rate since residential is currently not allowed, and they're trying to rezone it to fit their agenda. Town staff says that there have been changes in the town, especially to the south, that make this applicable. But if it's so applicable in the south, why are they trying to rezone this land here and not build in the south? I think it's because it was a great deal for the land. The other thing that I'm confused about, and I'm wondering what they're hiding, is this sale hasn't been recorded publicly. It's not on the assessor's website. It's not in the public records. Why can't I find the transaction? And if they do own it, why aren't they maintaining it? I have prairie dogs digging into my backyard, and no one's maintaining the land. Where's the need? Anthology North has already been approved for 3,400 more homes. All the homes on Crowfoot, we're looking at 5,000 more homes in the south side of Parker. We currently have around 32,000 homes in Parker. So we're looking at a 15% increase, mainly in the south side of town. Why do we need 275 more apartments and not just more commercial to support all of the currently approved developments? When we all purchased our homes, we understood that this currently vacant land was zoned to allow commercial and no residential. Let me go here. There's an issue with the height, right? I looked on a topography map. The height on this land is about 10 feet higher than in Village on the Green, and they want to have up to 45-foot tall buildings. So we're looking at about a 55-foot difference between the height of the building and looking at Village on the Green. That doesn't exist anywhere in Parker. Neither does commercial with residential above it. It doesn't fit in the town's plan. Thank you.
Thank you. So give me just a second before you start. So if you clap during testimony, during the public comments, we're not picking that up on the recording. We're only picking up the clapping. So if you wouldn't mind refraining till the end. I know there's enthusiasm and there's passion in the room, and I don't want to squash that. But we want to get the accurate record on the record. So if you'll refrain till the commenter finishes their statement.
Yep, my name is Lawrence Rangel, 12644 South Silver Creek Street, also Stroh Ranch. So bottom line up front, I believe I moved to the town of Parker, not the city of Parker. It just blows me away right now. It blows me away that we're even talking about more development, more apartments, more density. Okay. Now, if any of the council members or the mayor would like to go on and let the voters know that they have a different vision for Parker that includes turning it into an urban cityscape, I'm sure the voters would love to hear that. Conversely, if you guys want to preserve and conserve what we currently have, again, I'm sure the voters would love to reward you for that. That being said, it's kind of interesting to me that everybody that's come up to speak, the mayor asked to give their address. I heard none of the people from the development give their address. My guess is that they don't actually live in Parker, which is fine. I'm assuming that this need for the apartments is coming from all of them wanting to move into these beautiful apartments that they're going to build. Doubt. To continue, I don't know. I don't believe there's a need. I just don't believe there's a need. Who in Parker is looking at downsizing right now to an apartment? I don't think anybody is. I think the fact of the matter is that we're looking at adding more people. And I don't think anybody in Parker is really interested in adding more people. Now, I feel like not much has been said about this density limit that we're hitting. It's not the responsibility of the current residents of Parker to make up for the lost density that in this use it or lose it, or, nobody seems to know where it is that this density went. Now, I suppose a joke is due. A developer and a resident were walking through a forest. They came up to a fence. The developer said, let's tear down the fence. And the resident said, well, let's figure out why it's here. Maybe we should actually honor what happened with this density limit. If we lost it, maybe we lost it for a reason. Maybe we're at the density that we need to be at. I suppose that's all I really have to say about that. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Hello, Mayor, Council members, Matthew Butler, 19539 East Elk Creek Drive, Stroh Ranch. I want to talk about the density. We're shoehorning 275 apartments into this tiny little space. If you figure an average of 3.5 people per apartment, that's 962 new people living in that tiny little area. And I think number 9 on the criteria is adequate services exist. So what I would challenge the developers and anybody else that thinks that there's enough services, go to the King Soopers at Stroh Ranch at like 10 o'clock on a Saturday with 1,000 new people there and come out with everything you plan on going in for, because you won't. It's bad as it is right now. Second thing I want to talk about is kids. previous person mentioned this. What are we going to do with 102, 103 roughly new kids? Lehman has a wait list. Legacy Point, the local elementary school, is putting kids in trailers this coming school year. They're looking at somewhere around 27 to 33 kids per teacher, which is not ideal. And so now we had 103 more kids, and they'll be in the middle school, which has the same problem with kids in trailers. So I think that that criteria has not been met. There is not adequate service to meet this development. And then the need. And very simply, if a need existed, it would have happened already. If there was a need for 275 apartments on this plot of land, it would have already happened. And I think that it's good that it didn't happen. And there was a lot of talk about a decrease, there'll be a 36% decrease in traffic. There will be a 100% increase in traffic. There's traffic right now, and if you put 1,000 more people, how is that a decrease in traffic? Doesn't really work. Those are the points I wanted to make. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Martha Martinez. I live on 12462 South Belisario Creek Court. I am, and I just want to make a few points because I'm the newbie in this group, and Stroh Ranch has been very welcoming. What a wonderful community, what a wonderful neighborhood. I have lived here for approximately a year and a half now. I was blessed to be able to buy a home here with my family after a terrible tragedy that if you Google me, you can find out what happened down in Denver. I'm a Denver native. And I've seen that across the street from Stapleton, how it was, we used to live in the Montclair neighborhood, how it was redeveloped into these, you guys might have built the cookie cutter Stapleton looking development homes. And exactly what you showed up there, that's what happened across the street in the Stapleton development in the area, okay? Crime has just, it exploded. Okay, yes, it's a nice area, but crime has exploded. The cage may be golden, but there's still crime outside of it. The traffic has increased exponentially. It's so dangerous down there. They did not obey the little flashing lights, the yield to pedestrians. I can tell you from my experience from growing up in Montclair, across the street from Montview, where the whole Stapleton area, it was redeveloped. It's an area full of crime. I am a victim of a crime. My family, my two boys, and my daughter, who's not here, is a victim of a crime. That's why we came to Parker, for a safer community, for the quality of life that we always wished we had, but we never did, and unfortunately, it took a terrible tragedy to bring us here. I do not want them coming to my beautiful neighbors and affecting them, my neighborhood and my neighbors. So I plead with you guys, please, let's protect our quality of life. Let's protect our families, our kids that are going to be on the bicycles. They are on the bicycles. There's no way we're not going to have reduced traffic. It's going to increase. People already speed down the road. Okay, these little cookie cutter houses that they're planning to build in apartments, no, we don't need that. I plead with you as a mom, as a professional. I'm a nurse by profession. I've seen tragedies as well. Do not allow them to come into our community. There's money in our back pocket. They've already evaluated it. There's money. Let's keep that land as it is. Let's keep that in our back pocket for later on. Who knows? That's an investment for us. We know it's worth some money. We got people that are interested, but let's keep it like that. Why do we even have to build anything on there for now? Let's keep it as it is and protect the voters, the people that you know, your families. Please, I plead to you as a mom, as a nurse, as a woman. That's all I can do for you. This is my simple statement. And from my growing up and seeing what has happened in Denver, this is what's going to happen here in Stroh Ranch. I can tell you from experience, 100%. And I speak from the heart.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Wow, I get to follow that. Mayor, with your indulgence, if I may have a quick moment of off-clock time.
Make it
for a
fast.
history lesson. For those of you who haven't been around here long enough to be considered furniture, the question about Village on the Green and what it used to be zoned for used to be agriculture. And at one time, there was discussion about a pig farm going there. So I think we're in universal agreement thank you, Town of Parker, for allowing that zoning change to happen.
All right, introduce yourself and give us your address.
Okay. Good evening. My name is R.J. O'Connor. I live on East Oak Creek Place in Stroh Ranch. I am a 23-year resident of Parker, and I am currently the president of the Stroh Ranch Community Association Board of Directors. Changing the rules in the middle of the game has always been unacceptable. The rules that have been in place for decades, now Town Planning and Mill Creek are asking the council to change the rules in the middle of the game. It's just one reason why our association, representing thousands of Parker residents, stands in opposition to this development. It was just a short few years ago that our community stood in opposition to a 204-unit apartment complex that we knew was going to bring problems to Parker. We were told the town couldn't change any of that zoning and that land simply, they couldn't change the zoning on that land simply because residents didn't like it and they didn't like what was proposed. Now, Town Planning and Mill Creek are expecting you, the council, to change the zoning because it's a product they like and they want. It seems just a little bit off, considering shortly after that time, the council rapidly acted to change the zoning and annex in a part of land because town council didn't want a garbage dump on the north side of town. So those of us in Stroh Ranch still remember that history. This proposed development is filled with mathematical jujitsu to get the council to believe that this project can be done under the change in zoning. The developer and planning have used numbers that don't exist, don't apply, and the first planning says 221 units can be built, but then they say those units were removed from the PD, only to use those numbers again to make it sound like the zoning change is minor. If you followed that, bless you, because I've been looking at it all day and still trying to figure it all out. Bottom line is, no residential units are allowed on that land. The developer and planning are asking to go from 0 to 275, and it may appear to be no big deal, but out of the own packet that you guys looked at, here's a quote. Property owners and developers must do this at the time when they submit a development application to obtain town approval for their project. The prior property owners and developers did not do this years ago when most of Stroh Ranch PD was developed. So the above referenced 221 residential units are not available. And going into the multifamily, I think this bizarre thirst for multifamily homes has had an extremely unfair impact to those guys right there. Chief Jim and every one of our guys in the police department, I've seen the numbers of what's going on in our apartment complexes in this town. Those guys can't keep up. It's not fair to them. They have every right to go home and see their family just like I do when I get off this podium. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Council, I'm Ron Meyer, president of the Ironstone HOA. I live on Ironstone Way, Stroh Ranch. Pretty much everything's been said that I was going to say. I do want to point out something in the traffic study, though. Commercial traffic would pretty much always come in off Parker Road, go back onto Parker Road. But residential units, if they have to use the Hess corridor, they're going to cut down J. Morgan, they're going to go down Nate, and they're going to go to Hess. That will add significantly more traffic to the neighborhood than commercial would that's just entering and exiting off Parker Road, as they currently do for what's already there. 6 years ago, I was in front of the Planning Commission here, standing right here, trying to convince them not to put South Range crossings in place. In less than a year, our quiet neighborhood is now a disaster. When the cops aren't making our Parker Police Department, who is doing a wonderful job, and they're the best there is, but when they're not responding to a call there, I see them sitting in our parking lot surveilling that place. It's a constant presence. I'm glad they're doing it, but it's not right. This just adds to it. This area was zoned commercial for a reason. There was no residential put there, obviously for some reason. I don't think anybody just forgot 221 units. Didn't happen. So we respectfully ask that you guys do the right thing and do not allow a zoning change here.
Councilmember Holland, welcome back.
Former council member?
I'm sure anyone up here would trade places with you tonight. So, but if you would state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Amy Holland, 19690 East Man Creek Drive, Stroh Ranch. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am a native Coloradan. I have been coming to Parker to visit what we call a family friend. I call her family since I was, I don't know, a baby. And I'm not going to tell you how old I am, so it's been a long time since I've been coming to Parker. I have been a resident here for 23 years. That woman does live across the street from me in Stroh Ranch. And so she's seen a lot of history here herself. 5 years ago, sitting in your seat, I purchased a home overlooking this parcel. And I knew darn well what was expected to happen there. I was excited for the commercial, retail, anything that was going in there, and very excited. Sometimes you see a little action over there. I'm like, oh, wow, they're finally getting started. These are great developers, great partners that you're working with. I wholeheartedly disagree with adding extra multifamily housing to this neighborhood. I bent over backwards trying to fight and find a way that we could work around the previous development that went in there. There was no way that we could do that. We could not say no to that. You tonight can say no to this decision. What I have seen there in the last 5 years is increased traffic along J. Morgan. This traffic study said there would be no impact on Natay. I would like to know, Natay goes all the way from Hess all the way to J. Morgan. Where's there no impact on there? It did not even talk about the impact on J. Morgan. This traffic has increased again with this multifamily housing project that's already gone in there. I cannot count the number of accidents that have happened back there, some of which, as you all well know, has been fatal. The safety right there at J. Morgan and Natay, I don't even take that route out of my neighborhood anymore. I go the long way out. As far as our police officers, you know how passionate I am about our police and their safety. It's just crazy what's going on right now with the multifamily housing. Again, I'm not only concerned about the safety of our residents, our children are at stake. Our officers' safety is at stake too right now. So I really wholeheartedly do not want to add to that burden. We will have to increase the budget for extra police officers. And again, I just ask for you to make the right decision this evening. Thank you.
Mayor, Council, Christopher Adams. I live on Prince Creek Drive. I'm here in support of the Mill Creek development. Their plans and everything they're talking about with the park, low density, only 11 per acre square, is right in line with Resolution 23-058 that you passed unanimously tonight. And this helps with creating a more open, walkable, and bikeable community by allowing commercial areas that are more than just a King Soopers, a Carl's Jr., and God forbid more automotive. The average house price in Stroh and Parker right now is anywhere between $700,000 and $800,000. No one, my wife and I were lucky to be able to purchase where we did. Because with prices as they are now, we're both professionals, white-collar workers, and we wouldn't be able to live in the neighborhood or Parker based on the prices now. Apartments and at normal market rates are good for a community. They're good for businesses because there needs to be support staff and workers, and those workers aren't going to commute here for any jobs because, one, we're getting out of RTD and we don't have reliable public transit down to this area. And then if we build this community, we're on the Cherry Creek, so we're now connected to the rest of the town, and they're able to commute and get there reliably to help these small businesses that we want to build Parker off of, rather than the big box stores where they're paying minimum wage. Granted, small companies will pay minimum wage to bring in workers and get the jobs done, but it helps having a workforce, because if it's all single-family homes, we're not having a workforce that needs to be done. Additionally, the master plan change is up to you guys. All changes are allowed by the town council for what you believe needs to be done for the community. This should be done for the community. We elect you to then vote on the town's behalf, and this is part of the Parker 35 plan and helps move everything along. And then also, my understanding is that the development is mixed use right now, and that the developer is only asking for it to be re-upped as mixed use to allow the homes there. The homes, if you look at paper, are allowed, but because someone in the original PD said didn't file the paperwork, those housing units were lost. So all this developer is asking is to re-up what was already there, adding an additional amount, 50 units. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, sir, you're up next.
Hi, Daniel Boffman, 12818 Ironstone Way in Parker. I live in Stroh Ranch, been there 18 years. 2005 was my year. So I totally bought into the 2004 changes. Sad to see them go if they do. I'd like to second everything that gentleman over there said. And to the commercial traffic that stays on Parker Road from the Ironstone perspective, that stays on Ironstone Road. If you turn it into residential, they're moving right through the neighborhoods. They're going to be driving right through. It's going to take our great police department that we have, and it's going to overstress them. I'm not asking for more police. I'm not asking for more schools. I'm asking for them to get the heck out of our city. Regarding the woman in the leopard outfit that came up here, I'd like to state for the record that she had publicly said on this property prior to this convening that she was going to be profiting heavily from the contract with Mill Creek. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Paul Innes. I live on Ironstone Way in one of the condos, 2 buildings away from the space that we're discussing.
Go ahead, sir.
It's an honor to appear before you folks this evening. Obviously, these folks have done a lot of work in developing their plan and going through the process. According to my personal casual survey, Ironstone condominiums have not increased in value as much in the last couple of years because of the apartments that were built on the immediate west of us. Should we have to pay the price additionally, again, to have more apartments adjacent to us? Thank you for all the attention you've given to us this evening, and we trust that you'll make good decisions tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Innes.
Hello, my name is Brianna Medema, and I live on Bonnie Street in Stroh, 13095. As a professional engineer, I work in development for an adjacent municipality. I am not speaking as part of that municipality, nowhere associated with my job. I was a traffic engineer for 3 years, and now I'm a supervisor in development review on the commercial and civil engineering side. So this development in this space makes sense. It is the appropriate density to transition from single family to a shopping center, retail center. When I graduated from college, my husband and I, 2 engineers, could only afford to live in an apartment. And so we rented for 2 years in an apartment right next to a grocery store. So I see my history of transition to homeownership through apartments like this. And the location really matches the expectations. So you have specific access to Stroh, you have access to Parker Road, you have access to collectors. These are appropriate roadway network to support a greater intensity. I generally do not participate in municipal government. I generally stay out of it. Our HOA has been very, very active and aggressive in physical mailers and in emails. The passion that you have seen here has been communicated and almost in a toxic level on social media. And so I would say that there's a large percentage of residents at our HOA who do not feel the same as our HOA elected. One of the concerns for the talking points that was identified in the emails supplied to all of our HOA members were densities, roads, and crime. The HOA has not done a survey of all the residents to see what the residents of the HOA feel about this development. They have gone to the people who've come to the HOA. I have 2 small children who I missed bedtime tonight because I was here, because I think this is the appropriate development for this space. And I do think having that super local coffee shop would be wonderful for me. I walk from my house to the ice cream shop next to the grocery store. And my kids and I bike and run along the trail system. And so, yes, there is definitely increased density. I see that, yes, there is increased police force. That is at a request of the HOA. And the HOA is investing in a safety system, so I think
I'm
that
going to
will
cut you
help.
off there at 3 minutes. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Anyone else wishing?
Good evening. My name's Marty Malinowski, 12766 Ironstone Way. Engineer by trade. Bought our unit over there about 2 years ago, and being an engineer, I always do my research ahead of time, know what the uses were planned around there, and of course, it was not a high-density development nearby. We already knew about the apartments that did get built, and knew that going in, and we agreed that that was not going to be a concern for us. However, after seeing how that has developed, and knowing that this land, and I've heard some others say that the land ought to perhaps not be developed at all. Well, property owners have rights, and if they are within the zoning, they should be able to do as the zoning dictates. In this case, the zoning doesn't currently allow what is being requested, and I really believe that the high density that is being requested here, other than the commercial use, other than the fact that it's only going to be about 4% of the total area that could have been commercial, and taxes would be important for that, is going to cause additional problems and is not what I would have considered appropriate when I bought that unit as an investment. So that's all I had to say tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to make public comment? All right, we're going to close public comment on this at 10:16, and as we always do, we're going to invite the applicant back up. Christy, Nick, whoever wants to, if you have anything that you heard from the public testimony that you want to clarify, add to the evidence. So we've had a request for a brief break up here.
I was going to request the same thing.
All right. Well, as long as you do it and we don't do it. So, all right. Let's take 5 minutes. Let's reconvene at 22 after.
No, it's okay. I don't have it.
How are you? Pretty good.
If you will all take your seats. All right, we are back to statements or anything that the applicant wishes to address on anything that they heard out of public comment or from council comments.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Once again, Carolyn White, Counsel for the applicant. And I have just a couple of brief points that we would like to make in response to some of the questions or comments that were made during public comment. One of the questions that was raised or the comments was about why no one can find in the property records the record of the sale of this property. That's because, as revealed in the application materials themselves, the applicant is the contract purchaser of the property, and it has not yet closed, and it will close at some point in the future. And so the current owner is the same owner that has owned it for some time and put it up for sale, and the applicant is under contract to purchase it at the appropriate time, assuming all the criteria have been met. So nothing nefarious going on. We're a contract purchaser. We have authorization from the owner to make this application. One One other sort of overarching comment, and that was about, geez, what this application is asking to change the rules in the middle of the game. Actually, the zoning code tells you under what circumstances and how one can apply to change the rules, and we are respectfully following that exact process in the zoning code. It says, if you wish to propose a change or an amendment to existing zoning, this is the process you follow. We outlined it at the beginning of this presentation, and here's the criteria. This is the exact process by which anyone in the town of Parker can make a proposal to this body to make a decision to change the rules when it's appropriate. And the criteria tell you how to decide when it's appropriate. So again, no one's changing the rules in the middle of the game other than following the rules that you set for how and when one can make that proposal, and ultimately you all will be the deciders on that. Then I just want to talk about 3 specific issues that were raised: schools, traffic, and crime. And as with anything, if you have questions and you want to go into more detail, we'll bring up the right expert to address those. On the school issue, there were a couple of folks who were estimating how many students might potentially live in these multifamily units if they were built. Well, fortunately, we don't have to guess because Douglas County Schools has their own formula and schedule by which they estimate the student generation for all different product types. And as was mentioned by staff, they are a referral agency, and they have done so for this project, and they have projected that there will be approximately 102 students that will be generated by this development if it's built. And they've also told us exactly what they need in order to accommodate that as part of the referral comments, and the developer has agreed and in fact is required to provide that, i.e. a payment of fees in lieu. And there is a letter in the file from Douglas County Schools explaining exactly that. So hopefully that answers the question, and certainly Douglas County Schools is the right party to make the judgment on the ability of their school system to accommodate the potential new students from this development. On traffic, yes, of course, there will be more traffic on the roads than there is today if something gets developed on this site. As between what could be developed today, commercial, and what we're proposing to develop a mix of residential and commercial, our proposal would generate approximately 30% less traffic compared to the status quo of what could be developed today. But certainly, it's without a doubt, all new development will create some new traffic. I think some of the questions arose in the nuances of how that traffic circulates and moves throughout the community. And as our traffic engineer testified, and as it says in the traffic report, the existing circulatory system is adequate to accommodate the traffic from this development. And also the question was asked, or maybe a statement was made that, hey, if this were commercial, all of the people would travel on this road versus if it's partially residential, they'll travel on this road, and so that would affect the neighborhood more. Actually, part of the traffic study includes a trip distribution analysis, which attempts to project in which direction people will travel for different types of uses. And as our traffic engineer just shared with me over the break, people will always take what they perceive to be the easiest route to get from point A to point B, whether they are commercial travelers or residential travelers. And when you do that analysis, the trip distribution is approximately the same for residential or commercial. So there's no one particular intersection that is affected differently if it's one particular type of use versus the other. And then the last thing is the question about crime. There's 2 points I want to make in response to that. And that is obviously that, of course, the police department also has the opportunity to comment on these applications. But from a practical perspective, 2 things that might be slightly different about this proposal versus another one that was recently built or other existing conditions elsewhere. And number 1, that is, as was mentioned at the beginning of this presentation, that Mill Creek owns and operates and maintains the developments and communities that it builds. So they will be there, and it is in their best interest, as much as it is in anyone else's, that this be operated as a safe community. And they certainly have the expertise and the motivation and the tools to do exactly that. And they certainly intend to manage it in an appropriate way to maintain that safety for its residents as well as the existing residents. And the other thing that I want to mention that is a little bit more of a land use and planning issue, and that is this concept of eyes on the street. You know, what's being proposed here is a distribution, I'll use that word again, of the units in different buildings throughout the site in a logical way and in a diffuse way, so that it's not just one big honking building in the middle of the site that, maxes out the density in one structure. It's rather human scale. It's designed, or it will be designed when the site plan is submitted, to put eyes on the street, to have those interactive open spaces where everything is visible, and to utilize the principles of design of, I'm going to get it wrong, Bill.
Crime prevention through environmental design.
Thank you. Crime prevention through environmental design, which has to do with things like not creating, shaded spaces that are hidden that people can hide in and so on. And so that is one of the design principles that will be incorporated in the site plan if this project moves forward. So for all the reasons we previously stated and for those in our letter, we believe that the criteria have been met, and we ask for your approval of this application. And we're, of course, happy to answer any additional questions that you may have at this point.
Great. Thank you very much, ma'am. And so we're going to bring this back to the council. Council, any further questions of our staff, of the applicant, anyone, except for folks providing public testimony? So we're going to continue back in our same order. Councilmember Dyak, we'll start with you.
Thank you very much. All right. Again, thank you again to the applicant. I believe you've gone above and beyond. In presentation, you've gone beyond the limits of what I believe to be just a simple or just a rezoning request. You provided detail that gives people the perspective of what it would be like if this application were to move on to potential site plan and construction. It's very interesting for an analytic. I need that. I also usually need time to kind of gather my thoughts. I remember back in the day, I was the last person to speak. Now I'm the first. So just a juxtaposition there.
So, John, we haven't closed the public hearing yet, so it's not about
Oh.
it's just questions for the applicant.
I don't, so the
That's probably why
mayor,
you're the last one to get asked.
the mayor has told me that I am going off on the next section, so I have no questions, Mayor, thank you.
All right. Councilmember Rivera.
Sorry.
If you can keep us on track.
Thank you.
All
I have
right.
no additional questions.
He said no additional questions.
Oh, sorry. Councilmember Hendricks.
No additional questions.
Councilmember Hefta.
No additional questions, but I want to thank Mill Creek for their presentation tonight and addressing the questions that our constituents in the audience had.
Great. Councilmember Barrington.
No questions, thank you.
All right, Councilmember Wilkes.
I just have one. So on the school, because we did hear a lot of public comment, and then you addressed it again about the 102 kids and that there would be cash in lieu of building a new school. But you keep kind of skirting around what that exactly means. A kid goes to school from kindergarten through senior year. That's 12 years. That's the increase to our teachers, the increase to the schools, the increase to the lunches and everything. What is the cash in lieu of building a new school?
Mayor, council member, well, we don't get to decide that. The school district decides. They determine what we have to pay on a cash in lieu basis, and they also have their student generation breakdown also includes a breakdown of how many of those 102 students will be at each grade level. And so they will decide how they're going to allocate those funds to what they think is appropriate, whether it's teachers or lunches or classroom space or whatever. We don't get to decide that. We just respond to what they tell us they need, and we do it.
And what if they told you they need? What is the number the school district has given you guys for cash in lieu?
May I answer?
Yeah, I can tell you the formula. I don't know the dollar figure.
So it's pursuant to the code, but the value shall be based on anticipated market value after completion of platting and construction of public improvements. The applicant is required to submit a proposal for the cash in lieu fee and supply the information necessary for us as the town to evaluate the adequacy of the proposal. So at a later point in time, an appraisal would be done of the land, and at that time, the calculation would be determined, and Douglas County School District would determine if that was, if they approved.
Okay, but the applicant's aware that that will happen in the future and
Indeed.
they're on board with everything. Okay, perfect, thank you.
All right. Council, any other questions for anyone? All right, then we are going to close the public hearing at 10:33. Council, now is your chance to debate talk amongst yourself, and I am going to say in that same order and let you continue on, Councilmember Rivera. I'm sorry, Dyak.
Do I get credit for what I just said?
You
before?
do, you do.
Okay, thank you.
We'll just have them shifted in the tape.
Yeah. Oh, man. Sorry about that, everyone. Yeah, so, I mean, this, the town of Parker, again, has a process to identify how to potentially change zoning. Again, we review, it's our task to review each application based on its own merits. We've done more than a few of them in my 11 years here. The most recent, again, was last week, the Coyle Perkins property, Avalon Bay. We brought in some commercial, some multifamily right down the street. We also, again, as outlined, I didn't realize it was going to be a pig farm, but Village on the Green, that was one of those that came before us, and we rezoned it to single-family residential. And there are others. The other one I can think of is the piece on Pine and Parker, where the new In-N-Out Burger is going to go. That's some retail commercial in the front, and we have multifamily on the back. And each one of those has its own merits, its own facts, and it's up to us to identify the criteria. There obviously are things that are presented to our staff or to us, the council, that we do not move through. So again, it's as the mayor stated at the beginning, it's up to us to consider an application and match the fact set to the criteria. And this is our task at this point in time. So for me, what I did is before this hearing, went through the 9 criteria. And again, I think some are just very administrative or technical in nature, or will be identified at a later point in time. And I came up with 4. And the 4 that I highlighted that I thought would be a potential issue or concern or something to drill in deeper in this hearing was item number 1, a need exists for the proposal. Number 2, the particular parcel of ground is indeed the correct site for the proposed development. Number 4, there have been significant changes to the area to warrant a zone change. And number 8, the proposal is consistent with the town's master plan maps, goals, and policies. And when I got to 8, my thoughts went to the PD. Again, I had some questions on really what is a PD. It seems like it's a mini master plan. So I drilled into that, and to me, looking at the PD in '84, again, I've been here 40 years, so I remember this development sort of occurring in phases, and to me, the PD really created a very holistic, very diverse mix of uses. You had single-family residential. You had, at the time, Ironstone Apartments, which was an approved project, and I believe it was suspended due to economic conditions. It then turned over into condos for sale, and that remnant piece of the approved project was picked up and developed as dominium apartments. And again, I'm not trying to throw shade on anything. It's just that's from the fact set. That's sort of how it evolved. So for me, it's one of those things where you take a step back, and this PD was given to us in '84. The potential was updated, I think '04, '03, and the one thing that really did not change was this allowance of multifamily units. And just looking at the development and how it occurred. There was a administrative process to retain those units, but that didn't happen. There is conjecture, there could be conjecture that that was done willfully or was just done as an error of omission. I don't know. But looking at these criteria, the one thing that I go back to is number 4. There have been significant changes in the area to warrant a zone change. And the request at this point in time, which we have at hand, is we need to add back in an allocation for multi-use units so this request can be moved forward. Last week, and my focus, I think, in all of these rezonings is I want to preserve commercial. With that, I know that there's a ability for us to get more people in to spend money, but that development, I believe, is happening around this site. We have made changes, and we have had approvals, and approvals have been in place for years that are bringing units to around this location. So, to me, it feels that there have been no significant changes in this area to warrant a zone change. With the amount of development and change in and around this area, I don't know if this particular parcel of ground is indeed a correct site for the proposed development. And I do believe that there is a housing need in the region, but as the testimony indicated, I believe that Stroh has fulfilled their obligation for the residential units, and I do not know if, in my mind, I believe the testimony supports there not being a need existing for this specific proposal at this specific site. Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, sir. Councilmember Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First and foremost, I thank the people for your attendance tonight. I thank you for your patience. I don't know that we're going to set a record. I will let you know that we are probably about a third into our agenda, so we'll be here for a little bit longer than probably a lot of you, but that's our job and that's our duty. I thank the applicant, incredibly thorough. You have amassed the team beyond teams, from Brownstein to Norris. You guys are the creme de la creme, and you presented an excellent case. I thank the staff. There is a lot of misconception that it is the staff that is presenting. You're simply doing what is the right of a private property owner, and I thank you for the burden that comes with that role and with that job, and sometimes the inundation of emails and whatever they are. It's not an easy job, but I too believe, like the 7 of us that sit up here, you are doing what is best for this community by what policies this board or previous boards have set. And it is up to us to change those policies, whether that be the criteria or the master plans or whatever it may be. I too, like Councilmember Dyack, narrowed down out of the 9 criteria because some of them are not pertinent to or not for us to debate. Frankly, they are what they are. But I too come with the 4 that come down to the 4 that Councilmember Dyack spoke of. 1, a need exists. 2, the parcel ground is correct. 4, there have been significant changes to warrant a zone change. And then 8, obviously, consistent with the town master plan, maps, goals, and policies. Similar to what Councilmember Dyack said, the master plans or the PUDs, for this area, were they, as they were written in 1984, they have been amended, and Stroh Ranch split off. It was 8,350 odd homes, and it split off, and people purchased, what is Anthology or what will be Looking Glass or whatever those were, and decided to develop those as their own. And two, like Councilman Dyak mentioned, Ironstone was originally built as apartments back in my early days, and then, wasn't finished out, and we got, Dominium coming in later, and then Ironstone condominiumized and turned into the community that it is today. I too come down to, a need exists for the proposal. Is there a need for this specific site? I'm not, the rezoning criteria are specific. They're site specific to this site. Is there a need on this specific site? I'm not looking at the market. I'm not looking at Parker. I'm not looking at Denver Metro. I'm not looking at South suburban area. I'm looking on this specific site. Is there a need to this specific site? Two, the parcel of ground is indeed the correct site for proposed development. In this situation, it is, because it is mixed use. That's not debatable. It is zoned for mixed use, and that part of it is the correct site for this development. And then I go to, obviously, number 8, I spoke to it earlier, the town master plan. A neighborhood center is a neighborhood center, and I spoke very highly to that, and I second what Councilmember Dyak said, where commercial is of the utmost importance to this community. That's what gets us our services. As some folks said, that's what gets us the men and women in blue. That's what gets us the parks and the trails and everything else we get in this community. It is through retail sales tax. 75% of our budget on average is through retail sales tax. And that's hugely important to this community. We are not gaining on property tax and everything else. So we're not after building homes. It's a misconception on next door and the like that we just want more and more homes for more and more money, because that's actually the opposite of what we're after up here. It comes down to item 4. It simply is, are there significant changes in the area to warning a zoning change? And the answer is no. The answer is that no, this area has developed exactly as it's supposed to be developed. We can say that somebody forgot the 212 units out there. We could also say, with the same weight, that those 212 units were not needed, that they didn't need those 212 units and they let them expire because Ironstone wasn't selling, or whatever the case was, those 212 went away. So as much as it carries weight that they forgot, or that they just expired because people didn't know, it also carries the same value of weight that maybe they weren't needed, and this neighborhood, as John said, has done its duty. I find that they did not answer criteria number 4. I question criteria number 1. Thank you.
Councilmember Hendricks.
Thank you, and just want to say this is probably the biggest attendance meeting I've had pleasure of since taking office several years ago, and I want to say very cordial from everyone, so I thank you for that. We all hear the testimony from citizens about the random topics that they are concerned about, but as other council members have said, we have to base our decisions on the 9 criteria given to us. And based on testimony from staff, I do not feel number 1 applies here. Stroh Ranch has an abundance of housing in a broad range of housing types. I also agree with other comments that Councilman Dyak and Rivera have said. So I'll just keep it short and sweet.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Hefta.
Well, first of all, I want to thank Mill Creek and for giving us an excellent presentation about what they envision on this property. I think that their presentation really drilled down of what it could be. And then I want to thank the residents of Parker, or the homeowners and residents of Stroh Ranch who live there, for their testimony as well, because they took time out of their day to come here tonight, and it's 10:48 at night right now, and this is way past my bedtime, folks. So I want to thank them as well, because they're staying up late to come here to testify. What we have to do on town council is evaluate the 9 criteria. Does it fit for the rezoning criteria in 13.04.2.40? We have to evaluate that. And so we've heard from the applicant and the Planning Commission in the town. And most of these folks were all in favor of this application and gave their presentation on why this meets the 9 criteria. We also heard from the testimony of just a few folks here: Stroh Ranch HOA representative, Ironside representative, former council member Amy Holland, John Fusa, and we also had a letter dated 21 July 2023 from Stroh Ranch, Ironside Condos, Village on the Green, Stroh Ranch Business Circle Board of Directors, and numerous residents submitting public comment for us for review as well. So our job is to balance the needs of the community against this criteria. And so, number one, is there a need for this proposal? As I had stated earlier when asking Ms. Julia Duncan and John Fusa whether there is a need for the proposal, giving the housing already in the area, I believe the answer from Mr. Fusa was indicative that indeed there may not necessarily be a need for this proposal. And in fact, what may be needed in this area is more commercial. We have a lot of single-family homes, multifamily homes, apartments, townhomes, and condos already. And Parker is not due for full build-out until the year 2050. Currently, we're at 75% build-out now in 2023. So we still have a lot more build-out in this particular area to happen. And so what is the need of the community, and what need exists right now for this proposal? The need now for this proposal would be more commercial, maybe a regional company, more boutiques, grocery store, more services for the community, and not necessarily more multi-use or multi-mix housing. Also, during the testimony, I asked Ms. Julia Duncan about the changes on number 4, whether there have been significant changes in the area to warrant a zone change. And from her answer, there was one administrative change and there was one substantive change. So administrative changes are not really given as much weight as substantive changes. And so there's really hasn't been significant changes to this area to warrant a zone change. There just has not been. Overall, I want to thank everyone for coming, and I want to thank our planning department for also answering the needs and questions of the community as well, because they work really hard and they've got to evaluate these proposals that come before them, and they've got to work with applicants that come before them. I think it's important to keep in mind that most of the property in the town of Parker is already zoned in some way, shape, or form. And these are private property owners, just like our constituents that own this property. So every parcel of property in the town of Parker that you see is owned by someone. And they have a right to sell it to a developer. And that developer has a right to come before council and ask and engage in a process to develop that property. So I just want to make that very clear, that we have these private property rights that exist in the United States of America, and we are very happy about that. Thank you.
Councilmember Barrington?
I want to thank everyone for all the time that has gone into this proposal. I know that it's been going on for 18 plus months, and it's been a lot of time. The applicant has spent a ton of time, I'm sure, a lot of money. Our staff has spent a lot of time. I mean, the packet is, we've all studied this packet. It's very thorough. But going back to the criteria that we need to base our decision on, crime's not one of the criteria, but there are several other criteria that I don't think that have been met. I also based my decision, or am basing my decision off of number one, a need exists. I think we are already seeing several areas that it is zoned for this. And we see a lot of multifamily. I believe we need commercial in this area. And although crime is not a criteria, number 6, additional municipal service costs will not be incurred. I do believe that there will be additional service costs with the extra police. I mean, anytime that you bring in more residential, you bring in town services. So I agree with several of my other council members on a lot of the other criteria that haven't been met, but those are the two that stick out most with me.
Councilmember Wilkes.
I'm a fast talker, so this will go quick. When it comes to criteria number 4, that one's a big one for me because we have Looking Glass, we have Crowfoot, we have Tantera, we have Anthology North. That actually means that in the opposite, when we talk about if there is significant changes, yes, there is significant changes, but because of those significant changes, that means we shouldn't change the zoning in this one because we do need more commercial. We've had it brought up with the grocery stores. We've had it brought up with other retail areas. So yes, there is a significant change. I 100% agree. And because of those significant changes and those increases in our residential, we need more commercial, not less. And I understand the 39,000 square feet commercial. That's fantastic. But that's essentially taking away 18 acres right now that we could have as commercial. So I have a problem with criteria number 4. I also have a problem with criteria number 9. I understand that we're talking 102 more kids, but if the schools had adequate room for these 102 more kids, we wouldn't be talking about cash in lieu of. We wouldn't be talking about the fact that you're going to have to make an accommodation for the increase to these kids when there's an appraisal that comes through. If there wasn't going to be a strain on our schools, we wouldn't have that conversation. So I have a very real problem with criteria number 4 and criteria number 9. I don't feel like this rezoning application meets those. On that same note, I respect everything that you guys do and come forward, and I do encourage you to still keep trying to improve our community and keep making our community wonderful because, as my fellow council members stated, you guys are the cream of the crop. You guys do have the best intentions. You guys do come in and want to improve our communities and want to make it better, and I appreciate that on a very real level. I think for this particular site and for this particular application, those 2 criteria are a huge one for me, and I don't think that I will be able to support it based on those 2 things.
Councilmember Dyak, final word.
I don't think I have anything, Mayor.
Okay.
I think we've been here long, and everything's been said. I think we appreciate everything that's been brought to us. The applicant went above and beyond, and the community members. We appreciate your attendance and your words.
Councilmember Riero.
Thank you. I just want to reiterate that. I want to again give my thanks. I just do want to point out for the council that criteria number 9, there's adequate waste and sewage disposal. This group, if the application was to go forward, any group that comes into our community, that is answered by a referral by Parker Water and Sand. They have to petition Parker and Water Sand for water, waste, and disposal. Schools, again, it's a referral. It goes to the school district, and they have to answer to the school district and not to us. So I would caution us for making a decision based on another board's purview. Parks and Recreation, that's us. Again, it's a hard one because it goes to site plan. We saw a conception, and I thank you for the conception. But again, that question is to be answered at a later date. And then other services, very loosey-goosey and whatever, but I would caution council from weighing their decision on questions that can be answered by other elected officials.
Do I say stuff back?
You don't have to.
Okay.
All right, council, with that, I will entertain a motion to approve ordinance number 3.365 on second reading. Seeing no motion, council will entertain a motion to deny ordinance 3.365 and to direct the town attorney to draft findings to support denial of the ordinance for council action and the council meeting on August 21st, 2023.
So moved.
Second.
Motion is made by Wilks, seconded by Hendricks. Rivera.
Aye.
Barrington.
Yes.
Hendricks.
Yes.
Dyak.
Yes.
Wilks.
Aye.
Hefta.
Yes.
And the motion to deny passes 6-0. All right, moving on to ordinances. Ordinance number 4.52.4 on second reading. A bill for an ordinance to amend ordinance numbers 4.52.1, series of 2004, 4.52.2, series of 2006, and 4.52.3, series of 2008, to amend the title of Chapter 10.10, subsection 10.10.010A, and sections 13.06.070, 13.07.080, 13.07.140, and 13.10.110 of the Parker Municipal Code concerning parks, trails, open space, and streetscape design and construction manual. Mr. Collins, Ms. Munakeda, you gave me a mouthful there.
I did, and
All
you
right.
did great.
All right.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Okay. I'm Mary Munakata with Community Development, along with Brett Collins, Parks and Recreation Department. We did have our consultant here, but we thought it best to send her home. So we are pinch hitting for her partially. Again, this is an ordinance to amend certain sections of the Land Development Ordinance, which is Title 13 of the Municipal Code, and also Title 10 of the Code, with the adoption of the Parks, Trails, Open Space, and Streetscape Design and Construction Manual. Do we have the clicker? Probably. Thank you. I'll let you run it for me. Thank you. Little on the project's background. This project is a follow-on to the 2019 adoption of revised park standards associated with new residential development. These standards were revised in the Land Development Ordinance, or the LDO, for the purpose of improving the outcomes of required parklands with new development. Implementation of the revised standards has necessitated new design guidelines and updated construction standards to support those standards. At the same time, the town's current construction specifications and design considerations for parks, trails, and streetscapes, that manual also needs updating. So, this project combines the above, creating a single comprehensive manual that includes new design principles, new design guidelines, amenity options, and construction standards and specifications all in one document with a new name. This project has been a joint project, again, between Parks and Recreation and the Community Development Department in coordination with other town departments, including our engineering colleagues and cultural department. Revisions to the current manual include renaming it to the Parks, Trails, Open Space, and Streetscape Design and Construction Manual. That necessitates amending certain sections of the LDO to change the document name.
We've also updated and expanded the content to reflect best practices. New design principles and guidelines, as I mentioned, have been added for clarity of town expectations for parks, trails, and open space improvements. And this provides improved technical guidance for the construction of those improvements. Project purpose and goals, of course, this manual is to provide design guidance and the specifications for the planning of parks, trails, open space, and streetscapes. The manual supports high-quality parks, amenities, and those streetscapes. It aligns and supports other town plans, master plans, including the Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Master Plan, the Open Space Trails and Greenways Master Plan, and of course, the Parker 2035 Master Plan. This is a supplement to the LDO requirements. It's also a tool for developers, design professionals, and town staff for development proposals. And then this provides a manual that is a living document that is easy to use and easily updated. The new design and construction manual will replace the existing construction design consideration for parks, trails, and streetscapes, as I mentioned. That's the old document on the left. That was adopted in 1997 and last revised in 2008. Again, this manual combines the design and the technical guidance in a single comprehensive package. Process and approach. The process commenced a year ago, June of 2022. Phase 1 and 2 included research, review of applicable town documents and master plans, analysis, and our consultant, Hord Copeland Mock, was instrumental in all of that. And of course, working drafts of the new revised manual. We updated council a couple of times at study sessions in October of 2022 and April of this year, 2023. And so we are at the final public meeting to consider amending the LDO and the Title 10 as it relates to the readoption of this Parks, Trails, Open Space, and Streetscape Design and Construction Manual. I'm getting better at saying that really fast. Manual organization. The manual includes the 6 chapters you see there on your screen, and it also includes the appendix, which are actually longer than the main document. The appendix are very thick because that includes all of Brett's technical stuff and which irrigation head they need to use. And this is just a sample page from the manual showing an easy-to-read and understand format. The page illustrates the new design principles, which set the foundation for important design considerations, while the design guidelines then provide the further support and guidance for the designing of the improvements. Public art here. Public art guidelines and criteria have been added to the manual along with several examples and, of course, options to guide developers and town staff. Streetscapes has also been revised to reflect best practices with additional content and illustrations, and that helps to provide a little more clarity for the user. Support amenities, this page shows examples of amenities that may be appropriate for parks, open space, streetscapes. You can see furniture on the right. Materials is another example of giving them options of what can be used. Signage, we have incorporated parks monument signage as well as wayfinding regulatory signage. So that's been standardized and included in the manual for consistency within the town. The two appendix that I mentioned, A and B, include specific construction details and specification. So that's an example of one of the pages. Staff concludes that the revised Parks, Trails, Open Space, and Streetscape Design and Construction Manual will benefit applicants and staff with an easy-to-use comprehensive guide for the planning, design, and construction of parks, trails, and open space. It provides clarity of the town's expectations, requirements, and available options upfront in the development process. And of course, that's all to achieve high quality and unique park outcomes. Lastly, I want to say that the manual will be adopted by reference in the municipal code, and the proposed motion tonight recommends an update of the municipal code to adopt the manual. With that, Planning Commission did hear this item on July 13th and recommended unanimously that council approve this ordinance. Planning Commission and staff recommend Town Council approve Ordinance 4.52.4 concerning the Parks, Trails, Open Space, and Streetscape Design and Construction Manual. And that concludes staff's report, and Brett and I are here for any questions.
Great, thank you both. We'll start to my right. Councilmember Hendricks, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Councilmember Barrington?
Questions, thank you.
Councilmember Rivera?
No questions, thank you.
Councilmember Dyak?
Questions?
Councilmember Wilkes?
No questions.
Councilmember Hefta?
Yes, there's a question. You know how fond I am of park benches and shade structures.
I believe it was page 115 that you need to go back to. I was watching.
Do I need to pull out the appendix?
115.
So is it, if it's on page 115, just for the record?
It is, okay.
No,
in the
no,
appendix.
you let me know. Is it on page 115?
Brett, I'm going to let you, I want to take a quick look.
There is a section for park benches and picnic tables within the manual.
Shade structures?
And also shade structures.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
We will open the ordinance up for public comment at 11:10. Anyone wishing to make a public comment on this ordinance? Come on down.
Better not be 110.
Even though we know you already, you still have to state your name and address for the record.
Christopher Adams, Prince Creek Drive and Stroh Ranch.
Okay.
As we've discovered earlier tonight, there's only 25% of the town that's left to be developed, and we're now standardizing everything. How long will the standardization take once it becomes in effect to retroactively? We can't retroactively, that's against the law. The Supreme Court just ruled that. But how long until when we revamp and have to follow the new guidelines for the town to be cohesive again under the new guidelines? It just, there's going to be a lag, and then it's going to look mix-matched for the time being until that's done. Is there anything in the process or going back, because lots of communities are just going to replace what they've already lost without necessarily knowing or looking that this has been updated to then standardize everything for a trail system? And then how are the permits that have been done, like Looking Glass, North Anthology, or these developments that have been agreed to, they've already developed something under an old one, and now we're putting it new, and they've yet to really break ground. So that's another, just something to think about. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Anyone else wish to make public comment? Seeing none, we'll close it at 11:12. We'll bring it back to council in the same order for any final comments or questions. Councilmember Hendricks?
No comments.
Councilmember Barrington?
I think this is a great collaboration between 3-4 departments, at least. And
Sorry, I'm sorry, I had one more question. I apologize for not jumping in, I'm tired, it's 11:10. But I
We're
just.
at comments now.
All right, after Councilmember Barrington, I'll allow you a question and a comment.
Okay, thank you.
anyway, I think it's great. Everybody has different perspectives that they can bring to the table, and I think it looks very thorough, and I'm excited. Thank you.
Councilmember Rivera.
Apologies. Can you talk to me about implementation and maybe not retroactively, but redevelopment and the like, and maybe talk about how this has been on the books, or not on the books, but it's been in the works, and we've negotiated to match that where it's planned development, similar to what was in front of us earlier. Can you talk a little bit about that process, please?
Sure. Am I on? Yes. So this, once this is adopted, then, of course, it will be used for any new development coming at us. But I do want to say that a lot of what's in here has already been a part of the town, but we've expanded it, improved it, and it has been used for guidance already. And Brett, if you want to mention that it hasn't been adopted, but during the development of it, it's been used as talking points, if you will, with developers for like Looking Glass. And that's what I was going to have him comment too.
All these standards have been incorporated into the new town parks at Looking Glass and also Tantera. Now, it wouldn't necessarily apply to the neighborhood parks that the developer is going to provide and build, pay for, and maintain, but it does apply to the town standards for these. They do have the option, excuse me, they do have the option to use different picnic tables possibly than what's in here, and that's clarified in these design guidelines. But typically, they have been just using the town standards for a lot of their neighborhood parks too.
Excellent. And I thank you. And I thank you, Mr. Mayor, for allowing the question. I think that obviously we're all a little bit tired, but it's important that the public understand that this is codifying what we're already working towards. And we do have control on those neighborhood parks. We've already started to implement these processes, and we're just codifying it in. Incredible amount of work, incredibly well done. I think that it's important to note that we learn from our mistakes. We learn from stuff not being in the books, i.e. maybe a previous hearing, that it's important to make sure that we have very thick and wonderful appendixes and appendix I, sorry. And I think that we are only getting better and better at what we do. And I thank you for the incredible work you guys have done on this. I know it's been a time consumer, and I know that the LDO on its own has been a time consumer. So well done.
Councilmember Dyak.
I just feel like in a public comment deficit right now. Just, this item's not getting enough attention. And thank you for that one. That's all I got.
Really glad I got one. Councilmember Wilks.
No comments, thank you.
Councilmember Hefta.
Thank you, Parks and Recreation.
All right, with that, I will entertain a motion on ordinance number 4.52.4 on second reading.
I move to approve ordinance number 4.52.4 on second reading.
Second.
Motion is made by Barrington, seconded by Hefta. Rivero?
Aye.
Barrington?
Yes.
Hendricks?
Yes.
Dyak?
Yes.
Wilks?
Aye.
Hefta?
Yes.
And that passes 6-0. Next up, Mr.
Thank
Hudson,
you.
thank you for staying so late tonight, is ordinance number 1.587 on second reading, a bill for an ordinance stating the intent of the town of Parker to acquire certain property interest for the purpose of constructing and improving the Parker Road sidewalk, east side Sulphur Gulch to south of Parker Square Drive, through the utilization of the town's power of eminent domain, and directing the town staff and town attorney to notify all persons affected thereby of the above stated intent of the town, and thereby to comply with all pertinent provisions of CRS section 38-1-101 et sec relating to good faith negotiations. They're just getting longer as the night goes on. But
Good evening, Mayor and Council. See if the remote works. All right, so project description and some background here. We're talking about building a multi-use sidewalk trail on the east side of Parker Road from Sulphur Gulch, north side of Sulphur Gulch, down to the south of the Parker Square Drive intersection, which people have been here for a while. That's the old Village Inn site. To be rebuilt something else at a different date. Two segments. There's an existing segment of sidewalk trail in the middle of this. called the north segment, Sulphur Gulch Trail to Clubhouse Drive, connecting to existing sidewalks on both ends. This segment will include a pedestrian bridge over Sulphur Gulch. And the south segment is from the Hilltop Road intersection to south of the old Village Inn restaurant along the PK3 apartments there. To make this segment work, we have some retaining walls we have to build. A little bit more background, down in CDOT, entered into IGA in 2021 in the summer for partial funding of this. That kicked off the design effort, and this nearing completion. And the majority of this proposed sidewalk trails on CDOT right-of-way or town property, but additional easements are necessary to construct the proposed improvements. This is a vicinity map, a little bit tough to see on the screen up there, but shows the north segment from Sulphur Gulch down to Clubhouse, and another segment from Hilltop south to the PK3 apartments. We've identified 7 property owners that we have to get permanent easements from, and 6 of those 7 actually have some temporary construction easements to go along. The largest acquisitions vary by property owner, but the very southern end, that PK3 apartments, that's almost half of the permanent easements that we have to get. And total 7 easements, totaling just over 14,000 square feet, about a third of an acre. The largest, about 46%, is the apartments, and the smallest is 650 square foot. 6 temporary construction easement parcels we have to acquire. Largest of those, about 42% of the 17,000 square foot total. This is a key map, kind of showing the north and south segments of where we're talking about, and the gap, or there's not a gap, existing sidewalk in between that we would be building. This is a blow-up of the north segment, is what I'm calling it. It goes from just north of the Carpet Exchange building down to what I call Compass Bank, but I think it's got a new name today. Total of 5 properties in here as we go through it. South segment, this is from the old Village Inn, south of the apartment complex, where we tie back in. The work at the apartment complex is we have to realign that sidewalk to make it ADA compliant to the north. Out of respect for everyone's time, I'm not going to go into detail on every one of these. I'm going to use a typical acquisition summary. We're going to be using the Colorado Flooring Industries, the Carpet Exchange property. These are the 2 areas. We've got a permanent and temporary construction easement. The one thing I want to point out with this sidewalk trail that we're building, this is going to be going into landscaping tracks. We aren't taking away people's parking lots. We're impacting landscaping. And most of these, where these are, they're overlap with existing easements. So we're going to layer another easement on top of utility easements. So this is the Carpet Exchange building looking northbound on Parker Road. You can see the landscaping up along Parker Road, and this sidewalk trail will be built in that area there. This is the legal description that actually goes with the intent to acquire. Each one of the parcels in the ordinance goes into detail showing legal descriptions for each one. This is the shaded area on the left side of the page where we have to acquire for the easement, for the trail. This is a temporary construction easement. This is necessary to do grading and/or landscaping restoration when we're done. Again, you can actually see the parking lot in this area on this picture here. We do not get into anybody's parking lots or impact any. Landscaping is important, but at the same time, we're trying to build a multimodal connection along Parker Road. We're not going to be impacting any hard improvements. Intent to acquire ordinance. Town staff and our consultant will engage in good faith negotiations for the needed, I should just say easements and temporary construction easements. I didn't correct that. If we're unable to come to agreement, we will coordinate with town council prior to any eminent domain action. We will get appraisals on all these parcels. We will engage an appraiser, and that will be provided to the people we're actually going to be acquiring from, so they can see that we have done research to find the fair market value for that. An ordinance is required to prove the intent to acquire, which allows town staff to begin formal negotiations with the property owners. With that, I'll answer any questions you might have about this project.
Thanks, Chris. We'll start to my far left. Councilmember Hefta, any questions?
Just that you're going to engage in good faith negotiation with the property owners to acquire this, and they're going to bring this back to us for further information?
Correct. Every parcel, let's assume we go through the good faith negotiations and we come to an agreement. It all comes back to you via resolution. We have to accept those easements. So it will all come back to you later tonight. You're actually going to see an item, which is a culmination of another project, an acquisition for that. So it all comes back to you guys. If for some reason we cannot come to an agreement with a property owner before we ever engage in eminent domain, which is a evil word to a lot of people, we will come back to you before we engage in any legal action with the property owner.
Thank you, Chris.
Councilmember Wilks?
No questions, thank you.
Councilmember Dyak?
No questions.
Councilmember Hendricks?
No questions.
Councilmember Barrington?
No questions.
Councilmember Rivera?
Councilwoman Hefta beat me to it, and Chris's answer was adequate. I just, whenever the words eminent domain are entered in the record, we like to have clarity on the steps before we ever get there. So thank you for that.
Perfect. With that, we will open up ordinance number 1.587 for public comment at 11:25. Anyone wishing to make public comment on this? We're all going to be looking at you tonight for that. You can just pass. You can pass. We'll close public comment at 11:25. Bring you back to council. Any final comments? Councilmember Hefta, any final comments?
No, thank you for your presentation.
Councilmember Wilks?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Dyak?
I respect and am supportive of using old restaurants as project limit landmarks. That's all I hear now at the regional level.
Councilmember Hendricks?
No comment.
How do you follow that, right? Councilmember Barrington?
No comment.
Councilmember Rivera?
Is that called the art clause?
Yes.
Sorry, no comment. Well done.
All right. With that, I'll entertain a motion on 1.587 on second reading.
I move to approve ordinance number 1.587 on second reading.
Second.
Motion is made by Rivera, seconded by Wilks. Rivera?
Aye.
Barrington?
Yes.
Hendricks?
Yes.
Dyak?
Yes.
Wilks?
Aye.
Hefta?
Yes.
And that passes 6-0. Next up is ordinance number 1.589 on second reading, a bill for an ordinance stating the intent of the town of Parker to acquire certain property interest for the purpose of constructing and widening Lincoln Avenue, a town roadway from Keystone Boulevard to Parker Road through the utilization of the town's power of eminent domain, and directing the town staff and town attorney to notify all persons affected thereby of the above stated intent of the town, and therefore to comply with all pertinent provisions of CRS Section 38-1-101 et sec relating to good faith negotiations. Mr. Burke, thanks for staying with us tonight. Appreciate it.
I'm glad to be here.
Really? Okay, all right.
Wife and kids are gone
Taking a pulse
today, so.
I think everyone's got the same pulse, or same text, right? We're going to bed. Let yourself in.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. This intent to acquire ordinance is for the Lincoln Avenue widening project. Just as a overview of where this project is, it will start just to the west of Keystone Drive and run to the east to Parker Road. A little background and history on the project. Lincoln Avenue will be widening from a 4-lane section to a 6-lane section. That widening does include widening 4 bridges. Additional improvements are dedicated right turn lanes at select intersections, improving sidewalks and curb ramps, and improving the drainage infrastructure in the area. Just for a little history, the final design contract was approved by council in February of 2023. Design is progressing, expected to be complete by the end of this year, which means we are to this point where we have identified right-of-way and easements that will be necessary to construct the project and are ready to move forward in the process. So we've identified 24 property owners along this corridor that will be impacted by either a right-of-way acquisition, a permanent easement, or a temporary construction easement. These easement and right-of-way areas, they vary by property owner. Our largest areas do fall on 2 property owners, which are Douglas County and Stonegate Village Metro District. So just looking at the different areas that we have 11 proposed right-of-way acquisitions. Of those 11, they come from 7 separate property owners. They total just under half an acre. Looking at permanent easements, it's 18 property owners. There will be 21 easements totaling just over an acre at 1.115 acres. And for temporary construction easements, it is 16 property owners totaling 3.963 acres. So the next couple slides are just showing where these proposed right-of-way, permanent easement, and temporary construction easements are. Given this is a widening project, we actually have most of the right-of-way we have to keep the roadway within the right-of-way. We do have some small slivers, that half acre that we're going to be having to acquire. But generally speaking, most of the area that we need is a construction easement, temporary construction easement, just to allow the contractor to get in and do the work. And then there's some permanent easements for sidewalk placement. Same thing here, the biggest to note, you see the larger blue permanent easement shown there. That's to allow for a new drainage pipe that's currently under the road there. It will be extended out, so we need a little bit bigger area there. And then you see the large temporary construction easement. That's so we can get in, do the grading for the widened bridge across Cherry Creek. Same thing here. We have some permanent easement that will be strictly sidewalk. These are also areas that are already landscaped, much like the previous project. This is not impacting parking or any hard structure. It is existing landscaped areas that will be widened into. And for the last section, to Parker Road, you can see it's follows kind of the same general idea. It's permanent easements for sidewalks, some temporary easements for construction. So the summary of the areas we're looking at, right away we're just under half an acre, 0.486, permanent easements 1.115 acres, and temporary construction easements at 3.963. So with this intent to acquire ordinance, this will allow town staff and or consultant to engage in those good faith negotiations needed for the right-of-way easements and temporary construction easements. If we're unable to come to that agreement, town staff will coordinate with council prior to any eminent domain action. And this ordinance is required to approve this intent to acquire and will allow staff to begin those formal negotiations with the property owners. And with that, I'll answer any questions.
All right, I'm start to my right, Councilmember Hendricks.
No question.
Councilmember Barrington.
When you contact the property owners, how do you do that? Do you send them a letter and then follow up with a phone call and a meeting, or what is?
Yes, so we have a consultant that our consultant has a sub-consultant that handles right-of-way acquisitions. To this point, they have sent an introductory letter, which is just to introduce them to the project and request a right of entry so they can get their appraisals done. At that point, some property owners will reach out and want more information or want to talk, but the intro letter is the first thing that goes out and lets them know that something's coming up. Once this ordinance is approved, then that'll allow town to take the appraisal information and actually take an offer to the property owners.
Thank you.
Councilmember Rivera?
Thank you. Can you go back to the slide? I apologize, Council. Can you go back to the slide with Challenger Park and the drainage easement needed? Is this the location of the lift station? Is that drainage line where the lift station is? No, different. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Dyak?
No question.
Councilmember Wilks?
No questions.
Councilmember Hefta?
Just back to the process part. Do some of those property owners respond to you? I mean, do you always get a response from all of them, or do you have to send a couple of letters? Can you just elaborate on that?
This will be my first time going through the process on a project of mine. I have helped out Bob on one of his. I know sometimes there is several times that has to be reached out. You do have to reach out to the property owner to get some type of response. Some are more responsive than others, and some you do have to make multiple attempts at contact. But that is the scope of our right-of-way acquisition specialist consultant to really do a lot of that legwork.
And do you send it certified mail when they don't respond, or?
Yes.
You do? Okay.
Yes.
Just want to get it on the record that you make every attempt to contact the property owners, including sending it certified mail. And sometimes folks don't want to respond even with that, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so we're going to open up public comment on 1.589 on second reading at 11:35. Anyone from the public wishing to make public comment? Yes, please. Come on down.
Christopher Adams, Prince Creek Drive, Stroh Ranch, Parker, Colorado. I'm happy that we're wanting to widen Lincoln Road or any of our potential eminent domain cases. Just there's a really big stigma against it because it almost feels like the system internally needs to be bifurcated, because right now we're asking for intent and then it's really not clear what happens and what needs to go next if you're actually going to do a condemnation action against the parties that aren't selling or giving an easement or a right-of-way. I feel like it's a touchy subject for everyone, just with property rights in town, in this country in general, that instead of putting it all together, it would be better for everyone if it was split into two. Let's get in front of everyone, do an intent ordinance, and then go through, follow up with an eminent domain or a condemnation action, because it's all being used for the public good, which is what the policy and the laws allow. It would give the property owners who eventually lose their rights to an easement or actual takings that extra sense of, like Councilmember Hefta was saying, that every possible action is being taken to make sure they're notified and they're involved in the action, and kind of doing, hey, we're doing an intent, we're going to go through to negotiations through easements, and then say it doesn't work after however time period, it should then get brought back in front of you guys for an approval, saying, yeah, we can move forward with the condemnation. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to close public comments at 11:37, and we'll bring it back to council in that same order. Councilmember Hendricks, any final thoughts?
No comments.
Councilmember Barrington?
No comments.
Councilmember Rivera?
Yeah, just real quick, I appreciate the comment, and I think whether we break it up into two or we keep it as one, the action's still the same. We still go through the process, and in the interest of brevity in this building and making sure we don't spend too much of the taxpayers' dollars slowing things down, I think that with one action, no matter what, before we ever get to condemnation. The action is brought in front of this council, and the council decides whether that's an action we want to do or if we want to figure another way around. The word is in there, and again, like we said, whenever the word is in the bill, we always ask for clarity to make sure that there are those steps on the record. So I thank you again for your public comment and ensuring that we get a chance to say that eminent domain gives us condemnation at the last possible realm. We go through every step and we pay fair market value even if we do condemn and possess a piece of property. Again, excellent work, obviously. Wonderful work on increasing our flow through the town. And just for reference, this starts just west of the old Church's Chicken and then moves.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Dyak, well played. Well played.
I think condemnation, eminent domain, I mean, it's good faith. If it comes adversarial, it comes back to us and we figure it out. So, I think eminent domain is a term that people view as adversarial. It's just it's a part of the process. That's all I got.
Councilmember Wilkes?
I want to say thank you. I know that the town has always done a wonderful job of trying everything we can to not have eminent domain and work out something fair with the property owners. And in my experience and observations, we seem to do a pretty good job of that. So I have faith you guys can do that too.
Great. Councilmember Hefta?
Just to clarify, Colorado eminent domain laws can be found in Title 38 of Colorado Revised Statutes. Colorado Revised Statutes 38-1-101 prescribes the state procedures for condemning property in Colorado. The condemning authority must act in good faith for a proper purpose, and the taking of the property must be for a public purpose. The owner of the property must be giving fair compensation after due process. The fair market value of the property taken is determined by a commission of impartial landowners or a jury at the landowner's option. And so if anyone really wants to read more on eminent domain and how the Colorado Revised Statutes contain this statute, and it outlines exactly what happens in eminent domain, the town of Parker Public Works and Engineering is following the law, and we'll follow the law completely on this matter with the help of our very competent legal team under the direction of Kristen Hoffman. Thank you.
Great. With that, council, I'll entertain a motion on 1.589 on second reading.
I move to approve ordinance number 1.589 on second reading.
Second.
Motion is made by Hendricks, seconded by Rivero.
Aye.
Barrington.
Yes.
Hendricks.
Yes.
Dyak.
Yes.
Wilkes.
Aye.
Hefta.
Yes.
And that passes 6-0. Next up is, thanks, Patrick. We appreciate you being here. Next up is ordinance number 1.588 on second reading, a bill for an ordinance to approve the right-of-way purchase and sale agreement by and between Primary Colors Land Company Incorporated and the town of Parker for a portion of Lot 6, Block 1, 20 Mile Village, filing number 2, First Amendment. Mr. Ekstrom, thanks for staying late with us.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. It's past my bedtime, but I'll try to make it through.
We all went past there a long time ago.
Okay, so this is an ordinance for a right-of-way purchase and sale agreement. It's related to the Dransfield Road widening project. So here's a vicinity map. The acquisition is taking place at the southwest corner of Pony Express and Dransfield. It's the Primrose Daycare Center site, which is just south of the post office. Some background. In November 22, Town Council approved Ordinance 1.570, authorizing staff to proceed with good faith negotiations for needed right-of-way and temporary construction easements necessary to construct the Dransfield Road widening project. Right-of-way and easements are needed from 4 property owners along the project. This ordinance addresses the acquisitions needed from Primary Colors Land Company. Approximately 554 square foot of right-of-way is needed to relocate traffic facilities, to relocate select electrical facilities owned by Core, and to install a new retaining wall. and to accommodate new sidewalks and curb ramps. Approximately 3,214 square feet of temporary construction easement is needed to facilitate construction and for the restoration of private landscaping. The total cost for this acquisition is $31,766, excluding independent appraisal and closing costs, and funding has been appropriated in the 2023 Urban Renewal Projects Fund. An ordinance is required to approve this right-of-way purchase and sale agreement, and the project cannot proceed without its approval. So this is just a slide of the take areas. The blue hatched area represents the right-of-way, and the brown hatched area represents the temporary construction easement. There's no permanent parking or structures that are being impacted by the takes. So staff recommends town council approve ordinance 1.5888 on second reading. With that, I'll take any questions.
Great, thanks, Bob. Councilmember Rivera, you want to kick us off?
I have no questions.
Councilmember Barrington?
No questions, thank you.
Councilmember Hendricks?
No questions.
Councilmember Dyak?
No questions.
Councilmember Wilkes?
No questions.
Councilmember Hefta?
No questions.
All right, with that, we will open up 1.588 on second reading for public comment at 11:44 p.m. Anyone wishing to make public comment on it? All right, 11:44, we'll close it. Come back to council in that same order. Councilmember Rivera?
Thank you again for the hard work. This is a perfect example, I think, as was mentioned earlier, on the steps we take through eminent domain to acquire the property and through negotiations, good faith negotiations, we acquire those easements and takes, as you call them. Very successfully done, excuse me. Again, for, as I stated, I think last week, for a much needed lane on I'm so tired, Transfeld. So well done, thank you.
Councilmember Barrington?
No comment, thank you.
All right. Councilmember Hendricks?
No comment.
Councilmember Dyak?
Just north of the old Burger and Sports.
Councilmember Wilkes?
No comments, thank you.
Councilmember Hefta?
Thank you, Mr. Ekstrom, for your presentation.
Great, with that, I'll entertain a motion on 1.588.
I move to approve ordinance number 1.588 on second reading, please.
Second.
Motion is made by Rivero, seconded by Hefta. Rivero?
Aye.
Barrington?
Yes.
Hendricks?
Yes.
Dyak?
Yes.
Wilkes?
Aye.
Hefta?
Yes.
And that passes 6-0. Next up is ordinance number 9.359 on second reading, a bill for an ordinance approving the agreement regarding construction of development improvement project drainage and flood control improvements for Brandy Gulch upstream of Spirit Trail Boulevard, agreement number 23-04.15, project number 109776, by and between the Urban Drainage and Flood Control District, doing business as Mile High Flood District, and the town of Parker. Mr. Mostow, thank you so much for staying with us tonight.
Absolutely. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Before you is an IGA with the Mile High Flood District for the major drainageway improvements for Brandy Gulch and Looking Glass Segment 2. Just a quick project overview. The Looking Glass team is getting ready to record their first development plat of Segment 2. What you're looking at here is what they're calling Filing 9. Filing 9 is going to be their major infrastructure plat, so that will include construction plans for the remainder of Chambers Road on that property, the bulk of Stroh Road at the north end of that property, and then a little bit of Spirit Trail Boulevard at the southwest area there. The segment of Brandy Gulch will be improving with this plat is shown in blue there. It's between Chambers Road and Spirit Trail Boulevard, so it's a pretty short stretch. There will be a second segment that comes in at a later date before you, the stretch upstream or west of Chambers Road. But for now, we're just talking about 1,000 feet between the two roadways there. This project, again, is proposed as a DIP, a development improvement project that will be funded 100% by the developer, but actually constructed by the Mile High Flood District. Just some quick details about the project. Unfortunately, this is not our most dendritic design we've been able to do out here. It's a pretty constrained area. There is some minor realignment of the channel, and the reason they're doing that is to stay out of, or to minimize the impacts to the regional park just north of this. This area will be platted, designed as a regional park the town will someday own and maintain, so the decision was made to do some realignment to stay out of that area to free up more room for amenities there. The one noteworthy thing about this stretch, it is a very steep grade. It's about 5% channel grade, which is very steep for a drainageway channel, so Rather than some of the drop structures you see periodically on most of our projects, this will be riprap lined throughout. Now, it'll be a narrow band of riprap you can kind of see on there, but it did take protection throughout the entire reach to keep stabilization due to the slope of the drainage way. And then finally, there is a segment of regional trail that will be built with this. The Brandy Gulch Trail will be the regional trail throughout Looking Glass, so this project will actually build the segment that goes through here to a pedestrian underpass of Chambers Road. It'll be extended further with the next stretch. So just again, DIPs do require a IGA between the town and the flood district. The IGA requires us to convey to them the money that we collect from the developer for this through our SIA. And then it in turn requires the district to actually construct the drainage way improvements. This agreement does codify the final dollar amounts for construction and revegetation of this stretch, which are shown on this slide. Construction costs, just about $678,000 is where that landed. Adding contingency, vegetation establishment, and the district's administrative fee, $846,000 for this reach. We do plan on being out there in the fall of '23. Depends on when the developer starts, but they are ready to start any day now. So they're going to do some of the mass grading. After that, we'll be able to release our contractor, which is Naranjo, to go out and do this work, hopefully as early as the fall. So with that, staff does recommend approval of ordinance number 9.359. Thank you.
All right, you had to invoke dendritic, which means Councilman Rivero, you get to start us off tonight.
So I appreciate it. Mahi is taking the lead on this, and they do have their preferred contractor. Who did you say it was? I apologize.
Naranjo Civil Construction.
Okay. Awesome, outstanding. And it's a riprap all the way through the whole channel?
It is, and it's a narrow band. You're not going to see it up the banks. It's really just a narrow kind of bottom, low flow channel line, but there is constant lining due to the grade.
Okay. And 5% from top of the project to the bottom part of the project?
Yeah, and you'll see more of the same when it extends further upstream past Chambers. It's a very steep, a lot of topo, a very steep area of Brandy Gulch.
I know that Mahi was going through some policy rewrite. Is this by chance part of any of the newer policy, or is this?
I don't know. They haven't published their new criteria.
They haven't yet. Okay.
No.
All right. Thank you.
I love to watch these two go at it like that. It's amazing. Councilmember Barrington.
No questions.
Councilmember Hendricks.
No questions.
Councilmember Dyak.
No questions.
Councilmember Wilkes.
No questions.
Councilmember Hefta.
No questions.
All right, with that, we will open it up for public comment. If anyone wants to get on the fun of dendritic design here at 11:50 p.m.
We'll find out if he's a water engineer or not.
I know.
Apparently not.
All right, we're going to close it out at 11:50 before we get started down that.
Him.
Any final comments, Councilman Rivero?
No, I appreciate it. I am concerned about the slope and not meandering and running, only riprap. But again, Mile High is the authority. Mile High is the funder. If this was an issue later on, so I leave my trust in Mile High and in our expert staff. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Barrington?
No comments, thank you.
Councilmember Hendricks?
No comment.
Councilmember Dyak?
No comment.
Councilmember Wilkes?
No comment.
Councilmember Hefta?
I just appreciate the work with this intergovernmental agreement between the town and the Mile High Flood District regarding these improvements. Thank you.
Great. With that, I'll entertain a motion on ordinance number 9.359 on second reading.
I move to approve ordinance number 9.359 on second reading.
Second.
Motion is made by Hendricks, seconded by Wilkes. Rivero?
Aye.
Barrington?
Yes.
Hendricks?
Yes.
Dyak?
Yes.
Wilkes?
Aye.
Hefta?
Yes.
And that passes 6-0. Next, and we've saved the best for last. Alex, at least we made your boss go last. So, all right. Are we taking all three of these as one presentation? No. Okay.
But I'll be quick.
Famous last words. All right. But you want me to read them in individually, Kristen, or you want me to read all three?
Yes, they were published individually, so please read them
Okay,
in.
all right.
And just start with the first one.
Okay. As opposed to what? Ordinance number 5.06.42.2 on second reading, a bill for an ordinance amending section 7.03.020 of the Parker Municipal Code concerning restrictions of use of certain vehicles. We've got the chief, we've got the public works director, and we've got the attorney with us. Welcome, guys. Thanks for staying so late.
It's all good.
Except for the
evening,
chief, we gotta keep that.
Mayor and council, almost good morning.
I know, if you're fast,
We're
it
getting
won't
close. The first of three ordinances dealing with golf cars in the town of Parker. The first one is the result of multiple discussions we've had, realizing that there needs to be some cleanup to our code. While we have been discussing the possible use of golf cars on town roadways, we realized that our contract construction companies often would use golf cars, that there is a crossing in Black Bear Golf Course that was grandfathered in. We did realize that Parks and Rec was still issuing permits, as well as the police department, for different things. And that we needed to specify permits for the county as well. So we are asking town council to approve ordinance 7.03020 to do these clean up to the code as it's currently written.
Excellent. We will start with our resident golfer. Councilmember Barrington, any questions?
I don't think I have any questions. Thank you.
Councilman Hendricks?
No questions.
Councilmember Dyak?
What if we don't approve this? It's just,
This one's just a cleanup. It's not modifying to add the section. The next one is where we actually add it to do the golf carts
all right.
on the roads. This one is just to codify basically what's already occurring in the town.
Okay.
Councilmember Wilks?
No questions.
Councilmember Hefta?
No questions.
Great. With that, we will open up ordinance number 5.06.42.2 for public comment at 11:54. We'll close it at 11:54 and bring it back to council in the same order. Councilmember Barrington, any final thoughts?
Nope, thank you.
Councilmember, Josh, did I get you?
It's okay.
Okay, well, I'll get you now. Okay. Any comments? You can even ask a question. if you
No,
want.
no,
All
I
right.
don't have any questions. No, again, we live and learn, and we find things in our code that we need to adjust, even when we're just looking at something else. So I compliment staff, legal, and everybody sitting in front of us for making us stronger through finding those mistakes. So well done.
Councilmember Hendricks?
What he said. Thanks.
Right. Councilmember Dyak?
I'm good.
Councilmember Wilks?
None, thank you.
Councilmember Hefta?
No comment. Thank you.
All right, I'll entertain a motion on ordinance number 9.359 on second reading. I'm sorry, on ordinance 5.06.42.2 on second reading.
I move to approve ordinance number 5.06.42.2 on second reading.
Second.
Motion is made by Hendricks, seconded by Wilks. Rivero?
Aye.
Barrington?
Yes.
Hendricks?
Sure.
Dyak?
Yes.
Wilks?
Aye.
Hefta?
Yes.
And that passes 6-0. Next up is ordinance number 5.06.42.3 on second reading, a bill for an ordinance to amend chapter 7.03 of the Parker Municipal Code by the addition thereto of a new section 7.03.025 concerning golf cars on public town roadways.
And this is the newly potentially added section if council approves it tonight. We met with town council in study sessions both on April 10th and on May 22nd. I spent considerable amount of time talking with Mr. Williams and Chief Terapis about the possibility of allowing golf cars to be used on town roadways in response to a request from a citizen. We pulled a number of different ordinances. There were maybe 5 or 6 that I found throughout the state that did allow golf cars of all the ones that I looked at. We looked at the various safety considerations, the various equipment requirements that those different ordinances included, as well as what type of equipment is available on golf cars that are potentially for purchase, including different businesses that would sell them in and around Parker. And based on the information that we found, we discussed what we felt would be, if we were to implement an ordinance such as this, what would be the potentially safest way to do it. We looked at the roadways where it made sense, and I can let Mr. Williams expand on that. The roadways where it would make sense, the roadways where we felt like it would be more problematic, and the potential for continuing development to change those roadways. So based on that, we did do a very detailed ordinance that we have before you tonight, talking about the roadway restrictions, the equipment that we would require if golf cars are to be used on town roadways, as well as a permitting process where the police department would be reviewing for all of the safety equipment, as well as insurance, valid driver's licenses, and any other information that we require prior to a permit being issued. The permits would be issued for a period of 3 years.
Council, I'll start to my far left. Councilmember Hefta.
So folks are driving their golf carts all over Parker anyway. Is that right? Chief?
Probably.
Are they driving on roads they're not supposed to be driving on?
We have received several complaints in the past where people are utilizing the golf carts on public roadways, in violation of the law. So we educate, and if we have reoccurring complaints on the same person, then we would issue a citation. We haven't had a lot of reoccurring or complaints on the same person, but we have seen an increase in golf carts on the roadway.
Would this ordinance be helpful for education of the public on the proper use of golf carts, where they're supposed to be used, how they're supposed to be maintained throughout Parker, and ensuring that maybe people don't use them on the roadway? Would that be helpful?
Well, it would kind of set some guidelines and put some guidelines in place on when and where you'd be able to use them, and the type of safety equipment that would be required under the ordinance to get a permit and be able to use it legally if it's approved.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Wilkes?
So if it's approved, the people that already have golf carts, let's say the new standards say that they have to have like the lights and the seat belts, would they essentially be grandfathered in or have to do a permit, or would they have to buy or modify their existing golf cart or buy a new one?
For a permit to be issued, they'd have to have all the required equipment. So if their current vehicle, I guess, for lack of a better word, did not have that, they would have to either get it or purchase a new vehicle.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Dyak?
Jamie, you said you found a couple of ordinances, 4 or 5 or 6? Or
I think about 5 or 6 when all is said and done.
How many municipalities do we have in Colorado ballpark?
Gosh, big ones and small ones, I think there's like 100 and more than 100. I believe is it 92 counties in the state or 62 or something like that, and each one has multiple municipalities.
Yeah, I don't view us as a golf community. With those having golf communities, why wouldn't they allow something like this to happen in their community? I know I'm asking you to speculate, but I'm just trying to understand why we're considering this, and other communities that have probably the amenities that kind of married up with the golf carts would make sense.
I don't know why other communities would or would not have considered this. I'm guessing similar to us that citizens brought it to their councils or commissions to look into, and they decided whether or not it was valid for their municipality. I don't know how many took a look at it and decided not to pursue anything. I know that there are not a significant number of municipalities that do have them.
Yeah. Tom, do we have the road system or the infrastructure to kind of put this system or put this in place? I mean, if it catches fire, will we have to do any modifications, or would we have any trails that they could not go on, potentially, that they would go on because of grants that we got that prohibit us from having motorized vehicles on there? It's late, and I ramble.
Let me respond to one thing. This ordinance does not allow for golf carts to be used on our trails, parklands, or sidewalks.
Understand.
There are some limited provisions under other sections, basically for the HOAs. This would just be on roadways.
Yeah. No, I hear you, but as you have a golf cart on a roadway, you have a trail that looks pretty inviting to get you to a place, and it becomes sort of doesn't become a barrier, doesn't become a prohibited type of situation. It just becomes another way to get to a place that you would want to go. So I think at some point spillover would occur. That's I guess the point I'm trying to make, and I think our facilities just are inadequate to consider something like this.
As far as our trails, I've talked to parks multiple times while we've considered this, even when we were looking at the assistive devices, and our trails are not wide enough to accommodate golf cars regularly, as well as the wear and tear, equestrians, pedestrians. So using them on the trails in any amount more than we have is concerning.
Yeah, I hear you. I just would hesitate to even have them around it for them to even consider something like that. And I know best intentions, it just feels like it would digress to something less rigid than what we're trying to outline here. Thanks.
Councilmember Hendricks?
Yeah, I actually share same concerns as Councilmember Dyak, but as far as you're concerned, I could go either way. Do you have an opinion on this? Or
I don't. We just took the information we found and crafted something. So certainly whatever council decides, or, we will do what we need to.
I'll reserve comment for later.
All right, Councilmember Barrington.
So there's nothing in place right now for even citizens that might have one of these golf carts. Even if they want to be compliant, there's nothing to be compliant with. Or there are no rules. So because they're not, just because that, I guess I'm trying to get my words out, that they want to follow the rules, but there aren't any rules for them to follow because there's never been a standard set. So if they have one, they might be driving on the trails, which that's illegal, but so is driving on the street. So if they know that they can drive on certain streets, but can't drive on the trails, they would probably be compliant if they have a permit. Would you agree? Would you comment?
I mean, at this time, your statement was accurate. We do not allow for these types of vehicles to be used generally on our trails and or roadways. So it's prohibited regardless. The only types of vehicles that they potentially could use would be low-speed electric vehicles, which can be titled and registered with the state, and that falls under statute. So enacting an ordinance like this would put some parameters if people were utilizing them. If they utilized them illegally, they potentially could be cited whether on trails or roadways at this time.
So do you see a reason why we shouldn't approve this? Any of you?
No, that's our decision to make. It's entirely up to council how they want to proceed.
That's for us to debate after our questioning.
But I wanted their opinion. I guess those are all my questions. I'll save for comments.
Councilmember Rivera.
Thank you. So we talked about low-speed electric vehicles. After all of our requirements are implemented, lights, seat belts, whatever else, how close do we get to low-speed electric vehicles?
I think the main difference, and either of you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that a specific low-speed electric vehicle has a potentially higher speed limit that it can go. Golf cars are generally 20 miles per hour or less. I think low-speed electric vehicles can get up to 30, 35. And they can be titled and registered with the state. They can be issued a VIN number, where these golf cars, even with all the equipment, cannot be issued a VIN number. So that's the main difference, is that they have all the state requirements to be utilized as a low-speed electric vehicle, which certainly someone could purchase and use it under statute.
And then, Chief, if and when an ordinance like this was passed, how would enforcement go? Would you and your team pull over golf cars and randomly check whether or not they've been permitted, or we're predominantly a complaint-based community. So is the temptation, in your opinion, out there that once this is passed, people are going to take the time to get licensed? Because frankly, your team doesn't have the time to go out and ensure that every golf cart, because there's no visible plate, correct?
Once they go through the process and they fill out the application, get a permit, then the permit needs to be affixed on the back of the golf cart. So if you're driving behind it, or it has to be visible, kind of like a license plate. So the officers will be able to identify whether there's a permit, a valid permit or not. If there's not, and, we get complaints, then we'll take the appropriate action, educate first, and let people know if they're in violation, what they need to do to come into compliance. If they're impeding traffic, or they're driving around in the golf carts recklessly, then we'll initiate a contact with the individual that's driving and make sure that we deal with the situation appropriately.
That leads to another question, and this, I don't know, I should have educated myself better on this question. I don't know if it's myth, but when I learned to drive in Colorado, that if you had 6 cars behind you, you had to yield. Is that a law, or is that a mountain law, or is there any such law on the books about that?
As long as you're doing the speed limit, if you have cars behind you that, are trying to exceed the speed limit, then, you can just continue on your way. But if you're impeding traffic and you're under the speed limit, it's still considered impeding traffic.
Okay. And then the golf carts, when we say lights, are we talking turn signals or just visible lights like a bicycle?
It would be headlights, turn signals, and then brake lights and tail lights
also,
as well.
And turn signals?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And it has to have seat belts, windshield.
And then we saw a map during study session, and I don't think that I fully anticipated the islands that there are out there, the communities that are, I guess they're islands. There's no residential roads to get from certain neighborhoods to other neighborhoods, and I think this comes to John Diak's question. If a person was using their golf cart, even if it was licensed and they were on a road that wasn't warranted, they would receive a traffic ticket. Potentially. Or a warning.
Well, potentially. I mean, we always take the approach of education first and to get voluntary compliance. Obviously, if they're operating it recklessly, then, that's up to officer discretion based on the circumstances. So, there would be the potential for a citation there.
And then last question, with the enforcement that has happened, with them not being allowed, and there has been communication between your staff and some drivers, has there been underage drivers or non-licensed drivers that you've communicated with in golf carts?
I believe that there have been some. I don't know how many, but
just
yes.
for clarity, all operators of these golf cars would have to be licensed Colorado drivers.
Would have to have a valid driver's license.
So this is not a junior car for little Stevie to get to Legend in, is it?
Correct.
Okay.
All right, everybody good? All right, with that, we'll open it up for public comment at 12:10.
No. I'm sorry.
Bring it on. We should have had a Dick Clark countdown at 12.
Yeah, right.
Would have been great.
The big ball drop.
Big ball drop. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
All right, Christopher Adams, Prince Creek Drive and Stroh Ranch. I think this is a serious issue. I grew up and had plenty of friends in a golf community whose parents had golf carts. And just hearing what you guys are saying and how I grew up, there'd be lots of issues. We used the golf carts to go everywhere they were allowed in the community and on their roads, but they didn't need any of the specifications to make them, in essence, a low-speed electric vehicle. But we used them on the golf courses, on the trails. If anything was paved and it fit, it would go on there. So just enforcement becomes an issue, and lots of parents, at least when I was growing up, viewed the golf carts as a junior car, as Councilmember Rivero called it, or the little whatever Jeeps that you get for a 3-year-old, but they're for the middle schoolers now to get to their friends. Instead of getting a bike, they use the golf cart. So those are very concerning things with the paths. I'm down in Stroh Ranch, so Cherry Creek, our neighborhood is bifurcated by Cherry Creek, so I could just imagine kids taking a golf cart down over the creek and out instead of going all the way around as they're supposed to. But then again, if you're on that road and the golf cart's capped at 20 miles an hour, speed limit of the road's 40, people come hauling down at 55, 60, there's issues there as well. Even if they have the seat belts and all that, it's almost like going out into the desert and taking a dune buggy out. At that point, there's really no protection from anything. Even if you're a licensed driver, like I understand someone might want the golf cart to go to the grocery store and come back if that's capable, but I don't think our roads and our infrastructure is really set for that. And then just the policing, like we've claimed there's issues policing just normal motorists driving, let alone throwing golf carts on the road to slow people down and increase road rage, and not knowing why someone's going slower and people flying around blind corners or up and over hills. A allowing it even with the permitting, it's a slippery slope, and people don't view golf carts as cars, and we're trying to make them be viewed as a vehicle with a license, and I feel like it's Pandora's box. Thank you.
You get 30 seconds still. You can keep going.
Go. All right. Go ahead and close public comment at 12:13. Coming back to council. Councilmember Hefta, final thoughts?
You know, I've witnessed people driving golf carts on the road in other states, other aging populations, such in Arizona, and our population here is aging. Of course, we have a young population too.
Aging right now.
And and some of these folks take liberties, and in some of these communities, they're not golf communities, and decide that these alternate forms of transportation are great forms for them, since they don't want to drive their car, and not realizing that there's some rules and regulations behind this. Now, I don't know if those other towns have done this or not. I've certainly seen Grandpa deciding in Sun City, Arizona, that he's got to rule the roadway, and I don't believe he was golfing. So with regards to our town, I'm more in favor of an approach of education on this particular matter, for safety concerns of our residents, older and younger. Those of us in between tend not to use the golf courts and tend to know the law on this. So education, by passing this ordinance, I think we're going to be able to educate the public on the proper use of golf carts, when they're allowed to be used, when they're not allowed to be used. And I have a lot of faith in our police department, that is a police-friendly community, that they'll be able to educate folks in the town about getting their golf cart up to proper safety measures. And I also have faith in them that they'll be able to do this in a way that enables folks to use the golf carts when needed.
Councilmember Wilkes?
All I heard is I can get a golf cart and paint it like a Mario Kart, so I'm good. Just
Councilmember
kidding.
Dyak?
Yeah, I don't get it. Chris, I think, has excellent points. The small sample size of ordinances that allows this seems to dictate that there is probably a significant issue that we haven't spent a lot of time from a liability standpoint or from a potential injury standpoint. I firmly, the golf cars or carts that I've seen throughout the neighborhoods, minors have been behind the wheel. We have to create a process to get these permitted, whereas we have a process called the DMV that would allow us to do that already. It reduces our burden on our people. It reduces the burden on our police, who in previous items have been identified as being overtaxed. It creates sort of just a nuance that we're just not a golf cart community, or we're just not a golf course community. So I don't really understand the place of having golf carts in neighborhoods being driven by minors, and it just our infrastructure, what we will put in place through here's what's allowed, here's what's not allowed, just is not enough for me. I mean, it sounds great, but nobody's going to follow that. Nobody's followed that to begin with anyway. So to me, I would just be consistent with all of our neighbors and not be a golf cart community, because we are not a golf course community.
Councilmember Hendricks?
I agree. I think it would be a slippery slope, so probably maybe voting no.
Councilmember Barrington?
So currently, there is no mechanism for them to license these vehicles. But in order to get a permit, they have to have a valid driver's license, valid proof of insurance, a bill of sale, headlamps, taillights, seat belts. I think that we have people that would like to follow the rules, but there aren't any rules to follow. So I think that this is almost analysis paralysis. If the chief of police didn't see it as an issue, he sees it there is a way that they can permit these vehicles in order to make them compliant. I don't see a reason to not do this.
Councilmember Rivera.
Thank you. In my younger years, I spent a lot of my youth in Vermont and in farm country. It was dairy, but obviously it was crops to feed. And you knew during first cut or second cut that you're going to get behind a tractor with the yellow triangle. But you're doing that on a country road where inevitably you're going to be able to pass, and you don't have the density of cars. I spent this summer, as I do every summer, in Sweden. And in Sweden, they have something called the EPA tractor, which simply is they've taken the law that allows tractors to drive on roads, and they've created a car that is geared so it cannot go above 30 miles an hour. And thus, just like here, a younger driver can drive that tractor, even though that tractor is a 1998 Volvo. It just can't go above 30 kilometers an hour. And those are all over the country where our lake house is. But that same law applies to Stockholm and to Gothenburg and to Uppsala and to other communities where it isn't needed and there aren't tractors. And what has happened in Sweden is that they have become a hindrance. They have slowed traffic. They have the rights to the road, but you have minors in them that are not maybe the best drivers yet, and thus that's why they can only go 30 kilometers an hour. But as far as helping the flow of traffic, it doesn't. I think that while beneficial in a golf course community or a community with central rec facilities, I mean, when I say community, I mean a neighborhood, i.e. Canterbury, or in my neighborhood, where we have that central rec, there are some communities where there is no place to go, and they're not going to be used. But I've always had a hard time passing any law that doesn't cover all of Parker, just like Sweden had a hard time passing a law that doesn't cover all of Sweden. Other neighborhoods, as I stated earlier, would be islands and could inevitably be tempted to drive on non-approved roads. I think as our public testimony stated, even just there at Manzanita is an island. My brother used to live there, and in order to get to their rec center, they would either use a trail illegally or they would go on a road that was not approved, and they will do it. I understand the need, but my question to council is, are we truly answering the need of the people? Or are we making a decision based on what's best for 70,000, whatever we're at, 62, I'm so tired, 62,000, 65,000, are we making a decision based on what's the benefit of a few at the risk of the many? I left this country for vacation in favor because I thought it was an alternative form of transportation. But after a lot of debate in my own mind and a lot of time spent in the kayak thinking about it, I'm afraid that what we're doing, again, as well stated by public testimony, is creating a can of worms. And I think Pandora's box is a thought that came to myself many times. I see the need, I see the want, I see the desire, but I'm afraid the risks for me outweigh a yay vote.
Councilmember Wilkes.
Yeah, thank you. So all joking set aside, I don't actually want a Mario Kart. I agree. Like, the only community that has a golf course in our town limits is the Canterbury and the Idlewild community. So we don't really have the need, as you stated. I think it would be fantastic if, sometime down the road when we've got more drivability or walkability in downtown Parker, readdressing some sort of alternate to get people outside and encourage people to not drive more. But for right now, yes, I agree.
And I think that too, if I may, Mr. Mayor, I think what we're seeing with the low-speed electric vehicles is a shift. But again, that's a state shift that applies, as John said, statewide, and rightfully so. So people will go to those vehicles if those vehicles give them the needs that they're looking for. Right now, they're going to be buying golf carts and then having to put blinkers and whatever on and be very upset when they realize that their $10,000 Barbie mobile doesn't have the right, accoutrements to get them on the public roads. So I worry that we're ahead of the game here. I think that the state or the motor vehicles departments will start to recognize that this is where we're going. We don't need Teslas that do 0 to 60 in half a second. We can use electric vehicles that are beneficial. And I would leave it up. Similar to other things, there are some things, in my opinion, that the larger governments do better than the smaller governments, and that is one that I would leave to the DMV.
Council, with that, I'll entertain a motion on ordinance number 5.06.42.3 on second reading.
I move to approve ordinance .12.03.7 on second reading.
Sorry, that's not the correct ordinance number. Sorry.
See, we're punchy. Can we vote on that instead?
Yeah.
You guys had such lovely discussion on ordinance number 5.06.42.3, so.
Sorry, I'm moving the wrong one.
Yep.
It's okay.
Which one is it again?
5.06.42.3.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm
Item.
sorry. All right, I'm getting to it. Just wait here.
The
I
meeting
move
on the
to
17th was good. The 18th
move
was.
to approve ordinance 5.06.42.3 on second reading.
I'll second.
Motion's made by Hefta, seconded by Barrington. Rivero?
Nay.
Barrington?
Yes.
Hendricks?
No.
Dyak?
No.
Wilkes?
No.
Hefta?
Yes.
And that motion fails 4-2. I'm sorry. No. Yep, 4-2. All right. Last
For
one.
clarification, Mayor, it failed 2-4.
Tomato.
It's really late.
It's tomorrow.
Yesterday that would have been important to me, but yes.
Yeah,
2 to
let's
4.
be clear. It's tomorrow.
I even looked at it and I was like, is it 2-4 or 4-2? All right. Ordinance number 12.03.7 on second reading, a bill for an ordinance to amend section 12.02.100 of the Parker Municipal Code concerning the use of motorized vehicles.
And this is another cleanup that we noticed. Again, as the police department was issuing the year-long permits for HOAs, we realized that Parks was still issuing short-term permits for people like the 5K events. So this is just to allow both the PD and Parks to issue permits as they currently are doing.
Excellent. We'll start to my far right, Councilmember Rivero.
I have no questions.
Councilmember Barrington.
No questions.
Councilmember Hendricks.
No questions.
Councilmember Dyak.
No questions.
Councilmember Wilkes.
Just a little one, and it might not be the right question. So is this just saying that for like our events, like the parade and stuff like that, we can still use them, but cleaning it up the long-term permits? Is that?
Correct. I mean, currently for community events, you can utilize golf carts through that permit process. But for the 5Ks that go up on the trails and things like that, Parks was still issuing permits so they could set things up for those races. So this just allows that under 703.020. The community events is where you can utilize golf carts based on that permit process.
It's impressive you know that. Thank you.
I spent a lot of time on this.
Councilmember Hefta.
No questions.
All right. With that, we'll open this up for. Britt, did you have one more question? No? Okay.
I can ask about shade structures.
I'm hearing things now. All right. We'll open up public comment at 12:26 p.m. Anyone wishing to make public comment on this?
AM.
12:26 a.m. All right. We'll close it at 12:27. See, you guys wasted a minute there. All right. We'll bring it back to the council in the same order. Councilmember Rivera, any final comments?
No comments.
Councilmember Barrington?
No comments.
Councilmember Hendricks?
What?
Councilmember Dyak?
I'm good.
Councilmember Wilkes?
Thank you for cleaning this up.
Councilmember Hefta?
No comments.
With that, I'll entertain a motion on ordinance number 12.03.7 on second reading.
I move to approve ordinance number 12.03.7 on second reading.
Second.
Motion is made by Barrington, seconded by Hefta. Rivera.
Aye.
Barrington.
Yes.
Hendricks.
Sure.
Dyak.
Yes.
Wilkes.
Aye.
Hefta.
Yes.
And that passes 6-0. With no other business before the Parker Town Council, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.